Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to build and deploy an AI resume builder website using MERN stack. In this full stack project, user can sign up and create their online resume and they can share the live resume link to anyone. So let's take a look at the project demo. So this is the home page of our resume builder website. You can see we have created the beautiful hero section with navigation bar, welcome message and action buttons. After that we have next section where we have added resume building process. Then we have the testimonials and after that we have the call to action section and footer. Now let me just click on this button. I'll click on this get started, so it will open this sign up page. And if I click on login, it will open the login page. We can also switch the form from here. If I click here, it will open sign up, and click here, so it will open the login page. So you can create a new account, and let me log in with my existing account. I will add the email ID and password. After sign up or login, you will come to this dashboard where you can create a new resume. So here we have two buttons, create resume and upload existing. So let's click on this first one, create resume, and here we have to provide the resume title. So I'll write my resume and click on create resume button. So it will create a new resume with this title, and after that here you can enter the resume details. So first you have to add the personal info. So in this personal info, let me add the name. I'll add the name here. After that you can add the email ID. So I'll add the dummy email ID and dummy phone number, and then we will add the location. And after that you need to provide the profession. So I'll write the profession web developer, and after that you need to enter the LinkedIn URL and your personal website URL, and this is optional. So whenever you will enter the data, you will see the live preview in the right side. So this is your actual resume, correct? If I click on this next button, it will open next section where you can enter the other details like professional summary. So here we'll add the professional summary like this. And here we have the AI feature, like I can enhance this professional summary using AI. So we have this button, AI enhance. I'll just click here. So it will enhance this professional summary using AI, and it will be updated in the resume also. You can see it has been updated. Now we can click on this next button. So here we have the option to add the experience. So whenever we are adding a new data, it is reflecting in our resume. Let's click on this add experience button, and after that here we'll add the details. So first we have to add the company name, then we have to add the job title, and after that you can choose the start and end date. So first you need to choose the year and then choose the month, and after that you can also choose this one, currently working here, and here you can add the job description, right? So here we'll add the job description like this, and you can also improve this job description using AI. So I'll click on this button enhance with AI, so it will enhance our job description. So it is loading. You can see it is generating the new job description, and it has been generated. So we can improve our job description using AI. Now click on the next button, and here you can see the education section. You can add the education details. So just click here and provide the institute details. You can add multiple education details, and in this professional experience also you can add multiple experience by clicking on this button. You can click here and add next experience. If I go to next page, here you can add the projects. Click on this add project, and here you can add the project title, and then you can add the project type. So let's add the project name, then we'll add the project type, and after that you can describe your project. So we have added the project description. So it is reflecting in our resume like this. And click on the next button. Here you can add the skills also. So after adding all the data, you can click on this save changes. So your resume will be saved. And after that, you can also change the resume template. If I click on this template button, here we have multiple templates. If I switch to modern, you can see the template has been updated. Let's choose the next one. So this is the another template. Let's click here. This is the minimal template. Now in this one we can add the image also, and we can also change the template color. Here you can see the button accent. If I click here, so from here you can change the template theme color. So I'll just click here. So now you can see the template is green. Now let's change it. You can see the template in pink color. After that I'll change it. I'll choose orange. You can see the template in orange color. We can change the template here. Now you can see all the titles are in orange color. If I come to next template, you can see it is also looking good with this color. Let me change the color to red. Now let me add the image also. So I'll come to the first section, that is personal info. Here we can upload the image. So I'll just click on this button and let me upload one image. But before that, let me show you this image. So this face is not in the center of this image, so it will automatically focus on the face. Let me just upload this image, and we can also remove the background of this image. Right now you can see the background is gray. So I'll just enable this toggle button. So it will remove the background and it will also focus on the face so that the face will be visible in the center. After adding it, just click on save button. So you can see the notification saving. Now you can see successfully saved, and here we have this image with transparent background, and in the background we are getting the theme color. If I change the theme color, you can see if I change blue, this blue color is displayed in the background. If I change green, this green color is displayed in the background of this user image. So we have removed the user background and added the background color using our theme. So this is another awesome feature of this resume builder. Now you can also download this resume. If I click on this download button, you can see you can easily print this resume. And after that, you can also make this resume public or private. So right now you can see this button private. Right now this resume is private. If I click here, it will make it public and you will get the share link. If I click on this share button, you will get the share link like this. Just copy this and you can open this link in new tab. So you can see this is the live URL of your resume. You can share this link to anyone and they can see your resume online. Right? Now let me just come back to the dashboard again. And here you will find all your resume that you have created using this application. So you can see one resume. Now let me add a new resume. I'll just click on the second button, upload existing. I'll click here and here you need to provide the title. So I'll write the title here, my another resume. And instead of adding the details manually, you can also upload your existing resume and it will enhance your resume using AI. So I'll just click here and I will upload the existing resume. So I'll choose this PDF file and then click on upload resume button. So you can see our resume has been generated and here we have the pre-filled data, right? If I come to next section, we have the professional summary, experience, education, projects, skills, right? And we can also change the template. Let's choose this template and click on this download. So you can download the resume like this. And after that, you can also make this resume public. So I'll just click on this button to make it public. And after that, click on share and copy this link and paste it in this new tab. So this is the live URL of this resume. We have not updated the changes. So let's click on this save changes so that it will save this template. And if I come back, refresh it, so you can see updated template, right? Again, I'll change the template here and click on save changes, come back, refresh it, you can see the updated template. So this is the live link of resume. So this was the project overview. After that, let me just come back to the home page. In this project, we have added AI feature to enhance the resume using Google Gemini. To upload and optimize the user profile image, we have used ImageKit. ImageKit is a real-time media processing product that helps optimize, stream and transform images and videos for the web. It can automatically compress and convert images and videos to a suitable format for every device. It also has AI feature to remove the background of an image. After building this full-stack online resume builder app, we will deploy it online using Hostinger VPS server. So if you are also excited to build your own AI resume builder, just write down I am going to build this AI resume builder in the comment box. I will recommend you to build this project and add the project live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now let's get started. To create our resume builder project, we will come to desktop screen and here we will create a project folder. So create a new folder and write the name resume builder. Now let's open this folder with VS Code editor. Now this folder is open in VS Code. Here we have to open the terminal. So just click on this terminal and choose new terminal. So in this terminal you can see we are in this resume builder directory, right? And here we have to create our React project. For that we are going to use the Vite package. So let's add npm create Vite at latest. Now press enter. After that here we have to press Y. After that here we have to add the project name. So here I'm going to type client. Here we are going to create the full stack project where we'll create client folder and server folder. In the client folder, we will create the front end of our project, and in the server folder, we'll create the backend server. So we have added the project name client, then press enter. After that, we have to choose the framework. So let me choose React. Then we have to choose the variant. So here we will choose JavaScript. Then we will choose no. So simply press enter. After that, we will choose yes and press enter. So it is installing the dependencies. So after that, you will find a folder in your left sidebar. You can see the client folder here. And if I expand it, in this one, you can see we have these folder structure. It has node underscore modules folder where the dependencies has been installed. So after that, you can see the project is running at this URL localhost :5173. So let's open this URL in the web browser. So you can see our basic Vite plus React project is successfully running in web browser. Next, we have to clear this project. For that, we will come back to the VS Code. Let's hide this terminal. And after that, let's open the src folder. In this src folder, you will find app.css file. So let me delete this file. After that, here we have app.jsx. So we will open this app.jsx and clear everything from this file. And here we will add RAFCE to create the component structure. After that, let's open the index.css file. And we will clear everything from this file. After that, we will open main.jsx, or let's open this index.html. So in this one, you can see we have the title tag, right? So here we have to update the website title. So let's write the title here. Resume, create your resume in minutes. Or let me write resume builder. After that, you can see here we have vite.svg in this link. That is the favicon icon. So to update it, we have to add one image. So if I open the web browser, you can see at the top, you can see we have the Vite icon, right? So we will replace this favicon icon. For that, let me just come back to the desktop screen, and here we have the assets folder. You can find the download link for this folder in the video description. So let me just copy everything from this folder In this folder we have the templates, then assets.js file, then dummy profile image and favicon and logo. So let's just copy everything and open our project folder. So in this project folder we have the client folder, then we have the src, and here we have the assets. So in this assets we will paste everything. We can delete this react.svg. After that, from here just copy the favicon.ico file. Let's copy it and come back to the previous directory, and here you will find public folder. Let's open it and here just paste this favicon.ico. Here we will add the logo also. So I'll just come back here in the src assets and copy the logo.svg. Just copy and paste it in this public directory. So we have added the logo also, and remove this wheat.svg. After that, let me just come back here in the VS Code, and here we can replace this wheat.svg because we have added the favicon.ico in our public folder. So let's add the name here, favicon.ico. That's it. Save the changes and open the web page. So you can see the favicon icon has been updated in this browser title. Right now, after that, if I open the src folder, then assets. So in this assets, you can see we have the assets.js file. So in this one, we have added all the dummy data. So in this assets.js file, we have imported the dummy profile image, and after that we have created one dummy resume data. Next we have to add some other packages in this project, like we will add the React Router DOM, and we will add the Lucid React to add the icons in this project. For that, let me open the terminal, and the project is running, so we'll add Ctrl+C to stop this project. After that, you can see we are in the resume builder directory, right? So we have to change the directory. I'll write cd space client. So now we are in the client directory. So here we have to add the packages. So let's add npm install and write the package name Lucid React. And after that, we have to add the routing in our project so that we can create multiple pages and change the routes. So here we will add the package React Router DOM. After adding it, press enter. So it will install these packages. It is installing these packages. Now it is completed. Let's open our package.json file. So in this one, you can see here we have the dependencies. So in this dependencies, we have Lucid React, and after that here we have the React Router DOM that we have just added. After that, in this project, we have to add the Tailwind CSS, right? So let me just come back here on the web browser. Let's open new tab and search for Wheat plus Tailwind. And let's open this link. So here we have the steps to install Tailwind CSS in our React project built using Wheat package. So you can see the first command is to create the React project, and after that we have to use this command to install the Tailwind CSS. So let me just copy this and paste it here in this terminal. It is running, just wait for it. Now it is completed. After that, we will come back here, and you can see here we have to add this Tailwind CSS in this define config, right, under this plugins array, and we have to import this Tailwind CSS. So let me just copy this import statement and open the Wheat config file. So I'll just come back here, and from this sidebar, let me open Wheat config.js file. And in this one, let's add this import like this. And after that, in this plugins array, we have React, right? So after that, we'll add the comma, and here let's call this Tailwind CSS like this. Now save the changes. After that, let's see the next step. So we have to import the Tailwind CSS in the CSS file. So let's come back to the VS Code, and in this one we have the src. In this src we have index.css file. So in this file, let's add this statement, import Tailwind CSS. After that, let's see the next step. So now we can start our project using npm run dev, right? And after that, we can simply use the Tailwind classes in any HTML component. It will work. So let me start the project. So we'll open the terminal, and in this terminal simply write npm run dev. So it will again start the project on same URL. Now let me hide it. And if I open the web browser, refresh it, so it is working fine. The web browser is cleared. Correct? Next, we have to add the Google font in our project. We are going to use the outfit font. So let me open a new tab and search for Google font. Let's open this link, fonts.google.com. On this website, let me search for outfit and click on this get font. Then you can see this button, get embed code. After that, click on this import and copy this import link. I'll just copy this one and paste it here in this index.css file. So let me paste it at the top like this. So we have added the Google font import statement and then imported the Tailwind CSS, right? After that, we have to apply this font on entire web page. For that, let's add star. So it will select all the elements, and here we have to add this font family. Let me just copy this font family from here and paste it here. So this outfit font will be applied on entire application. Now we have to create different pages for our application, like we will create the home page, dashboard, login page, preview page where we can preview the resume, and we will also create the resume builder page. So here we have the src. So in this src, let's create a new folder and write the folder name pages. Now in this pages folder, let's create our first page. So we'll create a new file and write the file name dashboard.jsx. And here let's add RAFCE to create the component structure. And here let me add the title also. So I'll write the title dashboard page. After that, let's create another page. So create a new file and write the file name home.jsx. Again write RAFCE and create the component structure and write the text here, that is home page. Now let's create new page. So I'll create a new page using this new file in this pages folder. And here write the file name layout.jsx. Create the component structure, and here we'll write title layout page. And after that, let's add a new file. So write a file name here, that is login. So we have added login.jsx. And here let's add the text called login page. After that, we have to create the preview page. So here we'll create a new file and write the file name preview.jsx. Then write RAFCE and create the component structure and write the page title preview page. Now we'll create one more page here. So create a new file and write the file name resumebuilder.jsx. Then write RAFCE, and here let's add the title resume builder page. So we have created different pages, and after that we'll create a components folder where we'll create all the components. So in this src folder, let's create another folder and write the folder name components. After that, we have to add the routing for these pages. So we have already added the React Router DOM package. So let's configure it. For that, let's come back here in this main.jsx file, and in this one, we will add import curly braces from, and let's provide React Router DOM. And from this React Router DOM, we will import the browser router. After that, let's use this browser router instead of this strict mode. So remove this strict mode and provide browser router opening and closing tag. And within this, we have the app, right? Correct? Then we will remove this strict mode from this import. Save the changes. And after that, let's open our app.jsx. So if I open app.jsx, here we have this return, and in this return we have this div. So remove this div, we will add the fragment. Now in this one we have to use the routes tag. So let's add opening arrow, routes. Just click on this suggestion, so you can see the routes tag has been imported from React Router DOM. Let's close this tag. So we have routes opening and closing tag, right? After that, within this we have to create our first route. So let's add opening arrow, route. Just import this route from React Router DOM by clicking on the suggestion. So you can see the route has been imported, and it will be self-closing like this. So in this one we have to add the path. So the path will be slash, that is home page. And when we will come to the home path, here we have to display the home page. So let's add the element here, and in this element just add curly braces and provide the home page or home component. So let's click on this suggestion. So close this tag. So this home has been imported from the pages folder and home file. Let's save the changes. And after adding it, if I open the web page, here you can see the text home page, right? After that, just come back and let's set the routes for other pages also. So here, let's add the route tag again. And here, let's add the opening and closing route tag like this. Because in this route, we will add sub routes. So here, let's add the path, and the path will be app. And after that, here we have to add the element, and in this element let's add curly braces and provide layout. So we will import the layout here. It has been imported, and after that, within this route where the path is app, here we'll add another route. So just add the route tag. It will be self-closing like this. And after that, let's add the index, and here we will add the element, and in this element we will add the dashboard page. So the dashboard page has been imported here. Now just duplicate this line, and in this one we have to add the path. So let's add the path here, and the path will be builder slash, and then we'll use the colon resume ID. So this resume ID will be variable. It could be anything. And after that, here we have to provide the resume builder page. So just add resume builder page. So this page has been imported, right? So here you can see first we have added the home path. After that we have this route. In this route we have added two sub routes. correct? Then we'll create another route here. So after closing of this route tag, let's add another route. So I'll just copy this one and paste it here. So in this one, we'll add the path. It will be view / colon and provide the resume ID. So here we can view the resume, right? And after that, in this element, let's provide the preview page. So let me select it from the suggestion, correct? Next, we have to add the login page also. So just duplicate this line and here we'll add the path. So the path will be login. And after that, in this element, let's add login, import it from the pages. So it has been imported, right? Now let's save the changes. And after that, if I open the web browser and in this URL, if I type /app, so you can see it will open layout, right? And if I open view / and any ID I'll type and it will open preview page. You can see the text here, preview, right? And after that, instead of this view, here we'll add app / builder / and any ID. So it will open layout page again. So in this layout page, we have to mount our builder and we will also mount the dashboard, right? So let me just come back and we'll open the layout.jsx file. Here it is. So in this one, we have the text, right? And after that, let's add one div. So in this div, we have to mount the outlet. Using that, it will display the components added in the subroute. So let's add outlet and import it from the React router DOM. Now let's save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the layout page and resume builder, correct? And if I simply open /app, it will open layout page and dashboard, right? And if I open /login, it will open the login page. And if I come to home page, it will display the text home page. So this routing is working fine. Next, we have to create the components one by one. So first we have to display the banner at the top of our hero section, right? To create our components, we are going to use prebuiltui.com. So let's open a new tab and search for prebuiltui.com and open this link. Here you will find a lot of ready to use components built using Tailwind CSS. If I open this components page, here you can see we have the components for all the categories, right? And here we have the templates also. If I open the templates page, here we have ready to use templates built using Tailwind CSS that you can directly use to create your own web page. After that, let me come to the components. After that, let me search for the banner component, or you can also use the search feature. I'll just click here and search for banner. So let's click here. So now we have the UI components for banner. Now here you can see we have different type of banner that we can easily add in our React project. So let me use this second one. I'll just click on this code option, so it will display the code. From here you can choose the code type. It will be HTML, React and Vue. So I'm going to use React. So here we have the code to create this banner component in React project. So just click on this copy icon, and after that let me open our VS Code. So here you can see we have the components folder. So in this components folder, we'll create another folder called home, because in this home folder we will add all the components required for the home page. Now in this home, let's create the first component file. So create a new file here and write the file name banner.jsx. So we have created this banner.jsx file in this home. And after that, let's add RAFCE to create the component structure. And in this one, let me paste the code that we have just copied. So from here, I'm going to remove this and this one also. So we have just copied this from the pre-built UI. Let me align it. So in this one, we have a div where you can see we have the Tailwind classes. Then we have the text in this p tag, right? And from here, let me remove this closing div and this div. So here you can see we have the text in p tag. So in this p tag, we'll add the text called new, and then we'll write AI feature added. Just save the changes. And after that, we have to mount this banner component. So let's open the home.jsx file and let me remove this title from here and simply write banner. Click here to import it. You can see the banner component has been imported, and close this tag. Now save the changes and open the web page. So now you can see this banner has been added on our home page. After that, we have to create the hero section of our website. For that, again, we will use pre-built UI. So just come here, and in the left side, you can find all the different categories, right? So you can search here. Here we have hero section. So let me just open it. And after that, here you will find different components to create the hero section on your web page. So in this list, let me scroll down and I will choose any of this hero section to add in our web page. So I'll choose this one, hero section with action buttons. Here you can see we have the navigation bar also. Then we have the welcome message and action buttons. Then we have the trusted brands logo. So to use this, let's just click on this code and click on this icon to copy this code. That's it. And after that, let's open our VS Code. And here, let's open this sidebar, and in this home folder that is under this components, we are going to create a new file and write the file name hero.jsx. Now in this one, let's add RAFCE. So it will create this component structure, right? And here we have to paste the code. So let me just come back here and I'll just copy this code from here and paste it here before this return statement, like this. And after that, just come back and copy this code from this return statement. So just copy this fragment and let's paste it here inside this return. So remove this div and paste the code that we have just copied. That's it. So after adding it, let me open our web page. Let me refresh it. So we have not mounted the hero component. So let's open the home.jsx file. It is here. So after this banner, let's mount the hero component. It has been imported, and now if I open it, you can see here we have this navigation bar, then we have the user's image, then welcome message and action buttons, and then we have the trusted brands logo. So now we have to update the color and images, and we'll also update the text. So let me just come back here and open the hero.jsx file. So here you can see we have the state called menu open, and here we have the react.useState, right? And after this state, here we have the logos, where we have added different logos that will be displayed in the trusted brand logo section, right? So after that, here we have the div. So let me move in the left side. So here in this one, you can see we have the nav tag, right, where we have added the navigation bar. After that, here we have the SVG logo, right, in this A tag. So I'm going to remove this SVG tag. Let me collapse it and remove this SVG tag. And here I'm going to add the logo that we have added in the assets file. So here let's add img tag, then src, and here let me write /logo. So this logo is also available in the public folder, so we can simply use /logo.svg like this. And after that, here we have to add the alt text. So in this alt text, just add logo. And after that, for this logo, we have to set the height and width. So we have added height 11 and width auto, right? And after that, let's see this div. So in this one, we have the text called home, then we have features, then testimonials and contact, right? And after that, you can see in this href we have the hashtag, then we have the hashtag features, then hashtag testimonials, then hashtag CTA. So when we will click on this menu items, it will scroll the web page to the particular section whenever we will create these other section also, right? After that, here we have to update the color. So right now, you can see in this navbar we don't have any color code, right? But if I come here in this div, here we have a tag, and in this a tag you can see text color that is on hover, right? So let me change it. Here we will use green. Instead of this indigo, we will use text green 600. So I'll just update it everywhere. Text green 600. And after that, just come here in this div. So in this one also, you can see we have color BG indigo 500. So let me change it BG green 500. After that, let's come here. Here we have the login button, right? So in this one, here we have the color, that is the hover color BG slate 50. So let it be. I will not change it. But here we have to add the link tag so that we can navigate the pages, right? So instead of this a tag, we are going to use the link tag. So let me use this link and click here to import the link tag from React Router DOM. It has been imported, right? And after that, here we have the link open and closing tag. Now let me just remove this href from here, correct? And after that, here we have to add the to property. So here we have to define the path. So let's add double quote or single quote, and here we'll add /app, then question mark, and then add the state equal to register. So when we'll click on this get started, it will open the /app and it will add the state register in the URL parameter. After that, let's come here in this login. So here again we'll add the link open and closing tag, and here also we'll add the to property. In this to, let me write /app question mark state equal to login, because this is the login button, right? And after that, here we have already updated the color. It is BG green 500. It's correct. And here we have the indigo. So let me remove this indigo and provide green 700. And in this second button, we don't have any indigo color, so let it be. So after that, here we have this button, and in this button we have the SVG icon. So we will use this SVG icon, we will not change it. And after that, here we have the mobile menu. So in this mobile menu, we have the A tag, and you can see the text home, and then we have the other text. So let me just correct it. So here let's provide the text from here, that is features, testimonials and contact. So we'll write features, and here let's provide hashtag features. It will be small f, and just copy from here testimonials, paste it here, and here let's write as testimonials. Then we'll add the contact here, and here we'll add hashtag contact. And in the first one, we will simply write has. You can see in this previous menu item, here we have has for this home. It is correct. After that, let's scroll down. So here we have the hero section. After that, in this hero section, we have the images. So we will use the same image. Just scroll down. Then we have a div. So in this div, we have one array, and using this array, we have added the icons, right? Here we have added the SVG icon. After that, here we have the text. So this is the text called used by 10,000 plus users. So we will keep this text. After that, here we have the headline or CTA, right? So let me update this text. So I'll just write land your dream job with AI powered resume. So let's write AI powered resume. So we have updated the CTA text or welcome text. After that, we will update the description also. So here we have the description in p tag. So I'll just update this description. And after that, we have the call to action buttons. So the button text is get started, and then we have the icon using SVG. Then we have the button tag. But in this button, we have the A tag. So I'll just update it. Here we'll add link. So we have the link opening and closing tag here. And in this link, remove this href and provide 2. And it will be /app. So it will open the app or dashboard where user can create the resume or build the resume. After that, here we have the button, right? And after this button, we have the text in p tag. So the text is trusted by leading brands including, and then we have the brand's logo. So we have added the logos and provided the map method. So it will display all the images using this img tag, right? After that, here we have the style tag. So let it be. Now let me search this page and update the colors everywhere. So I'll just use Ctrl F and provide indigo. So we have the indigo color everywhere, right? So let me replace it. I'll replace it with green. Let's click here, replace all, and save the changes. Now if I open the web page, you can see it looks nice. Here we have the text, land your dream job with AI powered resume. Then we have the user's icon with hover effect. Then we have the text and action buttons. So in the second button, you can see the cursor pointer is not enabled. So we will enable the cursor pointer at one place, right? And this navigation menu has the hover effect, right? You can see the color is changing. Then we have the trusted brands logo at the bottom. So let me add the cursor effect on this button. So I'll just come back and let's open index.css file. And in this index.css file, we'll add the layer. So just add @layer base. And in this one, we'll add the button tag. So for this button, let's add @apply cursor pointer. So it will apply the cursor pointer on all button tags, right? After that, just come back here. You can see here we have the cursor pointer. So we have created our hero section for our resume website. After creating this hero section, we have to create the features section. So again, open the prebuiltui.com and here click on this search icon and search for features. So here we have the feature sections. Just click here. So here we have the list of UI design for feature, right? So in this one, let me scroll down and we will choose any of this feature UI design. So here you can see the text feature section with users, right? So we are going to use this one. For that, let's just click on this code icon, and after that, just click on this icon to copy this code. Correct. Now I'll just come back here and let's open the sidebar, and in this components folder we have home folder, and here we'll create a new file and write the file name features.jsx. So in this features.jsx file, we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and after that again copy this one. Let me just copy this statement and paste it here before this return, and then just copy the statement from this return. Let's copy this code from this return statement and paste it here. After adding it, save the changes, and then we have to mount this features component on our home page. So just open home, and here let's add features. So this features component has been mounted on home page. After that, if I open the home page, refresh it, scroll down, so here you can see we have this feature section, right? So here we have to add some changes. So I'll just come back and open this feature.jsx, scroll up, and after that here we have to add a div. So instead of this fragment, let's add a div, right? Now in this one, let's add the ID. So in this ID we'll add features so that we can scroll to this section when we click on the menu items, and then we'll add some classes here. So just add the class name property, and here we have to add the flex classes. So just add flex column item center, and we have added the margin from Y and a scroll margin top 12. Now let's save the changes and come back here. So now you can see it is aligned properly, and here we have the hover effect on these items. Now before this information, we will add one title description, and we will also add one small badge. So let's open the prebuiltui.com, and here let's search for badge. Open it, and let's scroll down, and here we will use this design. So you can see the title info status badge. Just click on this drop down and choose React and click on code, and from here we can copy this code. So let me just copy this one, and let's come back to the VS Code, and here let's add a space and paste this code. So here we have added this badge, right? So in this one we have the blue color, so just update this. I'll write green 400/10. Then here we have the border, so let's update the border color also, or we can remove it. So I'll just remove this one. We will remove this border color and remove the border also. So here we have flex item center, right? Then we have the gap, text small, then text blue 800. So let me update it. I'll write text green 600. Then we'll add the background green 400/10. Then we will add rounded full, and padding X will be 6 and padding Y will be 1.5. After that, here we have the SVG icon, right? So let me remove this long SVG icon from here, and here simply use opening arrow, zap, and let's import the zap or zap icon from Lucid React. So it has been imported, and here we have to set the width. So let's add the width 14. Save the changes, and after that we have to update the text also that is written in this span tag. So here we'll update the text. It will be simple process. Now let's save the changes and open the web browser. So here you can see this icon and the text simple process, right? So we have added this badge here. After that, here we have to add one small title and description. For that we have to create a separate component. So just come back, and in this components folder we have home. So in this home, let's create a file and write the file name title.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and here in this one we will get the title and description from the props. So let's destructure the props here. We have added title and description in this curly braces, and after that it will return a div. So in this div, let's add the class name and provide these Tailwind classes. After that, within this div we have to add the title first. So let's add the title in h2 tag. So let's add curly braces and provide the title from here. Then we'll duplicate it. Here we'll add the p tag. Now in this p tag we have to display our description. So just add the description. Then we have to add some classes also. So in this h2 we have added this class name property and provided these classes. Then let's add the classes in the description also. So in this description we will add the class name property and provide these classes. After adding it, we can mount this title component anywhere, and we have to provide the title and description as props. So let's just come back here in our feature.jsx file, and after this badge that is added in this div, here we have to add the title component. So just add the title component. It has been imported, and in this one we have to provide the props. So let's add the title here. So the title will be build your resume, and after that we have to add the description, and in this description we will provide the string. So here let's add one small description text. So we have added it here. After that, let's save the changes, and now let's open our web page. But before that, here we have this div, right? So let me update this classes in this div. Here we have item center. So after that we'll add Excel minus margin top 10. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. So here you can see after this hero section we have the features section where we have the small badge, then small title description, and then we have the image in the left side and the features in the right side, and here we have beautiful hover effect on these features. After creating the features section, now we have to create the testimonial section. For that, let me just come back, and here in this components we have the home, right? So in this home folder, create a new file and write the file name testimonial.jsx. Then we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. After that, in this one also we have to add the badge, then we have to add the title and description, right? So for that, let me just come back to the previous file, that is features.jsx. Here it is. So from this one, we have to copy this div. You can see here we have a div where we have the ID and these classes. Then we have this div where we have added the badge. Then we have the title component, right? So let me just copy this div and paste it here in this testimonial. So here we have the div. Now in this one, let's add the ID. So the ID will be testimonials. Then we have the same classes here. After that, let me just come back here and copy this div. Using that, we have created the badge. So let's just copy this, and let me just copy the title component also. I'll just copy and paste it here. We have to import this title component. So let's click on this suggestion. So the title component has been imported, right? And after that, here we have a div. Using that, we have created the badge. So in this one, we have these classes, right? So instead of this zap icon, here we will use another icon. So let's add book user icon, and it will get imported from Lucid React. Then we have to add some classes here. So here we'll add the class name property and provide size, then a stroke green 600. And after that, we have to update the title text. So here we'll add the text called testimonials, like this. And after that, we have the title component, right? So in this title component, first we will provide the title. So let's add the title here. I'll add it in double quote. After that, we have to add the description. So I'll just provide the description here. Here also we'll add double quote. Now it is correct. After adding it, let's mount this testimonials or testimonial component in our home page. So just open home, and here let's add testimonial component. It has been imported, and save the changes. And after that, we can open the web page, and here at the bottom you can see this badge testimonials. Then we have this title and description. After that, we have to display the testimonial, where we will display the user's image and their review text. And to create that, let me just come back to the prebuiltui.com, and here let's search for testimonial. So here we have the list of testimonial UI design created using Tailwind CSS. So we have multiple design here. Let me scroll down. We will use this design, card with hover effect, right? So I'll just click on this code link or button and click on this copy icon, or we can manually copy it. So here first we have to create the card data, right? Using that, we will display the profile details, right? So I'll just copy this and paste it here in our testimonial.jsx file. Before this return statement, let me paste this card data. After that, let's just copy this one, that is create card. So I'll just copy this one and let's paste it here before this return. After that, again come back, and here you can see we have the style. So just copy this style tag, and let me just copy everything from this return statement. So I'll just copy this div and paste it here just after this div. So remove this space and paste it here, and let's wrap everything with the fragment. So I'll write this and close it here at the end like this. And after that we have to add the style tag also. You can see here we have the style tag. So I'm going to copy this and let's paste it here before this closing fragment. That's it. So after adding it, let me open the web browser. So here you can see we have the testimonial text, and here we have beautiful hover effect also, right? After that, here you can see the icon in blue color. This is the verified icon or tick icon, right? So let me update the color of this icon. I'll just come back and scroll up. In this one, that is create card, you will find this SVG. So in this SVG you can see fill blue 500. So let me change it and make it fill green 500. Save the changes. Now it is looking perfect. It is matching with this theme, right? So we have created our testimonial section also. After creating this testimonial section, now we'll create the next section, that is call to action. So just come back here in the VS Code and let's create a new component. So in this home, we'll create a new file, that is call to action.jsx. After that, in this one, we have to create the component. So just add RAFCE. So it will create the component structure. Next, we have to create the UI design for this call to action. For that, again, we will use pre-built UI. So let's open this prebuiltui.com, and here let's search for CTA or call to action. Let's open this, and here we have the list of UI design to create the call to action section. So in this one, you can see we have this star on GitHub CTA. So I'm going to use this design. So click on this code and let's just copy this div. I'll just copy and paste it here. After that, here we have to update the color. So I'll just find the color here. Here we have indigo, right? So let's find everywhere indigo and we will replace it with green. So it is replaced, and after that, here we have to add the ID. So let's add the ID CTA. That's it. Next, we have to mount this component. So let's open our home page, that is home.jsx, and here let's mount call to action component. It has been mounted. Save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see we have this call to action section, but we don't have any space between this testimonial and call to action. So let me fix it. I will come back to this call to action.jsx file, and here in this first div, let's add margin top and provide 28. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see we have proper space between this testimonial and this call to action. After that, let me update the title text and this button text, right? So I'll just come back here, and here you can see we have to update the text in p tags. So I will add this text, then we will update this button text. So in this button, I'll write get started. Now let's save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have this call to action message and button get started. After that, we have to create the footer of our application. So let me just come back here and create a new component. So here in this home, we'll create a new file with footer.jsx. So the file name is footer.jsx, and in this one, let's add RAFCE to create the component structure. Right now, let me just come back here in this prebuiltui.com and search for footer component. So let's open the footer, and here we have the list of different footer, right? So I'm going to use this one. You can see modern dark theme footer. So to use it, let's just click on this code button, and from this drop down, let's choose React. So here we have the code. So in this return tag, we have this a style tag, and then we have the footer tag. So let me just copy this style first and come back here. Let's remove the div and write fragment and paste the style tag here. Now let's add a space here, and after that just copy this footer tag. Then let's paste it here. After adding it, we have to update the content and color in this footer. But before that, let me align everything. And after that, we have to mount this footer component. So let's open our home.jsx, and after this call to action, let's mount the footer component and close this component, save the changes and open the web page. So at the bottom, you can see this footer in dark color. Next, we have to update the content here, and we'll also update the color. So let me just come back and open the footer.jsx file. So here we have the footer.jsx. So in this one, you can see here we have the footer tag. So in this one, we have to add some space from the top. So in this class name, at the end, we will add margin top 40, right? And after that, we have to update the background color. So in this one, you can see we have the text gray 500, right? Then we have background black, BG black, right? So in this background, we have to add the gradient color. So instead of BG black, let's add background or BG gradient to R, that is to right. Then we have to add the color. So let's add from white. So this is the first color, white. After that, we'll add via green 200/60. Then again, we'll add to white. So here we have added white color in the left side. Then in the middle, we have the green color, and in the right side, again, we have the white color. After adding it, save the changes and come back here. So you can see here we have the gradient color in the background of this footer, right? Next, let's update the logo. So I'll just come back. Here we have a div, right? And in this div, we have the A tag, and in this A tag, we have the SVG icon. So remove this SVG icon. And in this A tag, let's add the IMG tag. In this image src, let's provide /logo.svg. Then we have to add the alt property and provide the classes for this image. So we have added the class name, height and width. Now in this href, let's add hashtag, and after that, save the changes. So you can see here we have this logo resume, right? And we have the same logo here in this navbar, right? So in this column, we have the menu items, and we have to update the hover color. And here we have the title also, that is hidden because of white color. So we will update the color also. So let's just come back, and here we have this P tag where we have added product, right? So in this one, the text color is slate 100. So let's make it 800. So you can see this product text is visible. After that, here we have the menu items. So in this one, we have to update the hover color. So let's change it. Instead of this indigo, let's make it green. Text green 600. Correct. Now let's come here. Here also we'll make slate 800 and the color will be text green 600. Now just come back here and you can see this menu items is looking good with this hover effect. And here we have this we are hiding badge. It is also in the green background. It is looking good. And let's update this privacy and terms. So just come back and in this one, let's update the color. And here we'll update this slate 800. It is also fine, right? And after that, here we have the last div, right? So in this one, we have this text. You can keep it or update this text as you want. And after that, here we have the div where we have added different icons. And on this icon, we have added the link also using this href, right? So here we have different icons and link. So we will not change it. Let's just come back. So you can see here we have this last div with this text and these icons, right? Here we have the blue color when we hover on these icons. So we will update this color and we will also update the copyright message displayed here. So let's just come back. And after that, in this first icon, you can see we have the hover. So in this hover, we'll make text green 500. In the second one also, let's add text green 500 here also. And after that, here we have the copyright message. So in this message, let's add copyright 2025 resume builder. Let me remove this closing a tag. So here we have the p tag only, right? And after that, we have also updated the hover color on these icons. And here we can update the URL. Like you can add your own YouTube link here. Here you can add your X profile link. Then you can add the LinkedIn profile link here. And here you can add the Dribbble profile link. Here also we will update the green color. Now save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have hover color green, right? And here we have the copyright text and this is the small message, right? So we have completed the footer also. So till now we have completed the home page of our resume builder application. After completing the home page, next we will create the login page. Right now if I open this URL with /login, it is opening this page. You can see the title login page, right? So here we have to display the sign in and sign up form. So to create it, let's open the prebuiltui.com and let's search for login form. And here we have the list of UI design to create the sign in sign up form using Tailwind CSS. So let me scroll down and I'm going to use this UI design, modern login sign up form with icons, right? To use it, let's click on this code. And before using it, let me again come back to the preview. So in this preview, you can see here we have this link. Click here. Right now it is the login form where you can enter the email ID and password. And if I click here, it will display sign up form where it is asking for the name, email and password. If I click here, it will change to login and it is also changing the input field. So we are going to use this UI design. So click on this code and after that we have to copy the code from here. So let me just come back to the VS Code and in this left sidebar we have already created the pages and here we have login.jsx. Let's open this login.jsx and in this one we will paste this code from this return a statement. So let me just copy this and come here and paste it here within this div. Now in this div we have to add some Tailwind classes. So we will add the class name property, and in this one let's add flex classes. So just add flex, then flex items, justify center, min height will be screen, and background gray 50. Save the changes. After that, here we have to add some handler function that will handle the form submit, and it will also handle the changes in the input field, right? And here you can see we have the SVG icon. So we will replace this and we will use the icon from Lucid React. So let me just come back here and I'll just copy the code before this return statement. Let's copy and paste it here before this return statement. So here we have one state variable called form data, and the setter function is set form data. In this one it will store the name, email and password. Then we have the form handler function, that is handle submit. After that, here we have the handle change function that will get executed when we change any data in the input field. So here you can see we have the title, so it could be login or sign up based on the state. Here we have added the state login, right? If we change the state to sign up, then it will display the title called sign up. After that, you can see we have the text here, that is please sign in to continue. So let me change this one also. So here let me remove this sign in and add curly braces. And after that, in this one we will provide this state. So it will display please log in to continue or please sign up to continue. After that, here we have the SVG icon. So let's remove this icon and here let's add opening arrow, and we will provide the icon from Lucid React. So let's type user to icon. Click here. So it will get imported from Lucid React, and after that, in this one we have to set this size. So I'll provide this size 16. Then we will provide the color for this icon. So let's add the color property and provide this color code. After that, let me just come to the next div, which is the next input field. So here let's remove the SVG icon, and in this one we have to add another icon. So let's add opening arrow and provide mail. So we will import this mail icon, and then we will provide the size 13 and then provide the color property like this. After that, just come here in the next input field and remove the SVG, and here also we will add our own icon. So let's add lock icon from Lucid React and close this tag. In this one also we will add the size 13 and color code. That's it. So you can see these icons are imported from Lucid React, and after that let me open the web page. So I'll just come back here, and you can see on this login path here we have the login form where you can see the message please log in to continue. Then we have the input field to enter the email ID with icon. Then we have the input field for the password, and then we have this forget password link, and after that we have the login button. And if I click on this link, click here with the message don't have an account. So let's just click here. So it will open the sign up form, and you can see the text please register to continue. Then we have the input field like name, email, password, and the button text is sign up. So we have created this login form. Now in this form we will add one more information. We will get the state from the URL parameter. We will get the state like sign in or sign up, right? So let me just come back here, scroll up, and here let's provide const query equal to new URL search params. And in this one, we have to provide window.location.search. That's it. And after that, from this query, we have to get the value of a state. So let me write const URL state equal to query dot get, and here let's provide a state. So if we provide the state and value in the URL parameter, we will get it here. And after that, we have to provide this data in this state, that is a state variable, right? So here let's add OR operator, and before this OR operator, we will provide this URL state. So it will initialize the state variable with this value. That's it. Now save the changes. Now if I open the login form, and in this URL, if I type question mark a state equal to login, so it is displaying the login form, right? And if I change it, I will type sign up. So it should change the state here. It's not working. So let me just come back and fix it. Here in this line, we have added query. So let me update it. It will be a state. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here. Let me refresh this web page. So now you can see the form. It is sign up form where we have the name, email and password. And in this URL, if I change the state like login, so it will display the login form. It is working fine. So we have created the login form for our application. But we have to replace the color also that will match with our theme, right? So let me just come back. And in this one, you can see which color is added. So let's just come to this button. So in this button, you can see the color name is Indigo 500, right? So let me replace the color. So I'll find this color Indigo and replace it with green. So it will replace all places. Now save the changes and come back here. So now this form is matching with our theme. After completing this login page, next we have to create the dashboard where user can upload their resume or user can create their resume. So let me open this path /app. So here you can see we have the layout page and then we have the dashboard page. So first we have to complete the layout. In the layout, we will add the navigation bar that will be displayed in all pages of the admin panel or user panel. So let me just come back, and here we have to create one navigation bar for the dashboard. So let's open this sidebar, and here you can see we have the components folder, right? Now in this components folder, let's create a file. So we will create a file called navbar.jsx. So this navbar is added in this components under this home directory, right? So we have to move this navbar in this components directory. So let's drag it here. Click move. So now you can see in this components we have the home, right? And in this home we have multiple components. So just collapse this home, and after that you can see here we have navbar.jsx file under this components. So now in this navbar.jsx, let's add rafce to create the component structure, right? And after that, here we have to display the user's name, right? So before this return statement, let me write const user. We will create the user data. So user will be one object where we'll add the name, and the name is any dummy user name. After that, here we have to create the layout. So in this div, let me add the classes. So first we'll add the class name property and provide this Tailwind class. And after that, here we have to add the nav tag. Now in this nav tag, we will add some Tailwind classes. So let's provide the class name property and provide these classes. Then we will add the link tag where we will add our logo so that when we click on the logo, we can navigate to other pages. So let's add opening arrow, link, and import the link from React router DOM. It has been imported. After that, let's add the closing link tag. Now within this link tag, we have to add the image. So we will add the img tag, and in this image src, simply add /logo.svg. So this logo is available in the public folder, so we can directly use it. After that, here we have to add the alt tag and we'll add the width and height for this logo. After that, in this logo, we will add the to property so that we can navigate to other path. So here we'll add the path /. So it will open the home page. Now after that, we have to add the user's name and logout button in the right side. So let's add a div here. Now in this div, we will add the p tag where we have to display the user's name. So simply add hi, and after that we'll add curly braces, and in this one let's provide the user, and then we'll add question mark dot name. After that, here we have to add a button also, so we will add the button here, and in this button we'll add the text called logout. So this is the logout button. Next, for this button we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. After that, in this button we have to add the functionality so that user can log out. For that, we'll add the onClick property, and in this onClick property we will add a function. So let's add the function name here, logout user, and then we have to create this function before this return statement. So let's add const logout user equal to arrow function, and in this one let's add navigate, and let's import the navigate from React router DOM, or we can write it here. So I'll write const navigate equal to use navigate, and import the use navigate from React router DOM, and then let's use the navigate here and provide the path /. So after logout, user will come to home page. After that, let's add the CSS properties for this div that is displayed in the right side. So we'll add the class name property here and provide these Tailwind classes for this div. Then we have the p tag. So in this p tag, we'll add this class name. So after adding the classes in this p tag, let's save the changes and open our web page. But before that, we have to mount this navbar. So let me open the sidebar, and in this one you can see we have the layout.jsx file. So in this layout.jsx, we have to mount our navbar. So we will mount it before this outlet. So let's add opening arrow navbar, import it from the components. So it has been imported and added here. Right now, let me remove this title from here, that is layout page. And after that, in this div, we will add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide minimum height, screen, and background gray 50. That's it. After adding it, let's open the web page, and here you can see when we open this path /app, here we have the logo and user's name and logout button. So we have the navigation bar for the dashboard. Next, we have to create the component in our dashboard page, right? For that, let's just come back to the VS Code, and here we will open dashboard.jsx file. So in this one, here we have a div, right? So let me remove the title from this div, and in this one we will add another div, And then let's add the classes here. So here let me provide the class name property and provide these classes. After that, here we have to add the text that will be user's name. So we'll add the p tag, and after that here we'll add any user name. So we have added a fixed name that will be changed later when we will connect with backend. So now in this p tag we'll add some classes. So in this p tag we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Right? So in this div we have added one text, that is the user's name. After that, let's add another div here. And in this div we have to add two buttons, right? So let's group both button using the flex layout. So we'll add the class name here and provide flex and gap. Now in this one, let's add our first button, right? And in this button we have to add one icon and we'll add the text. So let's add plus icon imported from Lucid React. Now in this icon we have to add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes for this plus icon button. After that we have to add the text in p tag, and in this one we'll add the text called create resume. Then we have to add the classes for this text also. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Then we have to add the classes in this button tag. So in this button tag we'll add the class name property, and here let me add these Tailwind classes for the button. So you can see we have the first button where we have added the icon and text, right? And after that let's add one more button. So I'll just duplicate it, and in this one we will update the icon. So here let's add upload cloud icon. So here we have upload cloud icon imported from Lucid React, and then we have the same classes for this icon, and then we have the text in p tag. So in this text let's add the text called upload existing, so that user can upload the existing resume. Now in this second button we have to change the color. So right now you can see the color code indigo. So let me update it. Here we will add the purple color. So in this button you can see we have the border. So let's add border purple 500. After that here we have the upload icon. So in this upload icon let me update the gradient color. So here we will add from purple 300 to purple 500. Just save the changes and open the web page. But here also we have to update the color. You can see here we have the text color, right? So it will be purple 600. Save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have two buttons, create resume and upload resume. After that we have to add one horizontal line, and below that we will display the list of existing resume that user has already created. So I'll just come back here and let's scroll up. You can see in this div we have two buttons. So let's collapse this div, right? Now after closing of this div that contains two buttons, here we have to add the line. So let's add the HR tag. Now in this HR tag we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have a horizontal line. After that we have to display the list of resume that user has already created, right? So first we have to get the resume data from the assets. So I'll just come back, and if I open our sidebar, and in this sidebar we have the assets folder. So in this assets folder you can see here we have assets.js file, And in this one, you can see we have dummy resume data. So we are going to use this dummy resume data so that we can display the created resume on web page. And we will replace this dummy resume data whenever we will create the backend, right? So I'll just come back here in our dashboard.jsx file, scroll up, and in this file, before this return statement, we have to create one state. So I'll write const. So the state name will be all resumes, and then we'll add setter function, set all resumes, and after that let's add use state and initialize it using empty array. So we have created one state, and after that in this state we have to add the data. For that we will create a function, so we'll add const and then write the function name load all resumes equal to async arrow function. Now in this function, let's use the setter function set all resumes, and here just provide the dummy data. So you can see we are getting the suggestion, just click here. So this dummy resume data has been imported from the asset file. After that we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. For that let's add the use effect, import the use effect from React, and after that here we have to add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array. So it will be empty array. So this function will get executed whenever the component gets loaded, and after that just call this load all resume function that will add the data in this state. So now we have the resume data and we can display it after the horizontal line. So scroll down. Here we have the horizontal line. So after that we will add a div. Now in this div we have to display the data in grid layout. So we'll add the class name and provide grid classes like grid columns 2, small, flex, flex wrap, and gap 4. After that let's map our data. So we'll add curly braces and use the all resumes state. Then we'll add the map method because it is an array. After that in this map we'll add the function, and in this function we have to get the base color, right? And we'll add different color for different resume list. So first we have to define the color array. So I'll just scroll up, and here let me add const colors, and it will be one array, and in this array let me add multiple color code. So we will use different colors for different resume items or list. After that let's come here, and in this one let's add const base color equal to our colors array, and then we'll add the index, and we will get this index from this parameter. So in this parameter we'll get the individual resume and index. So let's add this index here, and in this one let's add % colors.length. So here we'll get the base color, and after that just add the return statement, and in this return statement we'll add the parenthesis, and here we will return a button. So let's add the button tag. Now in this button tag first we have to add the key property. So the key will be this index, and after that here we have to add the class name. So let's add the class name here. So in this class name property we have to add the Tailwind classes. So here I'll provide these Tailwind classes. After that here we have to add some other style property. So we'll use the style tag, Now in this style tag, we'll again add the curly braces, and then we will add the background property. Now in this background, we'll add backticks and provide linear gradient 135 degree, and here we'll add the base color 10, and after that we'll add the comma here and then write base color 40. Then we'll add the comma after closing this parenthesis and add the comma, and here we have to add the border color. So let's add the border color, and after that just move this border color outside of this backticks, and this comma will be outside of this backticks like this. Now here we will add border color, and it will be base color plus 40. So here we have added the classes in this button. After that, in this button we need to add the icon. For that, let's add file pinned line icon. So this icon is imported from the Lucid React, and in this icon we have to add the class name. So we'll add the class name and provide these Tailwind classes, and then we'll add another style property. So in this style property we have added color, and it will be base color. After that we have to add the text. So we will add the p tag, and in this one we'll add the text that will be resume title. So just add curly braces resume.title. Now here we have to add the class name property and provide these classes, and then again we'll add additional class name. So we'll add a style property and provide color base color. So here we have added the icon and resume title. After that we have to add another p tag. So again we'll add the p tag here, and in this one let's add the text that is updated on, and after that we'll add curly braces, provide new date, and just add the resume dot updated at property. So in the resume data we will get this property, and after that here we have to add to local date a string and call this function. Now we have to add the classes for this date. So just add the class name property and provide these classes, and then again the style property. So in this style property, let me provide color base color plus 90. After that let's save the changes, and then we have to add one div. So after this p tag let's add a div, and in this div we have to add the delete icon or remove icon, and we will also add the edit icon so that we can either delete the resume or we can edit the resume, and it will be displayed in the top right side of that card. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and then we have to add the icon. So let's add opening arrow trash icon, imported from Lucid React, and in this trash icon we have to add the Tailwind classes. So just add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. So this is the delete icon or trash icon. After that we have to add the edit icon to edit the resume. So let's add opening arrow pencil icon, import the icon, and then we have to add the classes for this icon. So here we have added these Tailwind classes, right? After adding it, let's save the changes and we will open the web page. So here you can see we have different color in these available resume, and here we have the action buttons or icon. When we hover on anyone, we have the delete icon and edit icon, right? And we have the icon here, that is file with pen. Then we have the resume title, and then we have the updated date. Correct? Next, we have to add the click functionality on this resume, and we'll also add the click functionality on these buttons, that is create resume and upload existing resume. So first we will start with this button, create resume. So when we will click here, it will open a pop-up or modal window where we can enter the resume title, and after that it will go to resume builder page. So to create that pop-up, let me just come back to the VS Code and scroll up, and here we will create one state that will either close or display that pop-up. So let me just duplicate this state, and here we'll add the state name. So the state name is so create resume, and the setter function name is set so create resume, and let's initialize it with boolean data false so that this pop-up will be hidden. After that, let me duplicate it, and here we'll add another state, that is so upload resume, and the setter function name is set so upload resume. It is also initialized with false. So we will open this pop-up when we will click on this second button, upload existing resume, right? So now let me just come back here, scroll down, and here we have the div where we have added the available resume. So let me collapse it, and after that here let's add some space, and here I'm going to add another div. Using that we can create a modal window or pop-up. So first we have to check the state here. So let's add curly braces, and we'll write so create resume, then and operator. So whenever it is true, then only we have to display that element. So here we'll add one form tag. So just add the form tag here. Now in this form tag, let's add the classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. After that, in this one we have to add a div. So we'll add a div here, and in this div let me add the title in h2 tag. So the title is create a resume, right? And after this title we have to add the input field. So this input field will accept the resume title. So let's add input. The input type will be text, and after that we will add the placeholder text. So in this placeholder, let's type enter resume title, and after that here we have to add some classes. So let me provide the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes and write required true. So this title will be required to create a new resume. After that, here we have to add one button also. So let's add the button tag, and in this button we have to add the text called create resume. So we'll add this create resume, and in this button we will provide some classes. So we have to add these Tailwind classes. After this button we have to add the icon also that will close this pop-up. So let's add opening arrow X icon, import it from the Lucid React, and after that in this one we'll add the class name property and provide some Tailwind classes to design this icon. And after that, here in this icon we'll add the onClick property. So just add the onClick property. In this onClick property we have to add one arrow function, and after that here in this arrow function we will call the setter function set so create resume, and let's make it false. so it will be hidden. And after that, let's add the comma and use the another function where we will clear the title that we have added in the input field. So whenever we will add anything in this input field, we have to store that data, right? For that, we have to create one state. So let's come here, duplicate this line, and here we will add the state name called title, and the setter function name is set title, and let's initialize it using empty string, right? And after that, let me duplicate it. Here we'll add the another state, that is resume, and the setter function name is set resume, and let's initialize it using null. So we will store the resume that we will upload in this state. After that, we'll add one more state here, so just duplicate it, and here we'll add the edit resume id, and then we'll add setter function set edit resume id. And after that, here we have to initialize it using empty string. So using this state, we can edit the title of the resume. So now let's use this setter function set title. So I'll just come here. Here we will add the setter function set title and provide empty string. So it will clear the data that we have entered in the input field. After closing this pop-up or model window. Now let me add the classes in this h2 tag. So in this h2 tag, we'll add the class name property and provide text excel and font bold and margin from the bottom. After that, here we have to add the onClick property in this div, right? And in this div, we have to add some classes also. So first we'll add the class name property, and let's provide these classes. And in this div, let's add the onClick, and in this onClick property, let's use the event and create the arrow function. Then we'll add event dot stop propagation and call this function. That's it. And after that, let's come here in this form tag. Now in this form tag, we have to add the on submit. So we have added on submit property, and here we will add a function that we have to create. So let's provide a function name create resume, and then we'll create this function also, right? And with that, here we'll add the onClick property also. So just add the onClick property, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, and then we'll add the setter function set so create resume, and let's make it false. So it will hide this model window when we will click anywhere else except this div. So in this div, we have added the title, input field and button. And when we'll click outside of this div, it will hide this pop-up using this setter function. And here we have added this create resume function. So let's create this function also. So I'll just come here. And before this use effect, let's add const create resume, and here let's add the asynchronous arrow function. And in this function parameter, we will get the event, and after that, here let's add the event dot prevent default. So it will prevent the web page from reloading. And after that, let's use the setter function set so create resume, and let's make it false, because after submitting the form we have to hide this pop-up, right? And after that, we have to navigate the users on builder page, so that after providing the resume title, we can build the resume. So here we have to use the navigate function, right? So first we have to import it. So let's come here and we will write const navigate equal to use navigate. So let me type use navigate and call this function, and we have to import it. So let's come here and we will type import curly braces use navigate and get it from the React router DOM. That's it. Now let's use this navigate function in this create resume, and here we have to provide the path for redirect. So let's add the backticks, then we will add /app, then /builder, then / and here let me add any dummy ID. So let me add resume 123 like this. So it will open this path where we can build a resume, right? And after that we have to open this pop-up whenever we will click on the first button. So in this div we have added two buttons, right? So let's come here in the first button. So in this first button we have to add the onClick property. So here let's add onClick and provide the arrow function, and in this arrow function we are going to call the setter function set so create resume, and let's make it true so it will open that model. That's it. Now save the changes and let's open the web page, and now we will click on this first button, that is create resume. So you can see it is opening this pop-up or model window, and here we can enter the resume title. You can see here we have the text enter resume title. If I click here, it is displaying this highlighted color, so we have to hide it. So I'll just come back and let me just open our index.css file. Now in this index.css file we have to add the CSS properties that will be applied for all the input fields available on this web page. So we'll add input not, and in this one let's add the type. So the type is checkbox, so it will be applicable for all the input except checkbox. And in this one let's add apply and provide the Tailwind classes like outline none, focus, then ring blue, then border blue, and rounded large. After that we will add the properties for the text area also. So let's add the text area, and in this one also we will add apply and provide the Tailwind classes like this. Now save the changes and come back here. If I click on this first button, you can see here we have this input field, right? Now it is looking good. Now in this one we can enter the resume title and we can click on this button. If I click on this cross icon, it will close this window. Let's click on this first button again, and if I click on this cross button or anywhere else in this dark area, then it will close it. And if I add any title like so we have added one resume title, and click on this button create resume, you can see it will open the builder page. You can see here we are on this resume builder page. You can see the text also resume builder page. So it is working fine. Now let me just come back to the previous page, that is dashboard page. And next we'll add the functionality in this second button, that is upload existing resume. Correct? So I'll just come back here in this VS Code and open our dashboard.jsx file. Correct? And after that, let me collapse this div. Then we have this form tag that will display the create resume pop-up. So let's collapse this one also. And after that, here before this closing div, we have to create another pop-up, right? So again we'll add curly braces, and in this one we will provide so upload resume and operators. So whenever it is true, then only we have to display the pop-up or modal window. So just add the parenthesis, and here we'll add the form tag. So in this one, let me just copy the form tag from the previous pop-up. So here we have the form tag. Let me just copy it and paste it in this one. And here we will update the data. So here, let me replace this create resume, and here we'll add the function upload resume. We have to create this function. After that, here we will update the setter function. So let's add set so upload resume and make it false. After that, here we have the text. So let's update the text here, that is upload resume. And after that, here we have the input field where you can enter the title, right? And in this one, we have to add the onChange property also. So here, let's add onChange. And in this onChange property, let's add the arrow function with event in the parameter. And here, let's add the setter function set title. And after that, just add e.target.value. And then we have to add the value property. So we'll add the value here, and it will be title state. Let me add the same thing in the previous one. So I'll just copy it and come here in this so create resume. And here also we'll add the same onChange and value. Now let's come here in the upload resume pop-up, and in this one you can see we have added the input field, right? And after that we have this button. So in this button we have to update the text. So the text will be upload resume, right? And after that, here we have the cross icon, and in this cross icon, let me update this onClick property. So in this onClick, let's use set so upload resume and make it false. So it will hide this pop-up. So here we have the button, and here we have the input field, right? So between this button and input field, we have to add a div where we have to display the upload icon and text, right? So here, let's add a div within this input field and button. So in this div, we will add the label tag. Now in this label tag, we have the HTML for property. So just add resume input. And after that, here we have to add some classes also. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Now within this label tag, we will add the text called select resume file, right? And after that, here we will add a div. Now in this div, we will add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes. Now within this div, we have to display the uploaded resume name if the resume is uploaded, and if it is not uploaded, then we will display the upload icon and text. So let's add curly braces and provide resume question mark. So if it is available, then we'll add this parenthesis, and here we'll add the p tag. Now in this p tag, we will add curly braces, this resume dot name, and after that, here we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property and text green 700. Now suppose this resume is not uploaded, so in that case we'll add colon, and here again add this parenthesis, and here we will add the fragment. Now in this fragment, we have to add the upload icon. So just add opening arrow, upload cloud, and import it from Lucid React. And in this one, we have to add the class name property. So provide these classes. Then we have to add the text called upload resume. So we will add this text in p tag like this. Now save the changes. So here we have added this pop-up. Using that, we can upload the existing resume. Next, you can see here we have added upload resume function name. So let's create this function. So I'll just come here, and before this use effect, we will add const function name upload resume equal to async arrow function, and after that here we'll get the event. So let's add the event in this parameter. After that we'll add the same thing. So let me just copy and paste it here. Here we'll add event.prevent default. After that we'll use this set so upload resume and make it false. And after that we have to navigate the users on app/builder/any resume ID. That's it. After adding it, we have to add the onClick property on the second button. So here you can see we have a div. So in this first one we have added the onClick. Now in this second one we will add onClick property. Now in this onClick property we have to add the arrow function like this, and after that here we have to call the setter function set so upload resume, and let's make it true so it will display that pop-up. After adding it, save the changes and open the web page. So now if I click on the second button, upload existing, you can see it is opening this pop-up. Here you can see the text upload resume, then we have the input field to enter the resume title, and here we have the text select resume file, then we have upload resume area, then we have this button upload resume. So here let me add any title, then we will choose any existing resume file. So if I click here, it is not working because we have not added the file input. So I'll just come back here and let's come here where we have created the pop-up. So it is here. So in this one, after this closing label tag, let's add the input. And in this input, we will add the type. So the type will be file so that we can upload a file. And after that, here we have to add the ID. And in this ID, let's add the same text, that is resume input. Just copy and paste it here. And after that, here we have to add the accept property. So we will accept the PDF file. So just add .pdf. Correct? So here we have added the accept file, that is .pdf. Right? And after that, here we'll add the hidden property so that it will be hidden, and when we'll click on the label tag, that will open the window to upload any PDF file. And after that, here we have to add the onChange property. So let's add onChange, and in this one, let's add the arrow function with the event in the parameter. Now here we'll use the setter function set resume, and then we'll add the e dot target dot files, and let's add index 0. So it will add this file in this state, that is resume state. After adding it, save the changes and let's open the web page. Now if I click on this upload icon, then it will open a window to upload a PDF file. So let me just click on this icon and upload any resume. So we have selected one PDF file and click on open button. So you can see the file name here, smithresume.pdf, and if I click on this upload resume, then it will open the builder page so that we can upload this resume and edit in this resume builder. It is working fine. So now let me just come back to the dashboard. So we have added the onClick property on this create resume and upload existing. After that, we have to navigate the users on resume page when we click on these resume list. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code, scroll down, and here you can see we have the grid layout. So in this one we have displayed the list of available resume that user has created from this app, right? So in this one we have to add the on-click property. So here we have the button, right? So in this button, let's add space on click, and in this on click let's add the arrow function, and then we'll add the navigate function. And in this navigate we have to provide the path. So just add the backticks /app/builder/ and then we'll add $ curly braces and provide the resume ID. So let's add resume ._id. You can see we are getting the individual resume data here, and in this one we'll get the _id property. That's it. So it will open this page. After adding it, if I open the web page and click on this first one, it is opening this page. You can see the URL /app/builder, and this is the resume ID, right? Now again come back here. Next we have to add the on-click property on this edit icon so that it will open the window where we can edit the resume title, right? So let me just come back, and here you can see we have the first pop-up, right? So let me just copy everything from here. Just copy this first pop-up and paste it after this one. And in this one, let me update the state. So here we'll add edit resume ID. So if it is true, right? And after that, here we have the on submit. So in this on submit, we'll add edit title. Then we will use this setter function here. Set edit resume ID and make it false, right? And after that, here we have the title. So in this title, we'll add edit resume title in this h2 tag. After that, here you can see we have the button, and in this button we'll add the text called update. That's it. And after that, here we have to update the setter function. So let's add the setter function called set edit resume ID, and in this one just provide empty string. After that, let me update this setter function also, set edit resume ID, and here also we'll add empty string. That's it. So you can see here we have added edit title. So let me create this function, that is edit title. So I'll just scroll up, and here we will add const edit title equal to async arrow function, and in this one we will get the event, and after that just copy and paste it here, event.prevent default. That's it. And after that, we have to open that pop-up whenever we will click on the pencil icon. So just scroll down. Here you can see we have the resume list. All resumes are there, right? And in this one you can see we have the pencil icon, right? So in this pencil icon we have to add the on-click property so that we can open the edit window. So here let's add on-click property, and here let's add the arrow function. Now in this one, let's add curly braces and provide the setter function set edit resume ID, and here we have to provide the resume ID. So let's add the resume ._id, and after that here we'll add colon and provide the set title, and in this set title let's add the resume .title. That's it. After adding it, let me just come back here, and now let me click on this pencil icon. So if I click here, it should open that window, but it is opening this URL. Let me just come back, click here, It is opening this page. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here we have trash icon and pencil icon, and it is added inside this div. So in this div, just add the onClick property, and here let's add the arrow function with the event in the parameter, and after that just add stop propagation. Save the changes, and now again try this. Let's click on this pencil icon. So you can see it is opening this window, and here we have the previous resume title, and here we can add a new title, right? We can delete it and write the new title, and click on this update button to update the resume title. And if I click on this cross icon, it will hide it. If I click on anywhere else, still it will hide it, right? Next we have to add the functionality for this delete icon, right? So for that we have to create a function. So I'll just come back and scroll up. Here we'll create a new function. So let me just duplicate it, and here we'll add the function name delete resume. It will be async arrow function, and in the parameter we have to get the resume ID so that we can delete that. After that, here we have to add one confirmation window. So just add const confirm equal to window dot confirm, and here we have to add the text. So let's add, are you sure you want to delete this resume? Now let's add the if condition. So we'll add if confirm is true, right? So in that case we will use the setter function set all resumes, and here let's add the arrow function with the previous data in the parameter, and then we'll add the previous dot filter, and after that let's add the individual resume and create the arrow function, and then we'll add resume dot underscore id not equal to resume id that we are getting from the parameter. So it will remove that resume id, right? Next we have to link this function. So just copy this function delete resume, and we will open the div. So here we have a div where we have the trash icon. So in this trash icon simply add onClick property, and in this onClick property let's add the arrow function and call the delete resume function and provide resume dot underscore id. That's it. Now save the changes and come back here, and if I click here, it is asking, are you sure you want to delete this resume? So just click OK. So you can see that resume has been deleted. So we have added the functionality for the dashboard page. After creating the dashboard, next we have to create the resume builder page. So if I click on this resume card, it will open this resume builder page where it will display the detail of existing resume. And if I come back and click on this create resume and enter any title and click on this create resume, so it will open this page to build this resume. Now to complete this page, let me just come back to the VS Code, and here if I open the sidebar and come to pages, in this pages you can see we have resume builder.jsx file, and here we have added this text resume builder page. So remove this text. Now in this one we have to create one state where we will store the resume data. So let's add one state here. So I'll write const resume data, and the setter function name is set resume data equal to user state, and let's add the initial value. So just add one object, and in this one we'll add underscore id property, and it will be empty string. After that let's add the next property, that is title, it is also empty string. Then we have to add the professional info. It will be one object. And after that we have to add professional summary. It will be empty string. Then we have to add the experience. So this experience will be one array. After that we will add the education property. It will be array. Then we'll add the project property. It will be array. And after that we'll add a skills. A skills will be array. Then we'll add the template. So by default we'll add the classic template. After that we have to add the accent color. So here we'll add this color code. And then we'll add one more property, that is public. So it will be false. So by default the resume will be private. So here we have created the resume data state. And after that, suppose we have any resume available and we have the resume ID in the URL, we will load the existing data. So here we will create a function. So just add const load existing resume equal to and create the async arrow function. Right? Now in this function, we will get the resume data from the resume ID and we will get the resume ID from the URL parameter. So here let's add const curly braces resume ID equal to use params, and let's import the use params from React router DOM. Now we have the resume ID. So let's come here in this function and here we'll add const resume equal to, let's use the dummy resume data available in the asset. Then we'll add dot find method and then we'll add the individual resume and create the arrow function. Here we'll add resume dot underscore ID equal to resume ID. So if it is available, then we'll get the resume data here, right? And after that, let's add the if statement. So if we have the resume, then what we will do, we will use the setter function, set resume data. And here let's add the data from this resume. After that, we will also update the browser title. So let's add document.title equal to resume.title, like this. Next, we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So here we will add the use effect. In this use effect, we will create the arrow function and add the dependency array. Now in this function, simply call load existing resume. So whenever the component gets loaded, it will execute this function, and if the ID is available in the URL, then we will add the resume data in this resume data state, right? And after that, let's come here in this return div. So in this div, first we have to add a back icon or back button. So in this div, let's add another div, and here we have to add the link tag. So let's add the link tag. We have to import the link from the React router DOM. So let me just add it here, and let's come here, and here we'll add link. So we have imported the link and use params from React router DOM. After that, just come here. Now in this link tag, we have to add the to property. So just add to, and in this one, just add the path. It will be /app. So when we'll click on the back button, it will open the dashboard page, right? Now in this one, we have to add the back icon. So let's add the opening arrow. Then we'll add arrow left icon. Import it from Lucid React. Now for this icon, we have to provide the class name size4. Then we have to add the text also. So let me add the text called back to dashboard. After that, here we will add the classes. So let's add the class name property in this div. So we have added these classes, and next we'll add the classes in the link tag. So here in this link tag, we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. After adding it, save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see we have this back arrow icon and text back to dashboard. If I click here, it will open this dashboard. If I click on this button, it will open this resume builder page, right? After that, here we have to create the columns. In the left column, we will display the input fields to add the resume data, and in the right side, we will display the preview of our resume. So let me just come back, and after closing of this div, here let's add a div. In this one, let me add the class name property. So we have added this class name here, and after that in this one we'll add another div where we'll add the grid layout. So let me provide the class name property again and provide grid, and for large and above screen we have added grid columns 12, then gap 8. After that, here we have to add the div for the left side and right side, correct? So first we'll add the comment here. So let me add the comment called left panel. That will be a form, right? In the left side we will add multiple forms. So here we'll add a div. After that, here we'll add comment. So the comment is right panel and it will be preview of our resume. So let's add the div here for the right side. So we have added two columns, left and right. So in the left side, we have to display the different section to add the resume data like personal data, summary, experience, education, projects, and skills. So we will create one data here. So let's come here before this return a statement. And here, let me write const sections, and it will be one array. Now in this array we will add multiple objects. So in the first object we will add the section ID. So the ID is personal and the name is personal info, and after that we have the icon. So in this one we have to add the user icon. So let me import the user icon from Lucid React. Just click here. So you can see the user has been imported from Lucid React, right? And after that, just come here and duplicate this line. Then in the second one, we will add the section ID summary. Then the section name will be summary. And after that, we have to add the icon here. So let's add the icon, that is file text imported from Lucid React. Now we'll again add one more section. So let's add ID experience and the name is experience, and we have the icon, and import the icon here, briefcase. After that, let me add another section that will be education. The name is education and icon is graduation cap imported from Lucid React. Next we'll add the projects section. So the ID is projects, name is projects, and the icon is folder icon. After that, let's add the skills section. So here we have added ID skills, name skills, and then we have the sparkles icon imported from Lucid React. So here we have added these sections, and after that we have to check the active sections, right? And we have to set the index. So here first we'll create a state for that. So here let me add the state const active session index, and the setter function name is set active session index equal to use a state, and initialize it with 0. So it will initialize the index with 0. After that, let me add one more state here that will be used in this page, that is remove background, and the setter function set remove background and initialize it using false. So after creating this state, here we have to create one variable where we will store the active section info. So let me create one variable here, const active section equal to, let's use the sections array, and here provide the index. So let me just copy this index and paste it here. So here we'll get the complete information of the active section, like this object, that is personal ID, then name is personal info and icon. So now we have the detail of the active section, and according to this active section we have to display the input forms. So let's come here in this left sidebar or left panel, and here we have created one div, right? So first we'll add some classes in this div. So we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes, and after that we'll add another div, and in this one also we'll add some classes. So let's add class name property and provide these classes. After that, here we have to create the progress bar. So let me add the comment first. I'll add the comment progress bar using active section index. So let's add the HR tag, and in this HR tag we have to add the classes so that we can set the background color of this progress bar. So we have added the border gray 200, right? And after that again add another HR tag, and in this one let me add the class name property and provide these classes. So here we have added the green color, right? Then we have to set the width of this HR according to the active index. So here we'll add the style property. So let's add the style property, curly braces, and provide the width. Now in this width, let's add backticks, $, curly braces, and provide the active section index. Here we have this. Just copy and paste it here. And in this one, let's add multiplied by 100, and then slash, let's add parenthesis sections dot length -1, and then we'll add %, and we have added the width here. Let me correct it. Here we have to add the dollar symbol. Now it is correct. So we have provided the width, so it will add the progress bar. If I open the web page, here you can see we have the gray color of line, right? And we don't have any green line because the index is 0, correct? Now after that we have to create the buttons. Using that we can navigate to different section using the next and back button. So let me just come back, and after this HR tag, here let me add the comment section navigation and create a div. Now in this div we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property here and provide these Tailwind classes, right? Now after that, here we have to add 2 columns. In the left side we'll add the buttons. Using that we can change the template and we can change the color, right? And in the right side we will add the navigation buttons. So let's add div here. We have added 2 div for the left and right side. Now in the right side, let me add the classes. So just add flex and items center. Now here let's add curly braces active section index not equal to 0. So if it is true, then we have to display the previous button, right? So in this parenthesis we'll add the button tag. Now in this button tag we have to add some classes. So let me add the class name property and provide these classes, right? And after that, here we'll add text, and with the text we'll add the icon also. So let me add the icon, So we have added this icon from Lucid React, and after that for this icon we have to set the size using this class name, and then we'll add the text here. So let's add this text previous. Now here we'll add disabled property for this button. So just add disabled equal to curly braces, and then we'll add the active section index equal to 0. So when the index is 0, then it will be disabled, right? And after that here we have to add the onClick property also. So let me add onClick, and then we'll add the arrow function. So what will happen here, when we click on this previous button, it will decrease the index. So let's use the setter function, set active index, and in this one we'll add the arrow function and provide the previous index as parameter. And after that let's add math.max, and in this one let's use the previous index minus 1, then we'll add comma 0. That's it. So here we have added the previous button, and after that we have to add the next button. So after this curly braces, here we have to add a button, right? So again we'll copy this button here. Now in this one we have to use the onClick property, and in this one let's add the previous index plus 1, and after that here we have to add min. Instead of this max we will add min, and then here we have to add the sections dot length minus 1. We have updated this onClick property, and after that here we have the classes. So let me update the classes also, right? So in this one let me add the backticks. So first we have to add the curly braces, then we will add the backticks here. Now in this one we will add these Tailwind classes, and after that we'll add $sign curly braces, and in this one we will use this index, and we will check the index if it is equal to sections dot length minus 1, and if it is true then we'll add the opacity. So let's add the opacity 50. After that here we will add the disabled property, and in this disabled property we will just check if the index is equal to sections dot length minus 1, then it will be disabled. After that here we have to add the text. So the text will be displayed here, and after that we have to display the icon. So the text is next, and then we will add the right icon from this Lucid React. Let me correct the icon, save the changes. After that if I open the web page, so here we have the next button, correct? Using this we can change the index so that we can add the other data. So first we'll add the personal info, then we'll add the summary, like that. So after that let me just come back here in our VS Code, and here we have added this div to navigate the sections, right? And after that we have to create the forms. Using that we can enter the data, right? So after this div, here let's add another div, and before that let me add the comment also. So we have added the comment form content, right? And here let's add the class name. So we'll add the space y6. After that here we have to check the active section ID. So let's add curly braces and provide the active section dot ID, and if the active section ID is personal, right? Then we have to display the input field to get the personal data. So just add the AND operator and parenthesis, and in this one we'll add the div where we'll add all the elements to get the personal information, right? So instead of adding the complete form here, we will create the separate component to get the personal information, and then we will mount that form here. For that, we have to create a component. To create the component, let's open the sidebar, and in this components folder, let's create a new file, and we will write the file name personalinfoform.jsx. Now let's create the component structure using RAFCE, and after that, in this component we will get the data using props. So here let's add curly braces to destructure the props data. So first we will get the data property. After that we'll get onChange. Then we will get remove background. Then we'll get the set remove background as props. So we are getting these data, and after that let's come here in this return statement. So in this one, first we will add the title in S3 tag. So let's add the title called personal information. After that we have to add the text in small text, so we will add the p tag, and here we will add this small text. Now let me add the classes for this title. So for this H3 we will add these classes, and then for the p tag we will add class name property and provide text small and text gray 600. After that, here we will add a div. Now in this div we will add the class name. So let me add the class name property and provide flex, item center and gap 2. Then we have to add the label tag. So let me provide the label tag here. Now in this label tag we have to add the ternary operator. So let's add curly braces. We will use the data dot image. So if the image property is available in the data, in this case we will add this parenthesis, and here we will add the image tag. So let me add the img tag. Now in this image src, let me add curly braces and provide the type of then data dot image. Let's add equal to a string. So if the type is a string, then we'll add the question mark and provide the data dot image. And if the type is not equal to a string, then we'll add the colon and provide the URL dot create object URL. And in this one, let me provide this data dot image. So it will create the image URL. After that, here we have the alt property. So in this alt property, let me add the text called user image. After that, in this one we'll add the classes also. So in this image tag, we have added the class name property and provide these classes. Now here we'll add the colon after this parenthesis. So if the data dot image is not available, so in that case again add this parenthesis, and here we will add a div. Now in this div we have to add the user icon, right? So let's add user and import it from Lucid React. It has been imported. After that, here we have to add the class name. So we'll add the class name property, and for this one we will set the size, then we'll add the padding, then border and round it full so that it will be a circle. After that, here we have to add the text also. So let me add the text called upload user image. So if the user image is available in the data, it will be displayed here. And if it is not available, it will display the user icon and the text called upload user image. After that, in this div, we have to add the classes. So let's add the class name property here and provide these classes. To design this upload icon with the text. After that, let's come here, and before this closing label tag, we will add the input tag, right? And the input type will be file, so that we can upload a file. Now in this one, we'll add the accept property, and in this accept property, we have added image/jpeg and image/png. So here we can upload the image file using this input field. After that, in this one, we'll add the class name hidden. So this input field will be hidden, and then we'll add the onChange property. So let's add onChange. And in this onChange, we have to add the arrow function, and in this function parameter, we will get the event. So let's add the event here, and after that, here we have to call a function. So first we will create that function, that is handle change. So let's scroll up, and here before this return a statement, let's add const handle change equal to arrow function. Now in this function, we will get the field and value, that will be the field name and value, right? And here we will add onChange, that we are getting as a props, right? And in this one, let's add the object where we'll add the existing data. So we have added the spread operator, and after that we'll add the property. So the property name will be field, and in this one we will update the value like this. And now let's provide this handle change in this input field. So in this input field, we have added the onClick property, and in this onClick property, let me provide this handle change function. After that, here we have to add two data, that is the field and value, right? So let's come here, and in this one, we'll add the field name image. Then we'll add the comma and provide the value. So the value will be e.target.files index 0. So the selected image will be added in this function. After that, let me come here after closing of this label tag. Here we'll add the curly braces, and we will check the type of data.image, right? So if the type is equal to object, so if it is true, then we'll add the AND operator, and here let's add this parenthesis, and in this one we will add a div. Now in this div, we have to add the text. So let me add the text in p tag, that is remove background, correct? And after that, here we have to add the label tag. Let me remove this property from this label. And after that, in this one, we have to add one input field. But before that, let me add the classes also. So let's start with this div. So here I'm going to add the class name property and provide flex column, gap 1, padding left, and text small. Then in this label tag, again we'll add the class name property, and here we will add the relative. So the position will be relative. Then we have added inline flex, then item center, cursor pointer, and text gray 900, and then we have added the gap. After that, in this one, we will add the input field. So the input type will be checkbox. Then we will add the classes here. So let's add the class name property and provide sr only peer. After that, here we have to add the onChange property. So let's add onChange equal to and provide one arrow function. And in this one, let's use the setter function set remove background. And in this one, we have to provide the previous data and create the arrow function. And here we'll add not of previous. And after that, let's add the checked property. And in this checked property, we will add remove background. That's it. After that, here we have to add one div. So I'll add the div here. And in this div, we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provided this Tailwind class. And after that, here we have to add the span tag. So after closing of this div, here we will add the span tag. Now in this span tag, we have to add the class name property and provide these classes. That's it. So here we have added the input field. Using that, we can remove the background of the uploaded image, and here we have added the icon. Using that, we can upload an image, and here we have the image that will be displayed if the user data already have an image. Right. After that, we have to mount this component. So let me just come back here in the resume builder. In this resume builder, you can see here we have added one div, right? So instead of this div, let me provide our component. So let me add personal info form component. So it has been imported, right? And after that, in this one, we have to add the data as props. So let me add the data. And in this one, just provide the resume data dot personal info. After that, here we have to add the on change. So let's add the on change. And in this on change, we'll add the arrow function. And here in this function parameter, we will provide the data. And in this function, it will call the set resume data. And in this set resume data, we will add the arrow function with the previous data in the parameter. And here let's add this parenthesis and curly braces. Then we'll add a spread operator previous, comma, personal info, and the value will be data. After that, here we have to add the other props. So let's add a space here, and then we'll add remove background equal to curly braces, and let's provide remove background here. After that, let's add the setter function set remove background equal to curly braces, and here we will provide set remove background. So we have provided the props. After that, if I open the web page, after that, here you can see we have this personal information, then this text get started, and then we have the user's image, right? Because here we have the resume ID, right? And with this resume ID, we have some data available in the assets. If I come back to the dashboard and go to this create resume, and here if I add any resume title and click on this button, where you can see the user profile icon and the text upload user image, so that we can upload an image here. So let me upload an image. Let me choose this one. So after that, you can see here we have the toggle button. Using that, we can remove the background after uploading, right? So right now this image is already transparent, but when we'll upload the image with background, you will get the option to remove the background of that image. We will implement this feature while creating the backend. You can see we have this toggle button, right? So this is how you can upload the profile image for your resume, and after that we have to display the input fields to get the profile information. That will be the personal information, right? So let me just come back and let's open personal info form.jsx. In this one, here we have the closing label tag, then closing div, and this curly braces, and this closing div. So here we will add the space, and here we have to display the list of input field, right? So instead of creating all the input fields one by one, let me create the array. So here let's add a new array. So before this return a statement, we will add const, and the name is fields equal to array, and in this one let's add the data in object. So in the first one, let me add key. So the key will be full name, then we will add the label, that is full name, then we have the icon, that is user, right? So user icon is already imported from Lucid React. Then we have the type, so the type will be text and required will be true. Then we'll add the comma, and let's duplicate it. In the second one, we'll add the key, that is email. So the second input field will be for the email. After that, we have to add the label text. So the label text will be email address. After that, here we have to add the icon. So I'm going to use the mail icon imported from Lucid React. Then the type will be email. So here we'll add the type email. Then we have to add required true, correct? Similarly, we will add the other fields data. So here we have added the key, phone, label will be phone number, then icon is phone. Import the phone from Lucid React. Then the type is telephone. After that, let me add the next field information, that is location, and here we'll import the icon map pin, and the type is text. After that, we will add the next input field data. So the next one will be profession. Then we have the icon here. So let's import the icon briefcase business. And after that, let's add the new data for input field. So it will be LinkedIn. Here we have the label text LinkedIn profile, and then we have the icon. So import the icon from Lucid React, and after that the type is URL. Next, we'll add one more input field for the website URL. So here we have added key, that is website, label text is personal website. Then we have the icon. So let's import the icon globe, and the type is URL. So we will create these input field in the personal information, right? So here we have added the array, and using this array, we will display all the input fields using the map method. So let's come here and let's add curly braces fields dot map. After that, here we'll add the arrow function, and in this one, first we'll add const icon equal to the field, and we will get the field from the parameter. So in this parameter, we will get the individual field from this array, right? And from this field, we will get the icon property. So here we have the icon, and then we'll add the return statement, and in this return, let's provide a div. Now in this div, first we'll add the key property. So in this key, we will provide field.key. Then we have to add the class name here, and in this class name, we will provide a space y1 and margin top 5. Then we'll add the label tag here. And after that, in this label tag, we have to provide some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Now in this label tag, we have to add the icon. So let's add the icon from here. right? And after that, for this icon, we have to provide the size. So just add the class name property size 4. Then we have to add the label text here. So just add curly braces and this field dot label. So it will add the label text after this icon. Then we'll add curly braces and provide field dot required. And if it is true, then we'll add the span tag. And in this span tag, let's add the class name property and provide the color red 500, and here we'll add a star, right? So here we have added the label, and after this label we have to add the input field. So let's add the input, and the type will be field dot type. So let's add curly braces field dot type. Then we have to add the value. So in this value we'll add the data, and from this data let's get the field dot key name. And if it is not available, then we'll add the OR operator, and here we'll add empty string. After that, here we have to add onChange, and in this onChange we have to add the arrow function with the event in the parameter. And after that, here we'll add handle change, right? So you can see the handle change is available here, right? So in this handle change we have to add two data, that is the field name and value. So let's add the field dot key. Then we will add the comma and provide e dot target dot value. After that, in this input field we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property, and here we have provided these Tailwind classes. Then we have to add the placeholder, right? So just add the placeholder, and in this one we'll add the curly braces, then backticks, and provide enter your, and then we'll add $ curly braces and provide field dot label dot to lowercase. And after that, here we'll add required, and in this required let's provide the field dot required property. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the input fields to add the full name, email address, phone number, location, profession, LinkedIn profile link, and website link. So here we can fill the personal information, right? So when you create a new resume, you need to enter this data. And after that, if I come back and let's open any existing resume like this one, here you can see we have the pre-filled data because this is the existing resume, and if you want to change it, you can change the data in this input field. Next, we have to display our resume in the right side. Correct. So to display our resume in the right side, let me just come back to the VS Code. We will open this resume builder.jsx file, and after that, let's come here in the right panel. Correct. And here you can see we have added one div. Now in this div, we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. After that, here we have to add one div, right? And in this div, we will add different buttons where we will add the share button, then public or private button, and we will also add the download button. So for now, let me add the comment here, buttons, right? After displaying this button, we have to display our resume, right? We will preview the resume, correct? So to display the resume, here we have to create a separate component. So for now, let me write the comment here. resume preview. It will be added here, right? So let's create a separate component for resume preview. So I'll open this sidebar and let's create a new component here. In this components folder, we'll create a new file, resume preview.jsx. And after that, here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. And then here in this return statement, we have this div. So let's add the class name property. And here we'll add width full, and we'll also add the background gray 100. Then let's add the div here. In this div, we'll add the ID. So the ID is resume preview. Then we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property. And in this one, let's add curly braces. Then we will add the Tailwind classes like this. And after that, here we'll add plus. And then we have to add the classes here that we will receive from the props, right? So here we have to destructure the props. So just add the curly braces here. In this one, we will get the data. Then we will get the template. And after that, we will get the accent color. Then we have to get the classes. And in this one, let's add the default value. So the default value is empty string. And let's add the classes here. So here we have added one div. Now in this div, we have to render the template. We have already created 4 templates for the resume. You will find the template in the asset file that you have downloaded from the video description. So you can see we have the asset folder. In this assets folder, we have the templates, right? You can see we have the templates here. And in this one, we have 4 templates. So let me just copy this templates folder. Let's copy it. And after that, just open our project folder, then client and src, then components. And in this components, we will paste this templates. So we have provided the templates in the components. Now just come back. And after that, here, let's add the template. So to get the template, before this return statement, we have to create a function. So I'll write const render template equal to arrow function. And in this one, we will use the switch case statement. So just add switch case, and here we'll add the key. So the key will be template, and here let's add the case. So if the template key is modern, let me add it in double quote. So if the case is modern, in that case, let's add return. And here we will add the modern template. So let's add opening arrow, modern template. We are not getting that suggestion here, right? So first we'll add the import statement. And if I open this sidebar, and here you can see we have the templates in the components, right? And here we have the modern, minimal, then minimal image, and then classic, correct? So let's import all these templates here. So let's add the name, import classic template from, and provide the path /templates/ classic template, like this. Now let's duplicate it, and here we will replace the name. So let's add modern template, and here we'll add the file modern template. Then we'll add the minimal template, and here we'll add the file name minimal template. Then we'll add minimal image template, and here we'll add minimal image template. After that, let's come here in this return, and here we are going to add modern template tag, and let's close it. After that, in this one we have to add the data as props, and then we'll add the accent color, and we'll get the accent color from this props. Now let's add the next case. So remove the break from here. Here we'll add semicolon, and after that let me just duplicate this line. Here we'll add the case. So the case will be minimal, and here we will add the minimal template. Then the data will be same, and after that let's add the next case. Duplicate this line. Here we'll add the image or minimal image. Then we'll add template here, minimal image template. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add the next case. We can also set it as default. So let me come back here, remove this line, and in this default we will add return. And after that just copy this, paste it here, and let's update the template, that is classic template. So here we have added the switch case. If the case is modern, then we'll display the modern template. If the case is minimal, then we'll display minimal template, then minimal image template, then classic template. So the default one is classic. After that, let's call this function here in this div. So in this div, simply add curly braces and call this function render template, right? And after that, here we have to add the style also. So after closing of this div, let me add the style tag, and here we'll add JSX. So we have added a style open and closing tag with JSX here, and after that in this one we'll add curly braces backticks, and in this one we have to add these CSS properties. You can write from here. We have added these CSS properties for our preview page. After that, we have to mount this component in our resume builder page. So let me just come back here in the resume builder, and you can see here we have the resume preview comment, right? So let me remove this comment and provide the resume preview component. This component has been imported. Here we will provide the data, so it will be resume data. After that, we have to provide the template here, right? And in this template, let's add the resume data dot template. After that, here we have to add the accent color, and let's add resume data dot accent color. Save the changes and let's open the web page. So you can see in the right side we have the preview, but it is not perfectly aligned. So let me fix it. Here we have added the class name 2 times. So let me update it. Just correct this class name, save the changes. And now you can see here we have the resume in the right side. So here we have complete information because this is the existing resume. If I just come back here and click on this create resume and add the resume title, click on this button. So now you can see here we have the input field to enter the personal information, and in the right side it will display the preview. So let me add the information one by one. So here we'll write the name. After that we'll add the email. Then we have to add the phone number. Then we'll add the location. We can see the live preview of our resume in the right side. Here we have added the name, then email, then phone number, location. Let's add the profession. We can add the LinkedIn profile and personal website. So let's add the link here. You can see all the information is displayed in the right side. So currently we have added the personal information only, right? If I choose the image, let's choose this image. So you can see this image is added here, but it is not displayed in the right side because this is the different template. If I choose the another template, then this image will be added in this resume preview. So here we have to add the option so that we can change the template and we can also change the accent color. For that, let me just come back here. And in this resume builder.jsx file, we have created this div, that is section navigation, right? Let me expand this. In this one, you can see we have the div where we have the next and previous button, and before that we have added one empty div, right? So in this empty div, we are going to create the buttons. Using that, we can change the template and we can also change the accent color, right? So for that, we have to create two other component, that is the template selector and color picker, right? So let's create a new component here. So in this components folder, create a new file, template selector .jsx, right? And after that, in this one, we have to add RAFCE to create the component structure. And after that, here we'll get the data from props. So let's destructure the props here. We will get selected template and on change. After that, here we have to add a state. So let me write const is open and the setter function name is set is open equal to use a state, and let's initialize it using false. After that, here we have to add the template data. So let's add const templates equal to an array. In this array, let's add the first template information. So let's add the template ID, that is classic. Then we'll add the template name, so it is also classic. After that, we have to add the preview. So in this preview property, we have added this text. Now let me add the comma here and duplicate this object. Here we'll add the ID, that is modern. Then we'll add the text, it is also modern. After that, in this preview, we have to update the description of this template like this. Similarly, we will add the data for two other template. So here we have added the data for minimal image template and minimal template. So we have total 4 templates. And after that, let's just come here in this div. In this div, we will add the class name property and provide relative. So the position will be relative. Then we'll add the button here. In this button, we have to add the icon and we'll also add the text, right? So first, let's add the icon here, that is layout, imported from the Lucid React, right? And after that, here we have to set the size 14. So just add the size 14 for this layout. Then we have to add the text here. So we will add the text in a span tag. In this span tag, we'll add the text called template. Then we'll add the class name property, and in this class name, we will provide hidden. After that, here in this button, we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property here and provide these classes. Now in this button, we will add onClick and create the arrow function here. In this function, we will simply call the setter function set is open and provide not of is open. So if it is open, it will close it, and if it is closed, it will open it, right? And if it is open, then we have to display the list of available template, right? So just after this button, we will add curly braces and provide is open. If it is true, then we have to display the list of templates. So here we have added this parenthesis where we'll add a div. In this div, we will display all the templates. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and then let's use the array. So just add the templates array dot map method. Now in this map method, we will create the arrow function where we will get the individual template in the parameter. And after that, here we have to add the parenthesis where we'll add a div. So it will return a div. Now in this div, we have to add the key property. So let's add the key property, and it will be template dot id, right? After that, we'll add the onClick property also. And in this onClick, we will add the arrow function, and here let's call the onChange function. Now here we have to add the template dot id. After that, we'll add the semicolon and provide setter function set is open, and let's make it false. So after selecting it, it will hide the list. Now in this one, we have to add the classes also. So we'll add the class name property, and then let's add curly braces backticks. So here we will add these Tailwind classes, and after that we have to check the selected template, right? So let's add $, curly braces, and let's add selected template is equal to the template dot id, right? And you can see we are getting the selected template from this props, correct? So let's come here. So if it is true, so in that case, let's add question mark, and here we have to provide the classes. So let's add border blue 400, then background blue 100. And if it is false, then we'll add the colon and provide border gray 300, then hover background color. That's it. And after that, in this one, we have to add curly braces and provide the selected template equal to template dot id. If it is true, then we'll add this parenthesis, and here we'll add a div. Now in this one, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide absolute top to right to, and then we'll add the div here. And in this div, we have to add the check icon. So let's add check imported from Lucid React. Then we have to add the classes for this icon. So let's add the class name property and provide width, height, and text white. Then we will add the classes for this div. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. So here we have the check icon, correct? And after that, here let's add a div. Now in this div, we will add the text in h4 tag. So the text will be template name, right? So just add curly braces template dot name. Then we have to add the description, that will be template dot preview. So let's add the div here, and in this div we will add curly braces template.preview. Next we have to add the classes. So in this div we will add the class name property and provide a space y1. Then we will add the classes in the template name. So we'll add the class name and provide font medium text gray 800. Then we have to add the classes in the template preview. So let's add the class name and provide these Tailwind classes. Let's save the changes, and after that we have to mount this template selector. So again open resume builder, and in this resume builder, in this div we have to mount this component. So let's add template selector. It is mounted here. After that here we have to provide the props. So let's add the selected template and provide resume data dot template. After that here we have to add on change. In this on change, let's add arrow function, and here we will add the set resume data, and in this one let's add this template as parameter, correct? And in this one let's add the previous data and create the arrow function. Then we have to add the parenthesis and add one object. Here we will use the previous data using this separate operator, and after that in this one we have to update the template. So just add the template here. That's it. So here we have added the template selector. Let me add the space so that you can see clearly. Now in this div we have to add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. So this div will contain the template selector button, and we will also add one color picker button. So for now we have added this button only, template selector. Save the changes and come here. So now you can see here we have the template selector button, right? And if I click here, it is opening the list of available template, right? From here we can choose different template. If I choose modern, this click is not working, so let me just come back. I'll open the template selector. In this one, let's see where we have added on change. Let me just correct it. It will be capital C, on change. Now just come back, and you can see we can choose the template from here, right? If I select the first one, classic, here this is the classic template design. Let's choose the second one, modern. This is the modern. If I choose the third one, minimal image. So here we have the profile image also in this template. Let's choose the fourth one. So this is the fourth design, right? It is working fine. Next, we have to display the button to choose the accent color for the template. Here we have one bottom line below this button, right? So let me remove it. I'll just come back here. You can see in this div we have added these classes. So let me correct it. Here we'll add the class name flex, then we'll add item center, then remove these classes, and here we will only add gap 2 like this. Now we don't have that underline. It is looking good. After that, here we'll add the second button. So just come back here, and next we'll create the another component, that is color picker. So let's open the sidebar, and in this components we'll create a new file. Write the file name colorpicker.jsx, and after that here we'll add the component structure using RAFCE, and then here we'll add multiple colors in an array. So let's add const, and then we'll add the variable name colors equal to array, and after that in this array let's add the first color. So let's add the color name and value. So we have added the object with the name blue, and value is this color code. Similarly we will add other colors. So let me add multiple color name and value here like this. After that, here we'll add the curly braces to destructure the props. So let's add on change and selected color. So we'll get this data from the props. After that, here also we have to display the drop down. So just add const. Then we'll add is open. Setter function name is set is open and initialize it using false using the user state. So import the user state here. User state has been imported. Right. After that, just come here in this div, and in this div we'll add the class name and provide relative. And then we have to add the button here. So let me add the button tag. Now in this button we have to add the icon. So just add the icon here, palette. It will get imported from the Lucid React and we will set the size 16. After that, we have to add the span tag. In this span tag, we'll add the text, which is ascent. And after that, we'll add the classes here. So let's add the class name property and provide hidden for the max SM. After that, let's add the classes for this button. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. And now in this button, we'll add the onClick property. So let's add onClick. In this onClick property, we will add the arrow function. And here, let's call the setter function set is open. And after that, in this one, we'll add not of is open. So if it is open, it will close it. So here we have added this. After that, we have to display the list of color, right? So here, let's add the space, curly braces, is open. If it is true, then only we have to display the list of colors, right? So just add the AND operator, then parenthesis, and here we'll add a div. Now in this div, we have to add the classes to create the grid layout. So we have added these Tailwind classes, and after that we will use the colors array. So let's add the colors array dot map method. And here let's add the arrow function with this individual color in the parameter. Then we'll add this parenthesis, and here it will return a div. Now in this div, we have to add the key property, and in this key property, we will provide the color dot value. After that, we have to add the class name here, and let's provide the classes for this div. Now in this one, we have to add the onClick property also. Using that, we can change the active color. So let's add the onClick, and in this onClick, let's add the arrow function, and then we will call the onChange. And in this onChange, we have to add the color dot value. That's it. So here we have added the onClick. Using that, we can change the selected color, right? Now in this one, we have to add a div. Now in this div, we'll add the class name property, and then we'll add curly braces, backticks, and here let's provide these classes, right? Or we can simply write it in single quote like this. It will work. And after that, here we have to add the style property. In this style property, we'll add curly braces. Then let's add the background color. And in this background color, we'll add the color dot value. So here we have added one div. Using that, we will display a colored circle, right? So that we can choose different color. After that, just come here after closing of this div. This is the div opening and closing tag. And after that, here we'll add curly braces, and let's add the selected color equal to, and provide the color dot value. So if it is selected color, then we'll add the AND operator and parenthesis, and in this one we will add a div. Now in this div, we have to add the check icon. So just add the check icon here, and it will get imported from Lucid React. And after that, in this check icon, we have to set the size and color. So here we have added the white color and size 5. Next, in this div, we have to add the classes. So let's add the class name and provide these classes like this. Now after that, here we have to add the text also. So let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add curly braces and provide the color name. So just add color.name. Now for this p, we'll add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes, right? Now let's mount this component in our resume builder. So let's open resume builder.jsx, and after this template selector, here let's mount color picker component. Now here also we have to provide the props. So let's add the selected color, and it will be resume data dot accent underscore color, right? And after that we'll add on change, and in this on change let's add the add a function, and in this function parameter we will get the color, and it will return the setter function set resume data, and in this one let's add the add a function with the previous data in the parameter. Then we'll add the parenthesis object and use the spread operator, provide the previous data, then comma accent color, and it will be color. That's it. After mounting this color picker component here, let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this button to change the accent, right? Now let me change the template first. I'll choose this modern template, and if I click on this accent button, here we have the list of colors, right, with the icon and text. So let me choose this green. So you can see it is changing the template color. Let's choose pink. Let's choose black. It looks good. Let me change the template. I'll choose classic, and now change the color. You can see the text in green color. Now you can see the text in pink color, orange. Let's choose the other template. I'll choose minimal, and let me choose this purple. Here you can see the icon in purple color. Let's choose pink. You can see the icon in pink color, right? So when we choose the color, it should hide this drop down, right? So for that, let me just come back here, and we will open the color picker.jsx file, and in this one you can see we have added the on change, right? So in this on change we have added this color.value, and after that we'll add semicolon and provide set is open, and let's make it false. Save the changes and come back here. Now if I click on green, the green will be selected, and you can see the icon in green color, these icons, right? And the drop down is hidden. Now let me change the color or template. So let's choose the modern template. You can see the template in green color, and if I click on this accent and choose the pink, you can see the template in pink color. So this feature is working fine, and here we have the input field so that we can enter the resume detail, that is the personal info. After that, here we have the next button. So when we will click the next button, it should display the next section where we will add the other details, and when we go to the next section, you can see this progress bar is increasing. So after this personal information section, we have to display the summary section. To create the input field for summary section, we will come back to the VS Code, and here we will create a new component. So let's create a new component in this folder. Write the file name professional summary form.jsx. Now we will add RAFCE to create the component structure. Now in this one, we will get some data from props right? So here we will destructure the props. In this one, we will get the data, then we will get the onChange function, then we will get setter function set resume data. Now after that, let's come here in this div. So in this div, first we have to add a space. So we'll add the class name property here, and let's provide a space y4. Now we'll add another div, and in this div, let me provide the classes. So here let me provide class name property with flex item center justify between. So here we have to add the data in 2 columns. In the left side, we'll add the text like professional summary and small text, and in the right side we will display the button. Using that, we can enhance our summary using AI. So here let's add 2 div, or let me add the div for the left side, and for the right side we will add the button. So in this div we have to add the title, that is professional summary. So here we'll add the s3 tag, and let's add the text professional summary. And after that, here we have to add the classes also. So we have added these classes, and then we have to add some text in the p tag. So first we'll add the p tag and provide this text, and for this one we have to change the text size. So we have added text small and text color gray 500. Then in the right side we will display the button, right? So in this button, first let's add one icon. So I'll add a sparkles icon imported from Lucid React, and in this icon we have to set the size using size 4, and then we have to add the text. So the text is AI enhance, and after that, in this one let's add some classes also. So in this button we have added these Tailwind classes. After adding it, let's come here after closing of this div, this one. Here we will add one div, and in this one we will add the text area where you can write your resume summary, right, or your profile summary. So in this one we have to add some space from the top using this margin top, and the margin top is 6. And after that, here we have to add the text area. So in this text area we can enter our text, right? So for this text area, first let me add some classes. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and instead of adding this closing text area, let me add the self closing tag like this. We will close it here and remove this closing text area. Now in this one we will add the placeholder. So just add the placeholder property, and here we will add the text. So we have added this text in the placeholder, right? And after that, in this text area we have to add rows. So here we'll add rows and provide 7. And after that, in this one we have to add the value and onChange property. So first we'll add the value here, and in this value we'll add curly braces data, and then we'll add the OR operator and provide empty string. Then we'll add the onChange property here, and here let's add the arrow function and get the event in this parameter. Then we'll add onChange function that we are getting as props. Let me make it capital C, onChange, and in this one we will add e.target.value. You can see we are getting the onChange from here, right? And after that, here we have the text area, and Below this text area, we'll add the text in p tag. So we have added the p tag, and in this p tag, we have added this text, right? And for this text, let's add some classes. So provide the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes, right? Now we have created this component where you can enter the professional summary for your resume. Next, we have to mount this component in our resume builder. So let's open resume builder.jsx file, scroll down, and in this one, here you can see we have mounted the personal info component, right? And for that, first we are checking the active session ID. So similarly, we will add the next component. So again, we'll add curly braces. And in this one, let's check the active session ID equal to summary. So when the active session is summary, then we have to display our summary component. So we have added the AND operator, then parenthesis, and after that, here let's provide professional summary form component, and let's close this tag. Now here we have to provide the data as props. So let's add the data, and let's add the resume data here. Then we have to add the onChange function. But in this data, we will not just add the resume data, we will also add resume data dot professional underscore summary. So we will provide this data. And after that, let's add onChange and provide the arrow function. And here we will add data as parameter, and then it will return the setter function set resume data. And here let's add the arrow function with the previous data in parameter, and after that let's return one object. Just add a spread operator, then previous data, comma, professional underscore summary colon data. And after that, here we have to provide the setter function set resume data, and it will be set resume data. That's it. After adding it, let's open the web page. Now you can see we are in the first section, that is personal information. After that, just click on this next button. So you can see we are in the professional summary section, right? Here we can write our summary for this resume, and here we have the button called AI Enhance. Then we have some tips here to write the summary. Now when we will write the summary, it will be displayed in our resume template, right? So let me add one small summary here. So here we have added this text. So now you can see this summary is displayed here. Now let me change the color. I'll choose this color. So it is updating the template color. Let me choose the modern theme. So we have updated the theme. Here also you can see the summary. Let me switch to next theme. Here also we have this summary. So you can see all the templates are working fine. We can switch to modern, classic, or minimal image template, right? Now we have to create our next section where we can enter the experience, that will be job or work experience. So let me just come back here, and we have to create the next component. So here let's open the sidebar. In this components folder, let's create a new component with the name experienceform.jsx. And in this one, we will add RAFCE to create the component structure. And after that, here we will get the data as props. So here we will get the data and onChange function, right? And after that, here we have to create a div. So here in this div we will add the class name property, and first we'll add the a space from y. After that, let's add another div, and in this div we have to add the text, and in the right side we'll add the button, correct? So let me just copy from the previous one. I'll open the previous component, which is here. So in this one you can see we have added this div, right? So let me just copy it and paste it here. So in this one you can see we have the left side div where we have the text. So let me update the text here. I'll write professional experience. Then we will add the small text here. So in this one we have added add your job experience, and in the right side we have added the button. So in this button we'll add text called add experience, and after that here we have to update the icon. So instead of this sparkles, I'll add plus imported from Lucid React. So here we have added this button, and in this one you can see we have some classes like disabled. So let me remove it. After adding this button, let's come here and we have to create a function using that we can add the experience. So before this return a statement, let's add a space, and here we'll add a function. So just add const add experience and create the arrow function. Now in this one, let's create one object. So we have added const new experience, and it will be one object. So in this experience we have to add the company details. So we will add the properties like company, then we'll add the position, then we will add a start date, then end date, description, and is current. So by default it will be false. And after that, here we will add the onChange, and in this onChange let's add the array where we will add a spread operator, data, and then provide new experience. That's it. Now let's add the function using that we can remove the experience, correct? So let me just copy this one, or I'll write here a new function const remove experience, and it will be one arrow function, and in this one we will get the index as parameter. So we have added the index as parameter, and after that let's add const updated equal to data dot filter, and in this filter let's add the arrow function, and here we'll add underscore comma I for the index, and here let's add I not equal to index. So it will remove that particular experience using this index number, and after that let's call onChange function and provide updated. Next we will add the function using that we can update the experience, right? So let me just duplicate this, and we will rename the function. It will be update experience. Here we'll get the index, and after that we'll get the field and value. Then we'll add the updated data in a variable. So here we'll add const updated, and after that let's add the array a spread operator data. After that let's add the updated, then index. equal to, let's add the object, a spread operator, updated, then index, and after that let's add the field, and for this field let's add the value. So using this we can update the experience data, right? And after that let's come here in this return. So you can see we have added this button, right? So in this button we have added the text called add experience. So here we have to add the onClick property. In this onClick property we will call the add experience function. That's it. Now let me fold this div, or let it be, and just come here before this last closing div. We will add the space here, and here we will add the curly braces, and we will add the ternary operator. Let's add the data dot length. So if we have the experience data available, right? So let's add, if the data dot length equal to 0, then we have to add one div here when we don't have any experience data, and here we'll add the colon and parenthesis, and in this one we'll add the another div that will be displayed when we have any data, right? So when we don't have the experience data, let's complete this div. So in this one let's add the classes first. So we have added the class name property and provided these Tailwind classes, and after that we have to add the icon. So let's add briefcase. So we have added this icon from Lucid React, and after that in this icon we have to change the size and color using this classes. Then we have to add the text here. So we will add the text, no work experience added yet. Then we'll add the text in another p tag, and here let me write click add experience to get started, and in this one we have to change the font size. So just add class name text small, right? And after that let's come here in this second div. So in this second div we have to display the existing experience data. So in this one first let's add the space. So we'll add the class name property and provided this space from y. Then we'll add curly braces, the data dot map method. Now in this map method we have to add the arrow function, and this arrow function will return a div. So just add parentheses and a div. Now in this function parameter we will get individual experience and index like this. Now just come here in this div, and here first we have to add the key property. So let's add key, it will be index, and then we have to add the classes, right? So here we'll add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes in this div. After that here let me add one div. In this one we'll add the experience with the index number, and after that we'll add the button, right? So in the button we'll add the delete icon or trash icon so that we can remove that experience. So in this div let me add some classes first. Let's add class name property and provided these classes. Then we'll add the title in h4 tag. So the title will be experience has, and then we'll add curly braces index. So the index starts from 0. So here we'll add +1. So it will display 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. And after that here we'll add the button also. So just add the button tag, and in this button tag we have to add the trash icon. So just add trash2 imported from Lucid React. Now in this one we have to set the size. Next we have to add the CSS properties in the button. So just add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes. Now in this button we have to add the onClick property also. Using that we can remove the experience. So just add onClick, and in this onClick let's add the arrow function, and it will call the function called remove experience, and here we have to provide the index. That's it. After that, let's come here after closing off this div, and here let's add another div. In this one we have to add the input field. Using that we can update the experience. So let's add class name property here and provide these classes, and then let's add the first input field. Now in this one the type will be text, and after that we'll add the placeholder. So the placeholder will be company name, and then we'll add some classes here. So just add class name property and provided these classes. Next, here we have to add the value and onChange property. So let's add the value here, and in the value we'll add the experience dot company, that is the company name. Then we'll add OR operator and provide empty string. Then we'll add the onChange property, and in this onChange property we will call the function. So just add the arrow function and get the event in the parameter, and here let's add update experience. In this update experience we have to provide the index, then we have to add the field name. So the field name is company, and after that we have to add the value. So the value will be e.target.value. So this is the first input field to add the experience or update the experience. Now let me just duplicate it, and here in this second one let me update the data. So here we'll add experience dot position, and after that here in this update experience we'll add the field name position, right? And after that here we have to add the placeholder. So the placeholder will be job title, right? And after that let me again duplicate it. In this one let's add the experience dot start date, and here also we'll add a start underscore date, and after that we have to add the type. So you can see the type is text, correct? So in this type we'll add month, and after that from here we can remove the placeholder. It is not required. After that let me just duplicate it, and in this one again the type will be month, and here we have to add the value. So in the value we will add experience dot end date, and after that in this update experience function we will provide index, then provide this field name end date, and after that here we'll add one more class name. So just add disabled colon and provide background gray 100, and then we have to add the disabled property here, and in this disabled property let's add curly braces and provide experience dot is current. After this input field you can see we have the closing div, right? So after closing of this div we will add the label tag. Now in this label tag we have to add the checkbox. So here let's add the input and the type will be checkbox, and after that here we'll add the checked property. So let's add the checked property, and it will be equal to experience dot is current. Then we'll add the OR operator and provide false. Then we'll add the onChange property, In this onChange property, we have to add the arrow function. Let's add event, and after that, let's add update experience. In this update experience, we have to provide the index. Then we will provide the field name. So the field name is current. And after that, we have to provide the value. So it will be e.target.value. Or instead of this value, let me write e.target.checked, because this is the checkbox input field. And here let's add question mark. So if it is checked, then we will provide true, and if it is unchecked, we will provide false, right? And after that, here we have to add the classes also. So we'll add the class name property in this input field, and let's provide these Tailwind classes, right? And after this input field, we have to add the text. So we will add the text in a span tag. So the text will be currently working here. And in this text, we have to change the font size. So we have added text a small and text color is gray 700. Save the changes. Next, we have to add another div after this label tag. So after this label tag, let's add another div. And in this one, we have to add some space. So just add class name, a space y2, right? And after that, in this one, we have to add another div where in the left side, we will add the text called job description, and in the right side, we will add a button. So let me write a div. And in this div, we will add the label tag where we will add the text called job description. Correct? And after that, we will add the button. So in this button, we have to add the icon first. So let's add a sparkle or a sparkles icon. And after that, here we will add the class name to provide the width and height for this icon. So we have added the width and height. After that, we have to add the text called enhance with AI. So it will enhance our job description using AI, using this button. And now let's add the classes also. So let's add the class name property in this div. And in this one, we have provided these classes to align it side by side. Now in this label tag, we will add the class name property and provide these classes, and then we have to add the classes in the button. So in this button tag, we have added the class name property and provided these classes. Correct. Now after that, here we have to add the text area. Using that, we can enter our job description. So after this div, here we will add text area. Let me close it here using self-closing tag. And after that, here we have to add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. And after that, we have to add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder and added this text. Then we have to add the rows. So in this rows, let's add 4, right? And after that, here we have to add the value. So let's add the value here. And in the value, we'll add experience dot description. Then we'll add the OR operator and provide empty string. After that, we have to add the onChange property. In this onChange property, we'll add the arrow function with the event in the parameter. And in this function, we will call update function, that is update experience. And here we have to provide the index first. Then we have to provide the field name. So the field name will be description. And then we have to provide the value. So it will be e.target.value. That's it. So we have created this component. Using that, we will display the experience, and we can also add and update the experience. Next, we have to mount this component in our resume builder. So let's open the resume builder. .jsx file, and just after this component, that is professional summary, here we'll add another curly braces and we will check for the active session ID. So let me just copy this one only. I'll just duplicate it, and here we will update the session ID experience. So when the session ID is equal to experience, then it will display the component, that is experience form. Experience form has been imported. Here we will add the data as props. So in this data we will provide resume data dot experience, and after that here we have added the on change. In this one we'll add the data and call the set resume data function and provide previous data in the parameter, and it will return the object with previous data. And after that let's add the experience here, and in this experience we will add the data. And let me just remove this props. Save the changes, and now let me open the web page. So if I click on this next button, here you can see we have the text professional experience, add your job experience, and here we have the button add experience, and then we have some text here with icon. Now let me just click on this button. So it will open this form, right? Here we can enter the company name, job title, and we have the option to select currently working here. If I check this one, you can see this second date field will be disabled. If I uncheck, it will be enabled. And here we have to write the job description, correct? And after that, let me add the text here. But before that, you can see the alignment for this checkbox and this text is not good. So let me just come back and open the experience form.jsx file. In this one, you can see we have this text currently working here, and here we have the checkbox input field. So in this label tag, let's add some classes so that we can provide the space. So just add the class name property and provide flex item center and gap 2. That's it. And after updating this, let's open the web page. So you can see here we have the proper space between this checkbox and this text. Now let me add some experience data here, right? So I'll write the company name in this input field. I'll add any company name, then we'll add the job title. So let's write the job title here, and after that here we can choose the start date. So let me choose the month and year. So from here we can choose the year, and here we can choose the end date. And if you don't want to choose the end date because you are currently working here, so you can check this one, right? So in the right side you can see we have the experience details with job title, company name, and in the right side we have the start, year and month, and here we have present because currently working here. And after that here we can type the job description. So let me add the text here. So we have added the job description here. So you can see in the right side we have the complete data of the experience. So we have added the first experience. Similarly, we can add multiple experience of different company. So click on this add button. So we have another form, right? So in this one, let me add the company name. We will add the job title. Then let's choose the year. And here we will add the end date like this. And after that, here let's add the job description. And you can see in the right side, we have two job experience, right? Here we have the job title, company, description, and then in the right side, we have the start and end date. Now, if I change the template in this classic, you can see we have the professional experience like this. In this second design, we have the experience like this. It is looking beautiful, right? If I change to the third one, this is the third template. And in the left side, we have the contact details, right? And if I change to the next one, So this is the next template where we have the experience and this is the experience details. So let me choose this one only. And now we have to add the another section where we will add the education details. Before adding the education section, let me update this button color. You can see here we have the button add experience. So I'll change the button color to green. So I'll just come back here and open the experience form.jsx file. In this one, we have this button tag where you can see the text add experience. So in this one, let me update the color. So here you can see the background. So we will add background green 100. Then we will add text green 700. Then we'll add hover background green 200. And then here we have the rounded. So let me increase the border radius using this rounded LG large. Now let's save the changes and come back here. You can see this button looks good with this green color, and here we have the hover effect. Now we have to add another section, that is adding the education section. So just come back and we'll create a new component. So here we have to create a new component with the name education form. So we have added this new file education form under this components folder. Now here we have to add RAFCE to create the component structure, and after that in this one we will copy the data from previous form, that is experience. So let's open the experience, and here we have this props, just copy and paste it here. After that, let's come back here and let me just copy this function, copy all three functions and paste it here before this return statement. So here we have added the functions. Now we will update the name. So the first function is add education. Then the second one will be remove education. And then in the third one we will write update education. Now let's update the properties also. So here let's add the variable name called new education, and in this one we will store the institute name. So just add institute. Then we will store the degree, and after that we will store the field. Then we will store the graduation date. After that we will store GPA and remove the last property. So in new education we will store these data that will be displayed on resume, and after that let's provide this new education here in this on change. So in the previous data this new education will be added, right? After that come here in this remove education function, and here we will get the index, and after that we will get the updated data and we'll add it in this on change function. Then we have the update education. In this one we will keep the code same as it is. Here also we will pass index, field name and value, right? So we will not change anything here. Now let's come here in this div. So in this div also we will copy the code from the previous page, that is experience form. So just come back here and let me just copy this complete div. Just copy this one and paste it here. Now here we have to update the text and input field. So let's start with the first div. So in this one you can see here we have the title in S3 tag. So we will update the title first. So here we will add the title. So in this title we will simply write education. And after that we have to add a small text. So in this P tag we will add this text, add your education details. Then we have the button, right? So in this button we will call our add education function. So just update this function in this onClick property. After that here we have to update the text. So in this button we'll add the text called add education, like this. And after that, let's come here. Here we will check data.length is 0. It means we don't have any education added. In this case, we will display this div, right? And here let's update the text. So we will write the text here, that is no education added yet. And after that, we will add the message also. So let's add the message. Click add education to get started. And here we will update the icon also. So let me remove this briefcase icon from here, and here we will add graduation cap imported from Lucid React. It has been imported. And after that, let's come here. Suppose we have the education data, then it will be displayed on the resume page, right? So here we will get the individual education data. So just add this education here. And after that, let's come here. In this one, let's update the title in this H4. It will be education, and then we'll add the hashtag index +1. After that, here you can see we have the button, right? This is the trash button. Using that, we can delete any education data. So in this one, we will write the function, that is remove education. We will provide this function and provide the index number here. So it will remove the particular education data, correct? And after that, let's scroll down. Here you can see we have the input fields to get the information, right? So in the first one, we will get the institute name. So here we have the input field with the type text, correct? So in this one, let's add the value. So in this value, just add education dot institute. After that, here we have the update experience. So here also we'll update the function. So it will be update education. And then here we have to provide the field name. So the field name is education. And then we have the placeholder. So in this placeholder, let's type institute name. That's it. So here we have added the data for the first input field, right? Now we have the second input field. It is also text type, right? And after that, here we have to update the placeholder text. So in this placeholder, we have the job title. So let's replace it. It will be degree, right? And after that, here you can see we have this rounded large. So let me just remove it from here. I will remove it from the previous input field also, and in the next one also, and in the next input field also. And let's come here. In this second input field, we have to update the value, and we will also update the onChange property. So in this value, let's add education dot degree. And after that, here we will update the function. So it will be update education, and here let's add the field name degree. Then we have added the type text, and then we have added the placeholder, and here we have the classes. So this is the second input field. After that, here we have the third input field, and in this one the type is month. So first let's make the type text. So in this one also the type is text, and after that, here we have to add the value. So the value will be education dot field, and after that, here we have to update the function, that is update education, and write the field name, that is field. And after that, here we have to add the placeholder. So let's add the placeholder property at the end, and here we have to add the placeholder message. So the message is field of study. So we have added 3 input fields, correct? After that, here we have another input field, right? And in this one, let me remove this disabled class. And let's come here in this input. First we have the value, right? And in this one you can see the type will be month. So in this value, let's add education, and then we'll add dot graduation date. And let's add this graduation date here in this field name, correct? And we will update the function. It will be update education. And after that, let's remove this disabled property from here. That's it. So here we have the input field so that we can get the year and month, correct? And after that, we will add another input field. So instead of this label, we will simply use the input field here. So remove this label from here. And in this one, we will add the type text. Or instead of updating this input field, let me just remove it and copy this input field from here and paste it here. And in this one, we have to update the value. So in this value, we will add education dot GPA. And after that, here we have to add the field name, that will be GPA, right? And here we have the placeholder. So in this placeholder, let's add GPA optional. And after that, you can see the type is text. That's it. Now here we have other div. So let me just remove this div. That's it. So for the education, we have added input field like institute name, degree, field of a study, then graduation date and GPA. So it will be optional. And after that, we have to mount this component. So here you can see we have created this component with the name education form, right? So let's open the resume builder.jsx file. And in this one, let me just duplicate this code. And after that, here we will add the section ID. So in this one, let's add the section ID name. So it will be education. So whenever this section ID is education, then we have to display that education form component. So let's add education form component here. And in this one, we have provided the data. It will be resume data dot education. And after that, here we have the on change. And in this on change, we have added setter function set resume data and provided the previous data. And here we will update the education property with this data. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. So now if I click on this next button, here we are getting the blank screen. So let me just fix it. I'll just come back here and open the education form.jsx file. In this one, here we have added the plus icon. So let's import this plus icon. Save the changes. And after that, here you can see we have this resume builder, right? And in this one, let me fill the details again. But before that, let me just click on this next button. So you can see it is opening the professional summary section. Then we have the professional experience section. Then we have this education section. If I click on this add education, again we are getting the blank screen. So let me just come back here. And in this one, we have added the trash icon also. Here we have the trash too. So let's import it from the Lucid React. Let's see. The plus and trash icon has been imported, right? And after that, just come to this education section, click on add education. You can see it is opening the input fields where we can enter the institute name, degree, field of study, and we will enter the year and month. And here we have the optional input field GPA, right? Now let me fill all the data one by one. So I'll start with this personal information. So I'll pause the video and fill all the data for this resume. So now I have added all the details like personal info, then professional summary, professional experience, and then we have to add the education, right? Let me click on this delete, it will be removed. And if I click on add education, it will display the input field. So let's add the institute name here, then we'll add the degree name, then we will add the field of study, then we have to add the date here. So let me choose any year and month. And after that, here you can add the GPA, which is optional. So you can see this education details is added here in this resume. You can see here we have the education details. It is displayed here with degree name, institute name, and year. After that, click on this add education. So you can add multiple education details. So here we'll add another institute name, then degree, then field of study, and year. So we have added the year of completion, and now you can see another data has been displayed here in this resume template, right? So if I change the template, you can see the education detail is displayed in the bottom, and if I change this to the classic, here also it is displayed in the bottom. If I change it to the minimal, here it is displayed in the bottom, and if I change it to minimal image, it will be displayed in the left side. So this template is looking good. We have the education details also. Next we have to add the functionality so that we can add the project details also. So to create the new section, we have to create a new component. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we have to create a new component. So let's create a new file here in this components folder with the name project form.jsx. In this one, let's add RAFCE to create the component structure. And after that, here also we have to add the functions, and we'll get the data from props, right? So here we'll destructure the props using this curly braces, data and onChange. Now just come back here, and from here let me just copy all three functions. Just copy and paste it here in this project form.jsx file before this return statement. Now in this one we will update the name. So the first function is add project, the second one is remove project, and the third one is update project. Then here we have the variable, so let's update it. It will be new project. So the new project will be one object where we have to store the project name. So let's add the property name, then we'll add the type, and after that we have to add the description. That will be the project description. Then remove remaining properties, right? So in the project we have to add the project name, type and description, and then this new project will be added in the existing project using this array and a spread operator data and new project using this onChange, right? And after that, here we have the remove project where it will filter out the project that you want to remove. And after that, here we have the update project. It will be same. We don't have to change anything here. After that, we have to create the structure in this div, right? So let me just copy from the previous page. I'll just copy the complete div and paste it here in this return statement. And after that, let's see what we have to update here. So first we have this div where we have added the space. So let me remove this space from here. We will simply add a div, And after that, here you can see we have another div where we have added the data in the left side and right side. In the left side, we have the title. So the title will be projects. And after that, we have to add a small text. So just add the text here, add your projects. Then we have to add the function here in this on click, that is add project function, correct? And after that, here we have to add the button text, that is add project, and we have the plus icon. So let's import the plus icon from Lucid React. After that, let's come here, and in this one you can see we are checking whether we have the project or not, right? So let me just remove it. We will simply display the project input field. So I'll remove this, and let's remove this. You can see this div is closing here. I'll just undo this. So first we have this div, then we have another div for this false condition, right? So here we have added this ternary operator. So let me remove this one. So we have to remove this and this, like this. So now we have only this div with class name a space y4, and in this one we'll add the margin from top. So let's add the margin top 6. After that, here we have the data.map, and in this one let me provide individual project as a parameter. After that, here we have the div that will be displayed on the web page. So in this div we have added the key, correct? And after that it will display the text like project 1, project 2, right? So just add project hashtag index plus 1. Then we have to add the function here that will be remove project and provide the index. So using this we can remove a project. And here we have the trash2 icon. So just import the trash2 from Lucid React. After that, just scroll down, and here you will find the input fields, right? Using that we can add the project data. So in the first one, you can see the type is text. Here we have the value. So in the value, just add the project dot name. So we need the project name, and here we have the on change. So in this on change, just add the function called update project, and in this update project, here we'll add the field name that will be name. And after that we have the placeholder. So in this placeholder, let's add the text called project name, and here we have some classes. And in this one, let's add border radius. So just add class name rounded large. After that, here we have the another input field. So let me just remove it. I'll remove this one also and this one also, and simply duplicate the first input field. Now in this one we have to update the field name placeholder, right? So just add the placeholder. So the placeholder is project type, and after that we have to add the value here. So the value will be project dot type, and after that here we'll add the update project. It will be index and then type and e.target.value. And after that we have completed this input field. Using that we can get the project type data, right? And after that we have to add the text area. So here we'll add the same input field, and let me change it to text area. And here we have the value. So the value will be description, that is project.description, and in this update project we will provide the field name description. Then we have to add the rows here. So let's add rows 4, correct? And after that we have the placeholder text. From here we can remove this type, and in this placeholder let's write describe your project. And then we have the class name property. So in this one, let me provide these Tailwind classes, right? Let me remove this extra space, and after that here we have extra input field, just remove it. Now let's save the changes. So we have created this component. Using that we can get the project data, right? Next we have to mount this component in the resume builder. So we will open resume builder. Let's come here and duplicate this code. Now we will check the active session ID. So let's add the session ID projects, right? And in this one we have to mount the project form component. So just add project form component, and in this one provide the data. It will be resume data dot project, and here we have to add project in this setter function. That's it. And after that, let's save the changes and we will open the web page. Now let's click on this next button. So here you can see the text projects, and here we have the small text add your projects, and here we have the button add project. Let me click here. So it will open this input field where we can enter the project data. So this input field is a small, so we have to increase the width, and this input field should be displayed in the next line. So let me just fix it. I'll just come back to the VS Code. We will open this project form.jsx file, and let's see, here we have the input fields, right? And in this parent div we have added grade and then grade column. So just remove this grade column from here, simply add grade and gap 3. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. Now you can see all the input fields are aligned vertically and it is using the entire space, right? So now let me add the project data. So we'll add the project name, then we'll add the project type, and after that we'll add the project description. Now you can see this project data is added in this resume template, right? You can see the project section, and here we have the project name, type and description, correct? And now let's add one more project. I'll click on this add button and we'll add another project name, then we'll add the type, and then we'll add the description. So you can see we have 2 projects here. Now after that we have to add the next section. Using that we can add the skills also. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we have to create a new component. So let's create a new component in this components folder and write the file name skillsform.jsx, correct? And then we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure, and here also we'll get the data from props. So let's just copy this and paste it here. After that, here we have to add the state where we will store the new skills, right? So just add const, and the state name is new skill, and the setter function name is set new skill equal to use state, and initialize it with empty string like this. And after that, here we will add the function. Using that we can add a new skill, we can remove the skills. So let's create the first function with the name add skills or add a skill, and it will be one arrow function. Here let's add the if statement, and in this if, let's add new skill dot trim. Then we'll add and operator. We will add not of data dot includes, and in this one let's add new skill dot trim. So if this new skill is not added, then we will add it, right? Suppose it is already available, then we will not add it. So after that, here we'll add on change, And in this onChange, let's add the array. We will use the spread operator, provide the existing data, and in this one we will add the new skill. Then we'll add dot trim. So it will remove the space from start and end. After that, here we'll add setter function, set new skill, and let's provide empty string. So we have created the function add a skill. Next we have to create the function, using that we can remove the skill. So let's add another function. It will be add a function, and in this function parameter we will get the index to remove, right? And after that, let's add onChange, and in this onChange we have to add the data dot filter, and after that in this filter let's add the arrow function, and here we will get the index number, so just add underscore and then comma index. After that, here let's add index not equal to index to remove. That's it. And here we'll add the input field to enter the skill data, and we can press the enter key to add a new skill, right? For that we'll create a function that will handle the key press. So let's add const handle key press equal to one arrow function, and in this one we will get the event, right? And after that, let's add if statement, and in this if statement we'll add e dot key, that is event dot key equal to enter. Then we will add e dot prevent default, and it will call the add a skill function like this. That's it. So we have created the functions here. After that, let's create the layout that will be displayed on the web page. So in this div, first we'll add the class name and provide the space from y. So just add a space y4, and after that let's create a div here, and in this div we will add the text. So let me provide s3 tag, and in this s3 tag we will add skills, and then we have to add the small description. So let's write add your technical and soft skills. Now we'll add the classes for this title and a small text. So we'll add the class name and provide these classes for the title, and let's add the classes for this a small description also. That's it. Now after closing of this div, here we will add another div where we will add the input field. So for this div, just add the class name property, provide flex and gap 2, and then we'll add the input field here. So the input type will be text, right? And after that, here we have to add the placeholder. So in the placeholder we have added enter a skill, right? And after that, here we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide flex. Then we'll provide the padding for x, y, and then text a small. Now in this one we have to add the onChange property. So let's add a space here, and in this one let's add onChange property, and let's add the arrow function. Here we'll get the event, and after that let's call the setter function set new skill, and here just add e dot target dot value. That's it. And after that we have to add the value property also, and in this value property let's add new skill. Then we have to add on key down property, and in this on key down property let's add this function handle key press. That's it. And after that, here we have to add a button also. So after this input field, let's add the button. In this button, first we have to add the plus icon. So just add this plus from Lucid React, and here we will set the size. So let's add the size 4, and then we have to add the text called add, that will add the new skill. Now in this button we'll add some classes also to design this button. So we'll add the class name property here and provided these classes. Now after that we have to add the onClick property. So just add onClick, and in this on click we'll add a skill. Then we have to add disabled, and in this disabled let's add not of new skill dot trim. So if we don't type anything in the input field, then this button will be disabled, right? Now after that we have to display the added skills in this list. So just after this closing div, let's add curly braces data dot length. So if we have the skills, right, so just add greater equal to 0. So in this case we have to add a div like this, and suppose we don't have that, so here we'll add colon and provide this parenthesis, and in this one we'll add another div. Now in this first one let's add the class name property first and provide these classes, and then let's display all the skill data. So just add the data dot map and use the arrow function. Now in this one we will get the individual skill and index number, right? So let's add it here, and after that here we'll add the span tag. Now in this span tag, first we have to add the key property, and in this key just provide the index, and after that in this span we'll add some classes also. So let's add the class name property, provide these classes, and within this span tag we have to display the skill, right? So just add the skill here, and after that here we have to add the button also. Using that button we can remove this skill, right? So we have added the button tag, and in this button tag we have to add the cross icon or X icon. So just import it from Lucid React, and after that let's set the height and width for this X icon, and then in this button we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property, provide these classes, right? And in this button we have to add the on click property. So let's add the on click property and provide the arrow function here, and after that let's add function that is remove a skill, and in this one we have to provide the index, so it will remove that particular skill. So if the skill is added, it will be displayed with this cross icon and a skill text, right? Now if the skill is not available, then in this div let's add the icon sparkles, import it from Lucid React, and after that for this icon let's add the classes, right? And after that here we have to add the text no skills added yet, correct? Then we'll add another text here in p tag. So let me add the text here, that is add your technical and soft skills above. Now in this one we have to set the font size. So we have added the class name here and provided text small, right? Now in this div also we have to add the classes. So just add the class name property, and in this one let's add text center, padding from Y, and text color. That's it. And after that let's come here just before this closing tag, that is the last closing div. Here we'll add another div, and in this one we have to add one message. So let's add the message in p tag. So the message is this one. Here we have added this message, and before this message we have to add one text in a strong tag. So just add a strong tag, and in this strong tag just add tip, correct? Now in this p tag let's add some classes, provide these Tailwind classes, and we'll add the classes in this div also. So here let's add these Tailwind classes. Now after adding it we have to mount this skill form component in our resume builder. So we will open resume builder, and in this one let's duplicate the last code here, and in this one we'll provide the section ID. So the section ID is a skills. Let's add it here. And after that, here we'll add the component name, that is a skills form. It has been imported. Then we'll add resume data dot a skills, and here we'll add a skills. That's it. So let's save the changes and open the web page. And now if I click on this next button, you can see we are in the last step because this progress bar is full, right? And here we have the text skills, and here we have the input field and add button, and here we have the text because we don't have any skills yet. Now in this one, let me add the skill first. So first we'll add the JavaScript, click add. So you can see the JavaScript has been added. Now let's add React.js, click on add button. It is added here. Here we have the cross icon also to remove it. You can see it has been removed. Let's add it again. Now let me add next skill, full stack development. Let me add new one, Git. We'll add GitHub. Then we'll add Next.js. Let's add Express. We'll add Node.js. Let's add TypeScript. Now after adding it, you can see these skills will be displayed here in this template. You can see here we have the skills section and we have the list of skills, right? So till now we have added the form to add the information in this resume. Next we have to create one save changes button, right? It will be displayed here. So to create that, let me just come back here in the resume builder, and in this resume builder, here we will create a button. So just after this div, we will add a button. Now in this button, we will add the text called save changes, and then we'll add the class name in this button to design this button. So here we have added these classes, right? Now save the changes and come back here. So here we have this button, save changes. If I come to the previous one, here also we have the save changes button. So in each section, we can see this button to update the changes, right? And if I change the template, you can see the details has been updated here. Here we have the education detail, here we have the skills, here we have the experience, right? If I change to next one, here we have the experience, education, skills, right? And here we have the classic template, right? And we can change the color also. Now let me switch to this one. And after that, here we have to add the feature so that we can either make the resume public or private, and we can also share this resume, and we can also download this resume, correct? For that, let me just come back, and here you can see we have the right panel div, right? And in this one we have added one div with the comment buttons, right? So in this one, let's create our buttons. So here we have a div, and in this div, let me write class name property and provide relative and width full. So the position will be relative, and after that, here we will add another div. Now in this one, let's add class name absolute, and we have added the position for this div. Now after that, here let's add curly braces. We will provide resume data dot public. So if the public is true, then we will display a button. So let's add the button tag here. So this button will be displayed when the resume is public. It means the public property is true. Now in this button, we have to add the share icon. So when the resume is public, then only we will display the share icon. So let's add share to icon. It has been imported from Lucid React, and after that we'll add the class name property here and we'll set the size 4. Now in this button we have to add some classes to design this button. So we have added the class name property and provided these classes. Then we'll add the onClick property. And in this onClick we have to add a function. Using that we can share this resume. So we'll create that function later. First we'll create the button. So let me just remove it. And now let's create our next button. So just here we'll create another button. And in this button we have to add the icon. So let's add eye off, or we can write eye on or eye off based on the public status or property, right? So first let's check the resume is public or private. So just add curly braces, resume data dot public, and when it is true, in this case we'll add eye icon. Eye icon has been imported here, and in this icon let's set the size. And after that let's add the colon here and provide opening arrow, eye of icon, and import this icon. And here also we will set the size, right? And after that here we have to add the text. So again add curly braces and provide this one, resume data dot public and question mark. So we have added the ternary operator, and when it is true we will add public, right? And else we'll add private. So this button will be used to make the resume public or private. After that here we have to add the classes also, right? So in this button we'll add the class name property, provide these classes. Next we'll add one more button, that is download resume, right? So here we'll add another button, and in this one let's add the class name property, and here we will provide these classes. And then we have to add the download icon here. So just add download icon from Lucid React, and in this one we will set the size. So just add the class name and size will be 4. And after that we have to add the text also, that is download. That is the resume download button. Correct. Now let's open our web page. So here you can see we have two buttons, that is private and download. But right now you can see this button is not aligned properly. So let me just come back, and here in this button tag we have to update this class. Let me just correct it. It will be flex. Correct this, save the changes and come back here. So now you can see we have two buttons. Next we have to add the functionality here so that we can click on these buttons. So we have to create the functions. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here let's create a function. Using that we can make the resume public or private, right? So before this return a statement, let's create our first function. So just add const change resume visibility equal to async arrow function. Now in this function let's use the setter function set resume data, and here let's add curly braces, a spread operator, resume data comma public, and in this public property we will change the value. So just add not of resume data dot public. So if it is public it will make it private. It means it will change the value from true to false or false to true. So we have added this function change resume visibility. Next we'll add next function, that is share resume, right? So let's add the arrow function here with the name handle share, and after that here let's add const and write the front-end URL. We need the web page URL, right? And here we'll add window dot location dot href, then we'll add dot a split, and in this one let's add slash app slash, and here let's add index 0. So we will get the base URL, and after that here we'll add const resume URL. So the resume URL will be front-end URL plus, let's add path slash view slash, and then we'll add the resume ID like this. So we have created the URL, and after that let's add if, and let's add navigator.shared. If navigator.shared, if it is true, it means it is supported, right? So here we'll add navigator dot share, and in this one let's add curly braces URL, and let's provide the resume URL, and after that we'll add comma and provide the text, and in this text let's add my resume like this, and after that here we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement let's add alert, and let's add the text called share not supported on this browser. So if the navigator.share is not available, then it will display this alert message. Now after that we'll create a next function using that we can download the resume, right? So let's add const and write the function name download resume, and after that here let's add window dot print. That's it. Let me update this arrow. Now it is correct. After that we have to link these functions with our button. So let's scroll down. Here we have the right panel div, and this is the first button. So in this one just add on click property, and in this on click we will add handle share function. We have created the function with this name handle share, and after that let's come to this second button. We'll add on click property here, and in this one we'll add change resume visibility. Now let's come to the third button, and in this third button just add on click property, and let's provide download resume. Save the changes and open the web page. Now let me just click on this private button. So now you can see it is public, right? And here we have the share icon. With this share icon we have to add the share text also. So to add it we will come back to the VS Code, and here you can see we have the share to icon. So let's add the text also share. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see we have the share button, and if I click again, so it will make the resume private and we don't have the share icon. Let's click again. Here we have the share icon. Now if I click here, it will open the application where we can share this resume, and here we have the resume link. Now just come here, and now let's try this download button. I'll just click on this download button. So you can see it is printing our resumes. So you can print the resume as PDF file, right? Now let me cancel it and we'll change the template. I'll choose this template and click on download. So you can see you can download the resume in different template. Let's choose the next one. We'll choose this classic, click on download. So now you can download the resume in another template, right? We can also change the color. Let's choose this color. Choose this template, click on download. So you can download the resume in PDF file in this template. So all the features are working here. You can download the resume in PDF file. You can change the color. Next, we have to create the resume preview page where user can see your resume if it is public. To view our resume preview page, in this URL we will type /view and then we will type any ID. So you can see it is opening this preview page, right? So we don't have any resume with this ID. So let me open any other resume. Here we have some pre-built resumes. So let's open it. And if I click on the share icon, here we'll get the preview link, right? So just copy this link and open it here in this web browser. So in this URL, you can see we have the path /view/ID, and here we have the resume data, but still we are getting this text preview page, right? So we have to design this page. Here we have to display our preview component. So let me just come back here, and after that let's open the sidebar, and in this one you can see we have the pages folder, and in this pages folder we have already created this preview.jsx file. Let's open it. In this one we have this text preview page, right? Now in this one we need the resume data, and we have the resume ID in the URL. So let's get the ID first. So just add const before this return statement. We have added const curly braces resume ID, and let's get this resume ID from use params, and the use params will get imported from React router DOM. So now we have the resume ID, and after that using this resume ID we have to get the resume data, right? And we will store that resume data in a state. So let's create one state here. So I'll write const resume data, and the setter function name is set resume data equal to user state, and let's initialize it using null. After that, here we have to create a function that will load the resume data. So let's add const load resume equal to async arrow function. In this one we will use the setter function set resume data, and in this one let's use the dummy data available in the assets file. So just add dummy resume data. It has been imported from the assets. After that, here we'll add the find method. Just add dot find. Now here we'll add the arrow function with the individual resume in the parameter, and after that let's add the resume dot underscore ID equal to resume ID, and then we'll add or null. After that we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So let's add use effect, and in this use effect we will provide the arrow function and dependency array, and in this function simply call load resume function. So whenever the component gets loaded, it will call this function, and this function will fetch the resume data using this resume ID and store the data in this state, right? And if the ID is not valid, then we will not get anything in this resume data. It will be null, right? Because here we have added null. Now it may take few seconds to load the data when we will fetch the data from the database. Right now we are fetching from the assets, right? So that's why we will create the loading page also, or loading component, that will be displayed until it fetch the resume data. So to create the loading component, let's come here in the components folder, and in this one we'll create a new component. So create a new file called loader.jsx, then write RAFCE. So in this div let's add the class name property, and in this one let's add flex item center, justify center, and height a screen. After that, in the center we have to create a div that will be rotating. So we have added another div here, and in this one just add the class name property, and let's set the size then border, then we'll add the border color gray 400, then the border top will be transparent and rounded full, so it will be a circle, and here we have added animate a spin, so it will be rotating. So we have created the loader component. After that, let's open the preview.jsx file, and in this one let's come here and remove this text. Now in this one, first we have to check the resume data. So here we have the resume data state. Let's add it here. After this, return. So let's add resume data question mark. So if the resume data is available, in that case we will display the data. So here we have added the question mark. Using that we will create the ternary operator, right? And after that, here we'll add colon and this parenthesis. So in this one, we will display the content that will be displayed when the resume data is not available, right? So either it will display the loading component or it will display that the resume not found. So let's complete the first div when the resume data is available. So here let's add the class name property and provide the background. Here we have added this background color. And after that, we will add another div. And in this div, we have to add the maximum width. So just add class name maximum width 3XL, then margin X auto and padding Y. Now in this div, we will add the component that we have already created. You can see in this components folder, we have the resume preview.jsx file, right? So let's mount it here. Resume preview component has been imported here. Now in this one, we have to provide the data as props. So let's add the data here. In this one, just add resume data. After that, we have to provide the template. So let's add resume data dot template, and after that we have to provide the accent color. And in this accent color, let's add resume data dot accent underscore color. Then in this one, we have to add the class name property. So let's provide class name, and we have added padding Y and background white. That's it. So if the resume data is available, it will be displayed. Now suppose it takes time to load the resume data, then it will display the loading animation. Or if the loading is complete and we don't get any resume, then we'll display the message like resume not found. Suppose we have the invalid ID, right? So in that case, we will say resume not found. So in this one, let's add a div, and here let's add ternary operator. So we'll add one state here. So let's scroll up, and here we'll create one state for the loading. So let's add const is loading, and the setter function name is set is loading, and let's add use state and initialize it using true. So whenever the component gets loaded, this loading state will be true, right? And here we have this load resume function. So after loading the resume data, it will make it false. So here let's use the setter function set loading, and let's make it false. Save the changes, and now let's come here. Here we'll add is loading a state question mark. So when the loading is true, we have to display the loader component. So let's add loader component imported from the components folder. Correct. Then we'll add the colon here and provide parenthesis, and in this one, let's add a div that will be displayed when the resume ID is invalid. So here first we'll add the message. So the message is resume not found, and after that we'll add a link. Using that, we can navigate the users on home page. So in this A tag, let's add one arrow or arrow icon. So let's add arrow left icon imported from the Lucid React, and then we'll add the class name property. In this one, we will add the margin from the right and size 4. Then we have to add the text here, that is go to home page, like this. Now let's add some classes also. So let's start with this div. In this div we have added these Tailwind classes. Then we have to add the classes in this message, that is in the p tag. So here we have added these classes, and then we will add the classes in the a tag to decorate our link. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the resume preview page and we have the resume data, right? Let me reload it. You can see it is quickly displaying this data because it is coming from the local file, that is the asset file. And if it takes time, it will display the loading animation, and after that it will display this resume preview. And if we add any invalid ID here in this URL, so if I type any invalid ID, now you can see the message resume not found, and here we have the link go to home page. If I just come back, here you can see we have added the href, right? So in this href we have to add the path of home page. So let's add /. That's it, and come back here and let's click on this button, go to home page. So you can see it is opening the home page. So if I come to this dashboard, here we have this create resume where you can create a new resume. Here you can upload the existing resume and edit it, and then we have the created resume list, right? If I open the second one, this is the created resume. We can update it from these input field, right? And we can preview it. So I'll click on this share, copy this link and paste it in the new tab. So this is the live preview of our resume that you can share to anyone. So finally we have completed the front end of our resume builder application. Next we have to create the backend server where we will create the APIs, and then we will link the backend server with this front end. To create the backend server, let me just come back to the VS Code. In this VS Code, you can see here we have these files in this client folder, right? So let me collapse it or fold this client folder. Here we have this sample resume, so let me just delete it. And after that, let's close all these files. So I'll right click and select close saved. And after that, in this project folder, that is resume builder, we will create a new folder where we'll create the backend server. So let's create a new folder in this resume builder. So write the folder name server. Now in this server folder, we will create a file. So create a new file here and write the file name server.js. So this will be the main file to start our backend server. After that, right click on the server folder and select open in integrated terminal. So you can see here we are in the terminal and we are at server directory. So right now we have two terminals. Let me switch the terminals from here. So you can see this is the first one where the front end is running. And if I come to this one, this is the server terminal or backend terminal. Now in this one, we have to add npm init-y. Then press enter. After that, it will create the package.json file. You can see here in this server folder, we have package.json, and here you can see the name, version, main, then we have the scripts, and then here we have the description. Now in this backend server, we have to add some dependencies that we will use to create the backend server, and for that we are going to use the express, right? So let me just come here in this terminal and let's add npm install and write the dependencies name. So here we will install the express package. Using this express, we will create the backend server. After that, we will install .env. Using that, we can use the environment variables in our project. After that, we will add cors. Using this cors package, we will allow the backend to connect with any other URL. After that, here we will add bcrypt package. Using this bcrypt package, we will encrypt the user's password. Then we will add JSON web token package. Using this package, we will create the token, and using this token, we will authenticate the users. Next, we will add mongoose package because we are going to use the MongoDB database, and to connect with MongoDB database, we will use the mongoose package. After that, let's add multer. So we will use this multer middleware to handle the file upload. So now you can see this command npm install express.env cors bcrypt JSON web token mongoose and multer. After that, let's press enter. So it is installing all these dependencies. So it has been installed. Now we will add one more dependency. For that, here we will add npm install --save -dev, and then we'll add the dependency name, that is nodemon. So here we have added -dev. Using that, it will install this dependency in the development server only. Then press enter. We have added nodemon. And after that, let me hide this terminal and let's open the package.json file. So in this package.json file, you can see we have the list of dependencies where you can see bcrypt, cors.env, express, JSON web token, then we have the mongoose and multer. And here we have the dev dependencies, and in this dev dependencies we have nodemon, right? After that, here we have to add the type. Right now you can see we don't have the type property here. So let's add double quote type, and in this type we will select module. So the default value is common.js. So let's choose module, and after that we can use the import statement in this project. Next, you can see we have the scripts. So we will use this start script that will execute node server.js. So it will execute our main file. Let me remove this test. Right now we will add one more script here. So let me just duplicate this one only, and here we will add the name. So let's add the name server, and whenever we will use this server script, it should execute nodemon server.js. That's why we have added the nodemon package. So here we have added nodemon server.js. Using this nodemon, it will automatically restart the backend server whenever we will make any changes. Else we have to restart the server manually without nodemon. So let me save the changes and let's come to our main file, that is server.js file. And in this one, we have to create a basic Express application. For that, we are going to add import Express from the Express package. And after importing Express, here we will import cors. Let's import the cors from cors. Then we will import the .env. So just add import .env/config. Right? And after that, here let's create an app using this Express. So we will write const app equal to Express, and here we have created the Express app, and after that here we have to provide a port number where we will run the Express application. So we will add const port equal to, and here we will add process dot env dot port. So if the port is available in the environment variable, that will be used, and else we will add port number 3000. So it will start the project on 3000 when we will start the project locally. Then we have to add the middleware in this Express app. So here let's add this app dot use, and let's add the express dot JSON. So all the requests will be passed using this JSON method for this Express app. And after that, let's add app dot use, and here let's add the course function like this. After that, let's create the first route, that is the home route. So we'll add app dot get method, and the path will be slash, that is the home. Then we will add the arrow function. So whenever we will hit this home route, then it will execute this function. Now in this function, we will get the request and response as parameter, and here let's send the response. So just add response dot send method, and in this one let's add the message, that is server is live. So it will send this message when we will hit this route using the get method. After that, we have to start our Express application. So we'll simply add app dot listen, and here we have to add the port number and a function. So first we'll add the port variable, and then we'll add the function, and in this function simply add console log. Now in this console log, let me add the message. So here let's add backticks. Server is running on port, and here we will insert the port. So just add $ curly braces and port. That's it. So here we have created the basic or simple Express app. Now to check it, we have to open the web browser, but before that we have to start our backend server. So let's open the terminal again, and you can see we are in the server directory in this terminal. So here let's add npm run server and press enter. Now you can see the message server is running on port 3000. Correct? After that, let's open the web browser, and here we will type localhost :3000. So you can see the message server is live. So we have successfully created the basic Express app. Correct? Now we have to connect our project with the database. For that, we are going to use MongoDB Atlas. So let me open a new tab and search for MongoDB Atlas. Open this link, Atlas database, and here I'll click on this sign in link. If you don't have any account, you can click on this sign up and create your account, and let me log in with my existing account. So I'll click on this Google icon or button. After sign up, it will ask few questions, and then you will see this screen, create a project. So here we'll add the project name. So I'll write resume builder, and let me write REC for recording. You can write anything in this project name. Then click on next, and then click on create project. After that, you will see this button, create a cluster. So I'll click on this button. Next, we will choose this third option. So we will choose this third plan that is available for free. And after that, you can choose the nearest region from this drop down. And you can also choose your provider. So I'll choose this Google Cloud provider and click on this button, create deployment. Next, it is asking to create a database user, right? And here you need to add a username and password. So let me keep the username and password simple. I'll write the username GreatStack, and then we'll add the password here. So here you can see we have some auto-generated password. You can use the same password or you can create your own simple password. Alright, GreatStack123. Make sure to use the simple password. Never use @ or hashtag in this password, else it will create an issue while connecting with the database. So here we have added a username and simple password, and then click on this button, create database user. After that, click on this button, choose a connection method, and then let's choose this drivers. And here we have the drop down, so let's choose Mongoose. And then you can see the step npm install mongoose. So we have already installed the mongoose package. Then you can see we have the connection string. In this string you can see we have the username also, and then we have the password also. So you can simply copy the string, or if you want to hide the password from here, you can uncheck this, so it will be hidden and you need to type the password manually. So let me enable it and copy this URL, and make sure to copy this URL from beginning to this text, that is mongodb.net. Don't copy the complete URL. You can see the URL is very long till here, right? So you need to copy it till here, mongodb.net. Let's just copy and click on this button, done. After that we have to add the connection string or MongoDB URI in our project. So let me just come back here in the VS Code, and here in this server folder, let's create a new file and write the file name .env. And in this .env file, let's write environment variable name MongoDB_URI equal to, and here let's paste this MongoDB connection string. So let's see this string again. It is starting with this MongoDB plus srv, then we have the username and password, then @ and cluster name, then we have some ID, and then mongodb.net. So it should end with mongodb.net only. Don't add this / at the end. If it is there, remove it. Now let's save the changes. So we have added the MongoDB URI. After that, just come back here, and next we have to enable the access from any IP address. So in this left sidebar, you can see we have the security, and in this one we have the database and network access. So let me just click here, and after that let's come here in the IP access list. You can see in the left side we have the network access, and in this network access we have the IP access list. Let's open it. So here it will display your current IP address, so just click on delete, and then click on this add IP address, and then click on this allow access from anywhere. I'll click here, so it will add 00 IP address. Click on confirm. So it will take few seconds to update the status. Right now it is pending, so just wait for this status to be active, and after that you can connect with your database. So now you can see the status is active. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we will connect this project with MongoDB database. For that we have to create a config file. So in this server folder, let's create a folder and write the folder name configs. And in this configs folder, we will create a new file and write the file name db.js, where we will store the database configuration. Right? Now here, let's add import mongoose from mongoose package. After that, we have to create a function here. So let's add the function const connectdb equal to async arrow function. And after that, in this function, we will add the try catch statement. And in this try block, first we will create the event. So let's add mongoose dot connection dot on. And after that, here we'll add the event name connected, then comma, and here we'll add the function. So whenever the application will get connected with the MongoDB, it will execute this function, right? So in this function, let's add console.log, and here we will add the message, that is database connected successfully. So we have registered one event, and after that, let's get the MongoDB URI. So I'll write the variable here, let MongoDB URI equal to process.env dot and the environment variable name. So just copy the name and paste it here. It is MongoDB URI. After that, here we have to add the project name. So I'll write const project name equal to, and let's write resume builder. And after that, here we'll add if statement if not of MongoDB URI. Suppose the MongoDB URI is not available. So in this condition, we will throw the error. So just add throw new error, and we will write the message. So the message is MongoDB URI environment variable not set. Now we'll add another if statement. So in this one, let's add MongoDB URI dot end with. Suppose you didn't remove the / from the end, right? So here we are checking that if the MongoDB URI ends with /. So in that case, we have to remove this /. So let's add the MongoDB URI equal to MongoDB URI dot slice, and let's add 0, -1. So it will remove that /. And after that, here we'll add await and use the mongoose dot connect method, and here we have to provide the connection string with the project name. So let's add backticks $curly braces and provide the MongoDB URI and then / and then again add $curly braces and provide the project name. That's it. Now let's come here in the catch block. So here let's add console.error and we'll write the error message. So let me type error connecting to MongoDB, and then we will display the actual error here. So let's just copy and paste it here. So we have created this function connectDB. Now let's export this function so that we can use it in any other file. So let's add export default connectDB. Now after that, we have to add it in the main file, that is server.js file, because we will start the server.js file and it should connect the project with database. So here, after this port number, let me write the comment. So the comment is database connection, right? And then we'll add await and provide the function connectDB. You can see we are getting the suggestion here to import the connectDB from the configs folder. Just click here and execute this function using this parenthesis. And you can see the connectDB has been imported from the configs folder db file. So here we have to update the file name. It will be db.js. Make sure to add the file name extension also. Now let's save the changes and again open the terminal. So in this terminal, you can see we have the message database connected successfully, and after that server is running on port 3000. So once you see this message database connected successfully, it means we have successfully configured the MongoDB database in our Express app. Let me hide this terminal. After connecting the database, next we have to create the functionality. Using that we can create the account and we can log in with the existing account. It means we have to create the user authentication. So we have to store the user data in the MongoDB database. And to store any data in the database, we have to create the schema, right? And for that, let's come here in this server folder. And in this server folder, we'll create a new folder called models. And in this models folder, we will create the user model, right? So just create a new file and write the file name user.js. Now in this one, we have to create the schema. For that, let's add import mongoose from mongoose. And after that, let's add const user schema, and it will be equal to new mongoose dot schema constructor. And here we will define the properties that will be added for the user data. So first we have to store the user's name. So let's add the name property here. And in this name property, let's define the type. So the type will be a string. And after that, we'll add the required property. So it will be true. Then add comma and duplicate this line. Then we'll add the email property. In this email also, we will add the type a string, required true. And with that, we will add unique. So the unique will be true. So the email ID should be unique to create a new user account. After that, let's duplicate it. Here we'll add the password property. And then we'll add the type a string, required true, and remove this unique. After that, here we'll add the comma and provide another object. And in this object, we will add the timestamps and let's make it true. So whenever a new user data will be created, it will automatically add the timestamp. After that, in this user schema, we will add one method also. So just add user schema dot methods and write the method name compare password. We will use this method to compare the password while login. So let's add a function, and in this parameter we will provide the user's password that user will provide, right? And after that, let's add return. And in this return, we will use the bcrypt package. So just add bcrypt. It is not coming here. So first we have to import it. So let's add import bcrypt from bcrypt package, and let's add it here. And in this bcrypt, we will get the compare sync method. And here we have to provide the provided password, and then we will provide this dot password. So this is the password which is stored in the database. After that, using this user schema, we have to create the user model. So I'll write const user equal to mongoose.model, and after that we'll add the model name. So the model name is user, and then we'll add the schema here. So let's add this user schema. So here we have created the user model, and let's export this user model from this file. So just add export default user, so that we can use this user model in any other file. So we have created the user model to store the data in the database. Next, we have to create the functions. Using that, we can store the data in database. We will store the user data, right? So we have to create the controller function. So in this server folder, let's create a new folder and write the folder name controllers. And in this controllers folder, we will create the file called usercontroller.js. So create a new file, usercontroller.js file. And after that, here we have to create a function. Using that we can register a new user. So let's create a new function. So type export const register user equal to async arrow function. Now in this function parameter we will get the request and response like this. So in this one we have to provide some data, so we will use the post method to request this function, and the path will be /API /users/register. We are adding this in the comment, right? And let me add one more comment here, that is controller for user registration. So this is the user registration controller function, and this will be the path, and this will be the type, post type. Now in this one we will add the try catch statement, and after that let's add const curly braces, and here we will get the data from the request dot body. Now in this request we will get the name, email and password. So the user will provide these data to create an account. Now let's add the comment here, that is check if required fields are present. So for that we'll add if statement, and here we'll add not of name, not of email or not of password. If any of this data is missing, so in this case we will add return, and here we will send the response. So just add response dot status, and let's add the status code 400. Then we'll add dot JSON, and in this JSON we'll add the message property. So the message will be missing required fields. Now suppose all the data are available, then we have to check whether this email already exists or not. So here let's add check if user already exists. So in this case first we'll add one variable here, const user equal to and await, and now we will use the user model. So let's type user, and we are getting this suggestion. So just click here to import it from the models folder. You can see it has been imported here. So let's move it here at the top, and here we have to add the file name extension. So just add user.js. So user model has been imported. Now after that just add dot find one, and in this one just add curly braces and provide the email that user has provided in the request, correct? And after that we'll add the if statement and write user. Suppose we found any user, so in that case we will not create the account. So let's add return statement and copy this line, copy and paste it here. Here also we'll add a status 400, then JSON, and in this JSON we'll add the message property and provide the message, that is user already exists. Now suppose there is no user, then we'll create a new user, right? But before creating the user we have to encrypt the password. So let's add the comment here, create new user, and then we'll add const hashed password equal to await, and let's use the bcrypt package. Again we have to import the bcrypt. So scroll up and let's add import bcrypt from bcrypt package, and let's add it here. We will add await bcrypt dot hash, and here let's provide the password. Then we'll add value 10. Then we have to create a new user in the database. So let's add const new user equal to await, and we will use the user model dot create method. So it will create a new entry in the database, and here we have to store the name, then we will store the email, And after that we'll store the password property, and in this password property let's store this hashed password like this. So here we have created a new user in the database, and after creating the user we have to generate a token, and that token will be sent in the response, right? And to generate the token, let me create a separate function. So I'll scroll up, and here let's add const generate token equal to arrow function. And after that, here we have to provide the user ID. So let's add the user ID in the parameter, and then we'll add const token equal to, we will use JSON web token package. So let's add import JWT from JSON web token, and let's add it here, token equal to JWT dot sign. And in this sign method, let's provide the user ID, and after that we have to provide one secret key. So let's open .env file, and here let me add the environment variable. So here at the top we'll add JWT underscore secret, and here you can write any secret text. So I'll type any random secret. You can write anything in this secret value, and after that come here. Now let's import that secret key from the environment variable. For that, let's add process.env dot JWT underscore secret. Then we'll add the comma, and here we will provide the expiry date or time for the token. So let's add expires in, and then we'll add the value 7D. It means the token will get expired in 7 days. And then we'll add return and provide the token. So this function will generate and return the token when we provide the user ID, right? So after creating the account, here we have to generate and return the token. So let's add the message here. So I'll write return success message. So first we'll add const token equal to generate token function, and in this one we have to provide the user ID. So here we have the new user, right? So let's add the new user dot underscore ID. So this underscore ID property is auto generated by MongoDB database. After that, here we have to add new user dot password, and let's add undefined, because we have to return this new user in the response. After that, let's add the return statement, and then write response dot status, and in this status we'll add 201. Then we'll add dot JSON, and in this JSON we'll add the message property. So let's add the message user created successfully. Then we'll add the comma and write token. So we will return the token, and then we'll add the comma and provide user. And in this user property, let's provide this new user. So we have returned the status, then message and token and user, right? Now suppose any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this catch block we'll add the return. So just add return response dot status, and let's add the status 400, and then we'll add dot JSON, and here we'll add the message. So I'll add the message. It will be this error dot message property. That's it. So now we have created this controller function. Using that, user can create an account. Next, we have to create the function. Using that, user can log in into existing account. So here first we'll add the comment. So I'll just copy this, paste it here. So I'll write the comment controller for user login, and after that here we'll add the path. So the path will be /API/user/login. So this will be the API path, and after that we have to create a function. So I'll just copy this function and paste it here. So in this one, we need the email and password. We don't need the name while login. So we will get the email and password from the request.body, and let me update the function name also. So the function name is login user. After that, here we will check if user exists, right? So let me remove this and let's add this. Check if user exists. So just add const user equal to await user.find1 and provide the email. And when we don't have the user, so just add if not of user, then we will return the response with a status 400, and then we'll add the message. So the message is invalid email or password, right? And after that we have to verify the password. So let's add the comment. So I'll write the comment here. Check if password is correct. So let me add the if statement, and in this one we'll add not of user dot compare password, and here we have to provide the password. So just copy and paste it here, and then let's add return, and here also we'll add the same message. So just copy and paste it here. So if the password is not same, then we'll return this response with message invalid email or password. Now suppose the password is also same. So in that case we have to generate the token, right? And we'll also send the success message. So just add the comment here, return success message. And after that, let's add this line, that is const token and generate token using the user ID. So here we have this user. So simply provide user._ID. And after that, in this user, we have to add dot password. So just add user.password undefined. And then we'll send the response using return response.status, and let's add a status 200, right? And after that we will add the message. So in this message, let's type login successful, and then we will return the token, and then we'll return the user like this. And let's come here in the catch block. So in the catch block we have added return response.status 400, and then we have the JSON where we have added message. It will be error.message. So we have created the function. Using that, user can log in with existing account. Next we have to create the controller function. Using that, we can get the user data using the user ID, right? So let's add the comment here. I'll write the comment controller for getting user by ID, and after that here we'll add the next comment where we'll add the type of this API. Then we'll add the API path. It will be /API/users/data. Next we have to create the function. So I'll just copy this function, copy and paste it here. And now let me update the function name. So I'll write the function name get user by ID, correct? Now in this one we need the ID only. So let me just clear this. So in this try block we will add const, and then we'll add the user ID equal to request dot user ID. So here you can see we are getting the user ID from the request, but we are not adding the user ID in the request. The user ID will be added using a middleware that we will create later. So for now, let me write user ID will be request.userid, and after that we have to get the user data from this ID. So let's add the comment check if user exists, right? So let's write const user equal to await, and then we'll add user model dot find by ID and provide the user ID. Now we'll add the if statement not of user. Suppose there is no user with this ID. In that case, we have to send the response here. So let's add this statement. I'll just copy and paste it here. That is return response.status, and it will be 404. And then JSON and message property. In this message property, let's add user not found, right? And suppose the user data is available with this user ID. So here let's add the comment called return user, and let's add the user dot password, and in this password just add undefined. Then we'll add return statement. So here we have the return statement, return response dot status, it will be 200, and then we have the JSON. So in this JSON just provide the user like this. And here we have the catch block where we have added a status 400, and the message will be error.message. So we have created the API controller function. Using that we can return the user data using the user ID. And then we have to create the middleware also. That middleware will add the user ID in this request. Now let's create that middleware first. So I'll open this sidebar, and here let's create a new folder. So in this server folder, we'll create a new folder called middlewares. And in this middleware folder, let's create a file. So write the file name auth middleware.js. Now in this one, let's add the function. So I'll write const protect. We will add the function name protect and write the async arrow function. In this function parameter, we will get the request, response, and next function, right? And after that, here let's add const token equal to request dot headers dot authorization. So whenever the user is logged in, then we will send the headers, and in the headers we will send the authorization property where we will add the token. So here we will get that token, and after that let's verify the token. So just add if not of token. So in this case we will simply add return, and here let's add the response dot status 401 or 401 and .json, and message is unauthorized. Now suppose the token is available. So here let's add the try catch statement. Now in this one we have to decode the token. So let's add const decoded equal to, and let's add JWT. So here let's import the JWT. We'll add import JWT from JSON web token, because we have created the token using JWT. So let's add decoded equal to JWT dot verify, and after that let's provide the token, and then we will provide the process dot env dot the secret key or secret variable. So just add JWT underscore secret. right? And after that, let's add the request dot user ID property. So in the request, we are adding the user ID property equal to this decoded dot user ID. Because we have created the token using the user ID, so we can extract the user ID from this decoded token and it will be added in the request, right? And after that, we will simply call the next function that will execute our controller function. Now let's come here in the catch block. So in this catch block, just add the return statement. We'll add return response dot status for not one, then JSON. And in this message, we'll add unauthorized. After that, we have to export this protect function. So let's add export default protect. That's it. So you can see we have added the user ID in this request. And if I open the user controller, in this one, you can see here we have the user ID in this request. So this user ID will be added using the protect middleware. After that, using this controller function, we have to create the API endpoint. For that, we'll create different routes. And for that, we are going to create the routes file. So here in this server folder, we'll create a new folder called routes. And in this one, just create the file called userroutes.js. Now in this one, we have to create the router using the express package. So let's add import express from express. And after that, let's add const user router equal to express dot router. Now in this router, we have to add different path or endpoint. So let's add user router dot post method, and here we'll add the path. So the path will be register, and then we'll add the comma, and here we have to add the controller function. So let's write registered user imported from the controllers folder. You can see registered user has been imported. Here we will add the file name extension usercontroller.js. So we have created the first route. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add userrouter.post and slash path. So the path will be login, and let's update the function. So it will be login user imported. You can see the login user has been imported from the controller. After that, duplicate it, and in this one we will change the type. So it will be get user router dot get, and here we have to get the user data, right? So just add the path slash data, and then we have to add the function that is get user by ID. So this get user by ID has been imported. Now in this one, we have to add the middleware also, right? So you can see in this controller, we are getting the user ID, and this user ID will be added using the middleware called protect, right? So just come here in the routes, and here before this controller function, let me provide protect. Just click here to import the protect from the middlewares. Add the comma here. Now you can see this protect middleware has been imported from the middlewares folder auth middleware.js file. That's it. So now we have created 3 route: register, login, and data. As you can see, we have created 3 controller function also, right? After that, let's open our server.js file, and in this one we have to add our user router. So after this home route, let's add app.use, and in this one we have to add the path. So it will be /API/users, and then we'll add the comma and provide user router. So we are not getting the suggestion here. So first we have to export the user router. I'll just come here. And in this one, let's add export default user router. And after that, we'll open server.js file. And now if I type user router, we are getting this suggestion. Just click here. And now you can see the user router has been imported from the routes user routes.js file. So finally, we have created the API. Using that, we can authenticate the user. User can log in, register, and we can display the user data using these API. Next, we have to create the API. Using that, we can get the list of resume created by any user. For that, we have to create the resume model so that we can store and get the data from the database. So let's open this sidebar, and in this models folder, we will create a file and write the file name resume.js. So in this one, we have to create our resume model. For that, we will use Mongoose package. So let's write import Mongoose from Mongoose package. After that, we have to create the schema. So I'll write const resume schema equal to new mongoose dot schema. And in this one, let's define the properties that will be added in the resume data. So first we will add the user ID. And in this user ID, let's define the type. So I'll write type. So the type will be mongoose.schema.types.object_id. And after that, here we'll add the reference. So let's add the reference of our user model. So let's add user. So here we have to add the user ID for each resume. After that, we will add the comma here, and let's add the next property. So we will store the title of resume. So I'll write title, and then let's write type. So the type will be a string, and after that we'll add the default value. So the default value will be untitled resume. Now let's add comma, and here we'll add the next property. So next we will store the public data. It means whether the resume is public or private. So here let's add type. So the type will be boolean and the default value is false. So it means by default the resume will be private. Next we have to add the template. So here we have to set the default template for any resume. So we have added template property. The type will be a string and the default value is classic. After that, we have to provide the accent color for the resume template. So let's write accent color, and the type will be a string, and we have added the default value and this color code. Next, we have to add the professional summary property. So in this professional summary property, let's add the type a string, and by default it will be empty string. Correct? Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add the skills property. So in this skills, let's add the array like this, and here let's add the type. So the type will be a string. Then we have to add the comma here and here also. And after this skills, we have to add the personal info. In this personal info, we have to store the user's full name, profession, email, phone number, location, LinkedIn URL, website URL, and image. So here we have added the personal info property. It will be one object. And in this object, let's add the other properties name. So first we'll add the image. In this one, we have to store the image URL. So the type will be a string and the default value will be empty string. And after that, provide comma, duplicate this line. Then we'll add the full name property. So the full name will be a string and default will be empty string. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the profession. So it is also type a string. Duplicate it. Then we'll add the email. Again duplicate this and write phone. Let's add one more property, that is location. Duplicate it, and here we'll add next property, that is LinkedIn, and after that we'll add the next property, website. So in the personal info we will store these data. After that we have to store the experience data. So just add comma, and here let's add experience. So user can add multiple experience, right? So let's add the array here, and in this array we will add the object. So this experience can have multiple information like company name, job position or job title. Then we will store the start date and end date, and we'll also add the description. So here in this object, let's add the property name company, and the type will be a string. And after that, let's duplicate it. Here we'll add the next property position, duplicate it. Then we'll add a start date. Then duplicate it, and here we'll add end date. Again duplicate it. Here we'll add the description. Then duplicate it, and here we'll add is current. So is current property will be either true or false. So let's write the type boolean. So if the user is currently working in this company, they will select is current property true. After that, here we have to add the projects also. So just add comma and provide projects. And in this one also we can add multiple projects. So just copy this array and paste it here. In this array we have the object, and here let's add the property name. So the first one will be name, that is the project name. Then we'll add the type, that is the project type, and after that we'll add the description, that is project description, and remove this property. So in the project we will get name, type and description. After that we have to add the education details, correct? So let's just copy this experience, paste it here. Instead of this experience, let's type education, and here we have to add the institution name or institute name. So just add institution, and the type will be a string. After that, let's add degree. It is also type a string. After that we'll add field, that is the field of study. After that we have to add the graduation date, and then we have to add GPA. Remove this last property. So in this one we have added institution, degree, field, graduation date and GPA, and for all these property the type is a string. After that, here we have to add the timestamp. So let's add comma and add one more object and provide the timestamps property, and let's make it true. So whenever a new data will be added, it will automatically add the current timestamp. And after that, let's add comma here and provide minimize true. So it will create the resume data using empty object also. So just add minimize false. So here we have created the schema. Resume schema is there. Now using this schema we have to create the model. So let's add const resume equal to mongoose dot model, and here we have to add the model name. So the model name is resume, and then we have to add the schema, that is resume schema. So we have created the resume model. After that, we have to export it from this file. So let's add export default and provide this resume. Now using this resume model, we can find the resume of any user in the database, and we can also add and update the resume in MongoDB database. So let's create a controller function. Using that, we will fetch all the resumes created by any user. So here we have the user controller.js file. Let's open it, and in this one, scroll down, and here first we will add the comment. So let's add the comment, controller for getting user resumes. And after that, here we'll add one more comment where we'll add the API type, it is get, and then we have added the path /API/users/resumes. We have added it in the comment. Now after that, we have to create a function. So let me write export const get user resumes equal to, and create the asynchronous arrow function. And in this function parameter, we will get the request and response like this. Now in this one, we will add the try catch statement. Now simply copy the statement from this catch block and paste it here. So we have added return response.status 400, then JSON, and provided the message, it will be error.message. Now just come here in this try block. Now in this try block, we will add const user ID, and we will get this user ID using the middleware. So let's write request.user ID property. So this user ID property will be added using the protect middleware that we have already created. Next, we'll add the comment here, that is return user resumes. So using this user ID, we will find the resumes in the MongoDB database. So we'll write const resumes equal to await, and let's write resume model. You can see we are getting the suggestion to import the resume model from the models folder. It has been imported. Let's scroll up. You can see here we have imported resume from models folder resume.js file. After that, let's come here, and in this one we'll add .find method. And now let's add curly braces and provide the user ID. So it will return all the resumes where this user ID is available. So after that, let's add the return statement, and here let's write response.status and provide 200, then .json, and in this one let's add the resumes. That's it. So using this controller function, we can get the resumes of any user. Next, we have to add this controller function to create our route. So let me open the user routes.js file. Here we have created 3 routes, right? So in this one only, we will add another route. So let's write user router dot get method, and after that let's add the path. So the path will be resumes, then we'll add comma and provide our middleware, that is protect. Then we'll provide the controller function, that is get user resumes. That's it. So you can see it has been imported. After creating this endpoint, now we'll create other controller function for resumes. Like we will create the controller function to create a resume, update resume, delete resume, and we will also create the controller function to get the resume data by ID. So here we'll create a new file. So in this controllers folder, we will create a new file and write the file name resumecontroller.js. And in this one, first we will add the comment. So let me write the comment. Controller for creating a new resume, and then we will add the API path in the comment. It will be /API/resumes/create, and then we have added the type post. So here let's create a function. So I'll write the function name create resume, and we will export this function. So we have added export const create resumes equal to async arrow function. Now in this function parameter, we will get the request and response, and then we have to add the try catch statement in this function. Now in this catch block, let me just copy the statement from previous controller. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. Here we have added return response.status. Status code is 400. Then JSON, and the message is error.message. Now come to this try block. In this try block, we need the user ID. So let me write const user ID equal to request dot user ID, and this user ID property will be added using the middleware. After that, we need the resume title from the body. So user will provide the resume title, then we will create a new resume. So let's write const curly braces title, and we will get this title from request dot body. So now we have the resume title. So let's create the resume. So I'll write one comment here, create new resume, and after that let's add const new resume equal to await, and let's add the resume model. So import the resume model from models folder. Let's drag it here at the top. So you can see we have imported resume from models folder, then resume.js file, and after that here we'll add dot create method, and here we have to add the data. So let's add the data, that is user ID, and provide the title. So we have added the user ID and title. As you can see in this resume model, here we have added the user ID, it is required, and then we have the title. If we don't provide the title, it will create the resume with this title, untitled resume, and here we have provided the title also. So it will create a new resume where we have to add the data using other controller function. So for now we have just created a new resume without any data. We have just added the resume title, and now let's return the data from this controller function. So I'll write one comment here, return success message. So let's write this return response.status, and the status will be 201. Then JSON, and here in this JSON we'll add the message. So the message is resume created successfully, and after that we have to provide the resume data also. So let's add comma, then we will add the property name resume, and it will be our new resume. Just add it here. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can create a new resume. After that we will create a controller function. Using that we can delete the resume. So let me just add the comment first. I'll add this comment, controller for deleting a resume, and this will be the API path, that is /API/resumes/delete, and then just copy this function. I'll just copy it and paste it here. After adding this function here, let's update the function name. So I'll write the function name delete resume. Now in this function, first we need the user ID. So we will get the user ID from request.userid. After that we need the resume ID, and the resume ID will be available in the params. So here let's add curly braces resume ID equal to request dot params, and after that we have to delete this resume. So let me just remove this code from here, and we will write await, then we will use the resume model, then we'll add dot find one and delete. So we are using this method find one and delete, and here we have to provide the user ID, and after that we have to provide underscore ID. So in this underscore ID, let's provide resume ID. So it will be deleted from the database. Next we have to send the response message. So let's add the comment here, return success message, and here let's return response.status 200. Then the message will be resume deleted successfully, and let's remove this property from here. We will simply send the message resume deleted successfully, and here we have the statement in the catch block. So here we have created a function to create the resume using the title, and then we have created the function to delete the resume. After that we'll create a next function. So let me just add the comment first. I'll write the comment get user resume by ID, and the path will be /API/resumes/get. So here we have to create a function. So let me just copy this function and paste it here, and we will update the function name. So the function name will be get resume by ID. After that, in this one, first we need the user ID using this statement, and then we need the resume ID using this statement. After that, we have to get this resume from the database. So let me remove this statement and write const resume equal to await, and then we'll add the resume model dot find one method. In this one we have to provide the user ID. So let's add the user ID, and then we have to add underscore ID property, and here let's provide this resume ID. So here we will get the resume, and after that let's add the if statement. If not of resume, suppose we could not find any resume with this resume ID and user ID, then we will send the response message. So just add return, and let me just copy this one, paste it here, response status, and in this status we'll add 4 not 4, and then we'll add the message here. So the message will be resume not found in this if statement. Now after that, suppose we get the resume data, right? So we will simply return this resume in the response. So here let's write response dot status 200 then JSON, and in this JSON just provide the resume like this. But before sending this resume data to user, in this one we will update some properties. So here let's add resume dot _v equal to undefined. After that we will set the created at property. So let's add resume dot created at, and it will be undefined. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add resume dot updated at property, and it is also undefined. That's it. So before sending this resume to user, we have updated these properties. After that, here you can see we have the catch statement. So if we get any error in the try block, this catch block will be executed and it will send the status 400 and JSON, and here we have the message, that is error.message. After that, we have to create next function. Using that, we can return the resume data if the resume is public, and it will be available for any user. Any user can watch this resume if it is public. For that, we have to create one function here. So let's add the comment get resume by ID public, and the path will be /API/resumes/public. After that, let's create a function here. So I'll just copy this function name, paste it here. Now here we have to update the function name. So I'll write the function name get public resume by ID. After that, let's add try catch statement, and in this try block, first we need the resume ID. So we will get the resume ID from request params. So just add const resume ID equal to request.params. After that, let's find this resume in the database. So I'll write const resume equal to await. Then we will use the resume model dot find one, and in this find one method we have to add the public property. So just add public property, and we will check the public property. If it is true, then only we will send the data to user. So let's add public, and it should be true. And after that, we will also add the underscore ID property, that will be resume ID. That's it. Now we'll add the if statement again. So I'll just copy from here and paste it here. So we have added if not of resume. It means if we could not find this resume, then we will send the response with a status 404. Then the message will be resume not found. And if we get the resume, then we will send it directly to the user. So just copy this statement and paste it here. That is return response.status 200 and then JSON resume. Now let's add the statement in the catch block also. So just copy this from this catch block and paste it here. So we have created this another controller function. Using that, we can return the resume details when the public property is true, and any user can see this resume data. After that, we have to create our next function. Using that, we can update the resume. It means we can add the data like personal details, professional summary, then we can add the experience, skills, education. Correct. So for that, we have to create another function. So first we'll add the comment here. I'll write controller for updating a resume, and the path will be /API/resumes/update. Right. Now here we have to create a function. So let me copy this and paste it here. And in this one, we have to update the function name. So I'll change it to update resume. Now here we will add try catch statement, and in this catch block, we will again add the same code. So just copy this and paste it in this catch block. After that, just come here in this try block. So here you can see we have added the function name update resume. It means we have to update the data in the resume. For that, we need the user ID also, and we need the resume ID also. So let's add const user ID equal to request dot user ID. So this request.userid will be available using the middleware. And after that, we will get some data from the request body. So we need the resume ID, then resume data, and we will also get the remove background property that will be used to either remove or keep the background of the image. So let's add const curly braces resume ID, then we will get resume data, and then we will get remove background equal to request.body. So if remove background is true, we have to remove the background of the image, right? And after that, here we will get the image also from the request, but the image will be handled via middleware that we will create using Multer, right? So for now, I'll simply add const image equal to request dot file. So this file property will be added using the Multer middleware. So we have to create that middleware also, but before that, let me just complete this function, then we'll create that middleware. So here we'll get the image file. After that, let's create the copy of the resume data that will be saved in the database. So here I'll write let resume data copy equal to json.parse. And after that, here we have to provide this resume data. So we have created the copy of the resume data, and now let me simply save this data in the database. So here let's write await resume dot find one and update method, and in this one we will add curly braces. In this one we will provide the user ID. So let's add user ID comma underscore ID, and in this underscore ID we will provide resume ID. So it will find the resume using the user ID and resume ID. Then we have to update the data. So just add comma, and here let's provide the resume data copy. So it will be added in the database. Now let's add comma, and here we'll add the object and provide new, and let's make it true. So it will return the new data, and we will store this return in a variable. So here let me write const resume then equal to await. So we are getting the updated resume in this variable. Now we can send it in the response. So let's add return response dot status, and here let's add the status 200, and then we'll add JSON, and in this JSON we will add the message property. So let's add the message called saved successfully, and after that here we'll add comma, provide this resume, that is the updated resume data. That's it. So here we have created the function. Using that we can update the resume and we can add the data in the resume. Now if we get the image also, right, then we have to upload that image on cloud storage, and we will also remove the background if this remove background is true. So first we have to handle this image upload. So we will create a middleware that will handle this image upload. This middleware will add the file property in the request, and this image will be added in the file property. So to create that middleware, let's open this sidebar, and here you can see we have the configs folder. So in this configs folder, let's create a new file and write the file name multer.js. After that, here let's import the multer package. So just add import multer from multer. We have already installed this package while creating the application. And after that, we have to create the storage using this multer package. So let's add const storage equal to multer dot disk storage and provide empty object. After that, we have to create the function that is upload. So let's add const upload equal to multer, and in this one we have to add this storage. Next, we have to export this upload from this file. So let's add export default upload. So we have created this upload middleware that will be used to add the uploaded image in the request with the file property. So after creating it, let me open our controller file, that is resume controller.js, and in this one you can see here we have the image and we are getting this image from request.file, and this file property will be added using multer. After getting the image from request.file, we have to upload this image on any online storage. For that, we are going to use ImageKit. ImageKit is an image and video API, and it also have the AI features. So we will use the ImageKit to upload the images on cloud, and we will also transform our images. You can use it to transform images, you can optimize the images, and you can also remove the background. So let me open the pricing page. Here you can see we have forever free plan where you can store up to 3 GB of data, that is the 3 GB files, and we have the 20 GB bandwidth. And in this one we have the AI features also. So you can see here we have the list of AI features, and all these features are available in forever free plan. So just click on the link given in the description and sign up on ImageKit. So I'll log in with my existing account. So it will open the ImageKit dashboard. Now to use ImageKit, let me show you the documentation. So I'll open the ImageKit homepage and click on docs, and then click on this node.js. So it will open this GitHub repository, and here you can see the step how to use ImageKit in your project. So first we have to install it. So just copy this statement or command and come back to the VS Code. Here we will open the terminal, and you can see we are in the server terminal. Let's stop it using Ctrl+C and paste this command npm install at imagekit/node.js. Press enter, so it will install this package. After installation, we can again start the project. So I'll write npm run server. So it will start the project again. After that, let's hide this, and if I open the package.json file, so in this one you can see here we have this imagekit/node.js. So this package has been installed, and after that let's see the next step. So we have to create the ImageKit instance using this function, right? So first we have to import this and create this client. So I'll just copy this and come back to the VS Code. And here we will create a file. So in this config folder, let's create a new file and write the file name imagekit.js. In this one, we will paste this code. So here we have imported ImageKit from the imagekit/node.js. After that, here we have the client. So let me change the name. So instead of this client, I'm going to write ImageKit. And after that, we have to export this ImageKit from this file. So just add export default ImageKit so that we can use it in any other file. So now in this one you can see we have the private key and it is process.env, and then we have to provide our key. So we have to get the private key from the ImageKit dashboard. So I'll open the ImageKit dashboard. In this one, in the left sidebar, you will find developer options. Just click here and then you will find this API keys, and here you will find the private key. So just click on this icon, then only it will reveal the private key. I'll just click here. Then you need to confirm the account password. Then copy this key. After that you need to open the VS Code. So I'll open the VS Code and open .env file, and here we have to store this key. For that, let's create a new environment variable. So I'll type ImageKit underscore private key and paste this key here. After that, just copy this environment variable and open our ImageKit.js file, and here let's add process.env and then provide this environment variable name ImageKit underscore private underscore key. That's it. So we have created this configuration. After that, let's see how to upload the images using this ImageKit. So we will open the document again, and here you can see we have to use this client.files.upload method. In this upload method, we can provide the object where we will provide the file. And in this file property, we have to provide the buffered image, right? And after that, we have to provide the file name, and we can also provide the folder name, and then we can also add the transformation. So let me just copy this code and come back to the VS Code, and let's open our resume controller.js file. So in this one, here we have the image. So we will add the if statement so that we can check we have the image or not. So after creating the resume copy, here let's add if statement if image. So if the image is available in the request, so in this condition we have to upload it on ImageKit. So just paste this code here, and after that, here let's add the ImageKit instance. So I'll write ImageKit and import it from the configs folder. Just click here. So you can see this ImageKit has been imported from configs/imagekit.js file. Correct? Now in this one we have the files.upload method, and here we have file, and here we will provide the buffered image. So let's add the buffered image here. For that we have to import the file system. So here at the top we will add import fs from fs, that is file system. And let's come here in the function, and here let's add the space, and first we'll add one variable. So just add const image buffer data equal to fs dot create read stream. You can see we have to use this fs dot create read stream, and in this one we have to provide the image dot path like this. After that we will directly provide this image buffer data in this file. So just provide it here and add comma like this. And after that, here we have to add the file name also. So in this file name, let me type resume.png. So this will be the file name. And after that we have to add the folder name. So let's add a new property, folder name, and it will be user resumes. After that, here we will add the transformations. So we will add the transformation property, and in this transformation property we will add the object, and let's add pre, and here let's add the string. In this one we will set the width. So we will set the width 300 and height 300. So add comma and provide h300. Because we have to create the profile image, so it will be a square size image with width of 300 and height 300. Next we have to focus on the face. For that, let's add comma fo face. So it will focus on face. So this face will be zoomed in. So let me zoom out little bit. For that we'll add z dash 0.75. So it will zoom out the image, right? And after that, close this string, and then we'll add plus. You can see in this request body we are getting remove background property. So if it is true, we have to add the background transformation, that is remove background. So here let's add plus, then we'll add parenthesis and provide this property remove background, and we will add the ternary operator. So let's add question mark. So if it is true, in this case we have to add comma and provide the property, that is e-bg remove. So it will remove the background of the uploaded image. And if it is false, we will not add this. So just add colon and empty string. That's it. So here we have added the transformation for width, height, face focus, zoom, and remove background. So this image will be uploaded on ImageKit, and it will also transform our image. After that, in this response we will get a URL, right? So let's store this URL in our resume data. So after that, here we have to add resume data copy dot personal info property, and in this personal info property there will be image property, and in this image property we will store our response dot URL. So here we have the live URL of our uploaded image, and after that we have already added this statement that will add this resume data copy in the database, and it will generate the response. So we have created our function. Using that we can add the data in the resume. So in this resume controller file, you can see we have created multiple functions. So the first one is create resume, after that delete resume, then get resume by ID. Then we have this get public resume by ID, and then we have this update resume. So we have to create the API endpoint using these controller functions. For that we will create a new route file. So in this routes folder we will create a new file and write the file name resume routes.js. And here we have to use Express, so just add import Express from the Express package, and then we'll create the router. So just add const resume router equal to express dot router, and after that in this resume router we have to create different path. So let's add resume router dot post. We are using the post method, and here we will add the path. So the path will be create. So let's add /create. After that, here we will add the middleware, that is protect. We are not getting the suggestion, so let me open this from the sidebar. Here we have auth middleware.js, right? And after that, if I type protect, you can see we are getting the suggestion. So just import it from middlewares folder, auth middleware files. Write the file name extension also .js. After that, here we have to add the controller function. So just add comma and provide the controller function, that is create resume. So this create resume has been imported from resume controller, right? So just add the file name extension .js. That's it. So here we have added the first route for the resume. Now just duplicate it. In this second one, we will add the type put. So let's add resume router .put, and then we'll add the path name. So the path name will be update. Correct? Then we'll add the middleware. Using that, we can handle the file upload. So here after this comma, we'll add upload, and you can see we are getting the suggestion to import the upload from config/multer. Just click here. You can see the upload has been imported from configs folder multer.js file. In this upload, we will add .single, and in this single we'll add the property name, that is image. And then we will add comma. So after this upload middleware, we have the protect, and then we will add the controller function. So let's add update resume controller function. It has been imported. Correct? Now just copy this one and paste it here. In the third one, we'll add the type delete. So let's add delete, and here let's add the path. So the path will be /delete /resume ID, because we will provide the resume ID in the URL parameter. After that, here we have added the protect middleware, and then we'll add the controller function, that is delete resume. It has been imported. After that, just copy this, paste it here. In this one, we will add the type. So the type will be get, like this, and here we will add the path. So the path will be get / then provide resume ID, like this. And here also we'll add the protect, and then we'll add the controller function get resume by ID. It has been imported. Now just duplicate it, and here also we'll add type get, then the path will be /public /resume ID. So if it is public, then we will remove this protect middleware. So anyone can see this data using this API. And after that, here we will add the controller function get public resume by ID. It has been imported. So we have created multiple endpoint on this router. Now we have to export this router from this file. So let's add export default and resume router. Next, we have to add this resume router in our main file, that is server.js. So I'll open server.js file, and after this user router, here we will add app.use and provide the path. It will be /API /resumes, and then we'll add comma and provide the router that we have just created, that is resume router. So you can see the resume router has been imported from this routes folder. So now we have created the APIs. Using that, we can add and update the resume. Now we have to create the API. Using that, we can add the AI feature in our resume builder project. Using AI, we will create the resume based on the uploaded resume, and we will also use AI to enhance the professional summary and job description. So let me open the web browser, and here we will search for Google Gemini API. So let's scroll down and we will open this link, aistudio.google.com, and here you will find this button, create API key, right? And just click on this button, and here you need to add one name and choose the existing project, or you don't have any project, then you can create it here and get your API key. I already have multiple projects here, so I'll use my existing key. So I can just click here to copy this key. And after that, we will see the documentation. So let's click here on this documentation. And in the left side, you will find this OpenAI compatibility. So let's click here. So here we have the step to use this Google Gemini API using OpenAI. So first we have to add the OpenAI package in our project. So let me come back to the VS Code and we will open the terminal. Now in this one, you can see the backend is running, right? So we have to stop the backend server using Ctrl+C. And after that, let's add this command, npm install OpenAI. So it will install the OpenAI package. And again, start the project using npm run server. So it will start the project on same port number. Now we can hide this terminal. And if I open the package.json file, in this dependency, you can see we have the OpenAI. It has been installed. After that, we have to create a config file. So let's create a file in this config folder and write the file name. So here we have the configs folder and create a file and write the file name ai.js. Now in this one, let's copy this code. So I'll copy the code from here. I will just copy this one and paste it here in our ai.js file. So here you can see we have imported OpenAI from OpenAI package. And after that, here we have added const OpenAI, or you can change the name also. So I'll simply write AI equal to new OpenAI. And in this one, we have to add the API key. And then we have to provide the base URL. So the base URL is already added here. And here we have to provide the API key. So we will add our API key in the environment variable. So let's come to .env file. And here we will create a variable. So let me write environment variable name OpenAI API key equal to, and here we will paste the Google Gemini API key. Let me just copy and paste it here. I will paste it in double quote. After that, we will add our base URL also. So I'll just come back here. And in this ai.js file, you can see here we have the base URL. So I will add this base URL in the environment variable. So just come back here in the .env file. And let's add the environment variable name OpenAI base URL equal to, and we will paste this link. Let's copy and paste it here. And after that, here we have to add the OpenAI model. You can see in this documentation, we have to provide the model. So the model name is Gemini 2.0 Flash. So we will use 2.5. So just come back here and let's add the environment variable name, that is OpenAI model equal to, and provide Gemini 2.5 Flash. So we have the API key, base URL and model name. After that, let's come here in the ai.js file and remove this string. Here we will add process dot env dot and the environment variable name, that is OpenAI API key. Now in this base URL also we will use the same thing, like process dot env dot OpenAI base URL. After that, we have to export this AI from this file so that we can use it in any other file. So just add export default AI. So here we have added the configuration for using AI. After creating this configuration file, now we will create the controller functions. Using that we can perform different operations like uploading a existing resume and create the new resume, and after that we'll create the function. Using that we can enhance the professional summary and we can enhance the job description. So let's create a new controller file. So in this controllers folder we will create a new file and write the file name aicontroller.js. And in this one, first we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment controller for enhancing a resume's professional summary, and the path will be /API/AI/enhance pro sum, that is professional summary. So let's create a function. So I'll write export const enhance professional summary equal to async arrow function. Now in this function parameter we will get request and response, and after that here we will add try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we need the content from the request. So let's add const user content equal to this request dot body. So we have to write some summary, and after that we will pass this summary to AI. So after getting this content, let's add the if statement, and here we will write not of user content. It means when the user content is not available. So in this case simply add return, and then we'll add response.status and write the status 400, then .json, and here we'll add the message. So the message is missing required fields. So if we don't provide the user content, then it will display this message. Now after that, suppose we have the user content available. So here we will use the AI. So let's add await AI dot, and let me see the steps here. So I'll open this documentation, and in this one you can see we have to use this OpenAI. So we have added the name AI. Then we have to add .chat.completions.create. So let's copy this one and paste it here. We have added await ai.chat.completions.create, and in this one we have to add the object where we have to add the model like this, and then we have to add the messages. So I'll just copy this one and paste it here. So you can see here we have added the model, and let's add the model from the environment variable. So I'll write process dot env dot OpenAI model. So I'll just copy it from the environment variable. Here it is, just copy and paste it here. After that, here we have the messages array. So in this one we have to add the role system, and this will be the content. So here we have to add the content for system message, and after that here we have to add the role user, that will be the user message, right? And here we have to provide the content that we will receive from the request. So you can see in the request we are getting this user content. So let's provide it here like this, and now we will update this content for the system, right? That is the system message. So here let me remove it, and we will write our own message. So you can read this one. Here we have added, you are an expert in resume writing. Your task is to enhance the professional summary of a resume. The summary should be 1 to 2 statement, also highlighting key skills, experience and career objectives. Make it compelling and ATS friendly, and also return text, no options or anything else. And after that here we have the role user and user content. So after that here we'll get the response. So let's store this response in a variable. So here we will type const response equal to and await, like this. So here we are getting the response. Now if I come back to this documentation, you can see in this response we will get choices and then index 0, and here we will get the message, right? So I'll just come back here, and here let's add const enhanced content equal to this response dot choices dot message, and in this one we'll get the content. So this will be the AI enhanced content, and after that here we have to return this enhanced content in the response. So I'll write return response dot status, and in this status we will send 200, and then we'll add dot JSON, and here let's add this enhanced content, so it will be sent in the response. After that, just copy this return and paste it here in this catch block. So in this catch block we'll add a status 400, and in the message we have to add this error dot message. So let's add the message property here, and it will be error dot message. That's it. So here we have added the function, using that we can enhance the professional summary added by the user. Now we'll add the controller function, using that we will enhance the job description. So I'll just add another comment here. So here we have added this comment, controller for enhancing a resume's job description, and this will be the API path. So here let's add the function. So I'll just copy this previous function. I'll just copy it and paste it here. Now here first we have to change the name. So the function name will be enhance job description, correct? And after that here also we'll get the user content from the request.body, and after that we will write if not of user content, then we'll send the message missing required fields. Now again we will use the AI model here. So here we have added ai.chat.completions.create, and in this one we will provide the model, and then we'll add the messages array. So the first one will be role system, and in the second one the role will be user, right? And in this user role we have provided the user content, and in the first one we have the content, and let's replace this content from here. So here we'll add our own message for this system. So here we will type, you are an expert in resume writing. Your task is to enhance the job description of a resume. The job description should be only in 1 to 2 sentences, also highlighting key responsibilities and achievements. Use action verbs and quantifiable results where possible. Make it ATS friendly, and also return text, no options or anything else. So this is the system message, and here we have the user role and message, that is content. After that here we'll get the enhanced content, and then we will provide this enhanced content in the response using this statement. So here we have added another controller function to enhance the job description. Now we'll create the controller function, using that we can upload the existing resume, and we'll create the resume using our template. So here we'll add the comment, controller for uploading a resume to the database, and this will be the API path. So here we have to create a function. So let's just copy this one and paste it here. Now in this one, first we will change the name. So the function name is upload resume. After that here we have the try catch statement. So I'll just clear this try block. I will keep this code, that is for the AI, and then we have the catch block also, so let it be. So here in this try block, first we will get the resume text and the title from the body. So let's add const curly braces. Let's get the resume text. So this will be the existing resume text that people will upload, and then we'll add the title equal to this request dot body, correct? And after that, here we need the user ID also, so that we can store this data in the particular user. So just add const user ID equal to request dot user ID. After that, let's add the if statement, and here let's write if not of resume text. It means we don't have any text. In this case, we'll add return, and here we'll add this message. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. That is response.status 400 and the JSON object, and the message is missing required fields. Now after that, here we have to add the prompt for the system, like this one. You can see here we have the messages, and here we have the role system, and this is the system message, right? So let me just clear it from here. And after that, here we will define this system message first. So let's add the variable called system prompt. So we have added const system prompt equal to, and let's add the message. So here we have added the message. You are an expert AI agent to extract data from resume, right? And after that, here we have to add the user prompt. So I'll write const user prompt equal to, and let's add backticks, and then we'll add the message. So the message is extract data from this resume, and after that, let's provide the resume text that we are getting from the request body. So let's add $, curly braces, and provide this resume text like this. So here we have the system prompt and user prompt. So let's provide this system prompt and user prompt in this code that will provide the response from AI, right? So let me just remove this a string from here, and here we will provide system prompt, and here we will provide user prompt. That's it. And after that, in this one, we have to add response underscore format. So we have added like this response format, and it will be object and write type. And in this type, we will provide JSON object. So we have provided the response format, and after that, here we will get the response, and in this one we'll get the choices, then message and content. So let's store this in the variable. So let's add the variable name, that is extracted data, right? And after that, we have to parse this extracted data using json.parse. So let's add const parsed data equal to json.parse, and let's add this extracted data here. After that, here we have to add this resume data in the database. So let's add const new resume equal to await, and we will use the resume model. So let's add resume. You can see we are getting this suggestion to import it from the models folder. Just click here, scroll up, you can see this resume model has been imported, right? Here we'll add the file name extension .js. Now it is correct. So here we have imported the resume model, and after that, here we will write resume.create. So it will create a new data in the database. And after that, here we'll add object. So first we have to provide the user ID. Then we will provide the title, that will be the resume title, and after that we'll add a spread operator and provide the parsed data. That's it. Now we can send the response, right? So here let's add response.json, and in this one simply provide this new resume ID. So here let's add the property name, that is resume ID, and in this one let's add new resume underscore, first we'll add dot then underscore ID. That's it. So in the response we are sending the resume ID when we'll create a new resume in the database, right? Now let's see this code again. So first we are getting the resume text and title from the request body. So whenever we will upload existing resume, we will get the resume text, right? And if we don't have the resume text, we will send this message missing required fields. And if we have the resume text, then let's create the system prompt and user prompt. And after that, we will use this AI to generate the response using these prompt. And after that, we have to set the response format. Then we will extract the response data. Then we will parse it. And after that, we will store this resume data in the database using this resume.create. And after that, for this one, we will get the ID that is auto-generated in MongoDB. So here we have added resume ID. So here we have added resume ID. It will be new resume dot underscore ID. It will be sent in the response. Now here we will add one more thing. You can see here we have simply added this user prompt, extract data from this resume, and this is the resume text. Correct? Now in this one, I want to add more details in the user prompt so that it will give us the exact response that we want. So after this text, that is resume text, let's add a space, and here we'll add the message. So I'll write the message, that is provide data in the following JSON format with no additional text before or after. So here we have added the text, that is I want the data in particular format, and after that here we have to paste the format. For that we will open our resume model. So let's open the models folder, then open resume.js file. So here you can see we have this professional summary, then we have the skills, then personal info, right? So let me just copy this. I'll copy till here, till this education. Correct? And after that, let me just come back. I'll just copy till here. And we will come back here in our AI controller file. Here it is, AI controller. And here we have to add this format so that the AI will give the response in this particular format that we can add in the database. So let's add the curly braces and paste the code that we have just copied. Let me align it properly. So you can see we have added the object here, and in this object we have professional summary property, then skills, then personal info, then experience, then project, then education. Correct? So we have added the format for the output, and after that this data will get saved in the database. So we have created the controller function for uploading an existing resume. Next we have to create the API endpoint using these controller function. For that we have to create the AI route. So let's open the sidebar, and here we have the routes folder. In this one, let's create the file AI routes.js. And here we have to create the router. So first we'll import Express from Express package, and after that let's create the router. So I'll write const AI router equal to express dot router, and after that in this AI router we will add different endpoint. So just add AI router dot post method, and in this one we'll add / and the path is enhanced pro sum, that is professional summary. Then we have to add the middleware. Just add protect. Click here, protect middleware has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension .js. Then we'll add the controller function. So let's write the controller function called enhance professional summary. That's it. Now just duplicate it, and here we will change the path. So it will be enhance job description. Correct? Then we'll change the function name, enhance job description. Now again duplicate it, and here we'll change the path, that is upload resume. And here also we will update the controller function. So it will be upload resume. So all controller function has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension aicontroller.js. Next we have to export this AI router from this file. So let's write export default and AI router. Next we have to add this AI router in our server file, that is server.js. But before that, let me just come back here in the AI controller. And in this AI controller, you can see we have used this AI.chat. So first we have to import this AI from the config folder, right? So I'll open our config folder here, and you can see we have the ai.js file where we have exported this AI, right? So we have to import this AI in the controller file. So let's open the controller file, and here let's add import AI, and we are getting the suggestion. Just click here. So you can see the AI has been imported from the configs folder / ai.js file, like this. Now let's open the server file, that is server.js, and here we will create the new endpoint. So let's add app.use, and let's add the path. It will be /API/AI, and then we'll add the comma and provide the AI router. Let's click here to import it. So if I scroll up, you can see AI router has been imported from the routes /airoutes.js file. So now we have completed the backend of our resume builder. And in this backend, we have created multiple API endpoint. Now we will link these APIs with our frontend to create a fully functional resume builder. And here we have added the AI functionality also. To connect this backend APIs with frontend, first let me open the terminal. So in this terminal, we are getting some error. You can see it says cannot find module, and we are getting this issue in this file AI routes. So let's open this server folder, routes folder, and AI routes.js file. In this one, we have imported this update resume. So let me remove it from here, and we will import it from this AI controller file. So here we'll add the comma. Here we'll write upload resume. So this upload resume has been imported, and we will add this controller function here in this route. Here we have the path upload resume, right? So let me update the controller function. It will be upload resume. That's it. Now save the changes and open the terminal. So now if I open this terminal, scroll down. So here you can see the application is working successfully. We are getting this message. And after that, if I switch the terminal, you can see this is the front-end terminal. So we have the backend running, and we have the front-end also, that is running on this localhost :5173. Let me open this URL. So this is the front-end URL, and the backend is running at localhost :3000. Now let me connect this backend with our front end. For that, I'll just come back here and I'll close all the files. So right click here and select close saved. After that, just fold this server folder and let's expand this client folder. Now in this client folder, we have to add the backend URL and we will add it in the environment variable. So in this client folder, let's create a file and write the file name .env. In this one, let's add the environment variable name, that is wheat base URL equal to, and here we will add the backend URL. So let me just add the backend URL, that is localhost colon 3000, and remove this / from the end. So we have added the backend URL in the client project, and after that in this one we have to create one store where we will manage the global state and functions. So let's come here in this src. In this src we have to create one folder called app. So let's create a folder and write the folder name app. Now in this folder we will create the file. So I'll create a new file and write the file name store.js. And after that, here let's add a function. So just add export const, and the function name is a store equal to, and here we will use configure a store function. So to use this configure a store, first we have to import the Redux, and for that we have to install the Redux and Redux toolkit in our front-end project. So I'll open the front-end terminal. So you can see the front-end is running in this terminal, right? And after that, let's scroll down. We will stop the project using Ctrl+C, and here we will add the command to install the Redux and Redux toolkit. For that, let's add npm install, and then we'll add React Redux. After that, we will add @redux.js /toolkit. Now press enter. So it will install the React Redux and Redux toolkit. After that, we will add another package also. So let's add npm install and write the package name Axios. Using this Axios package, we will make the API call. And after that, we will add another package. Using that, we will extract the text from the uploaded PDF file. So here, let's add npm install, and the package name is React PDF to text. Install this package. Now it is also installed. After that, we will start the project using npm run dev. So our project is again running on the same URL. Now let's hide this terminal and let's create this store. So here let's type configure a store. We are not getting the suggestion here, so let's import it manually. I'll write import curly braces configure the store equal to, or here we'll add from and provide @redux.js /toolkit. So from Redux toolkit, we have imported configured a store. After that, here in this one, we'll add the object, and here let's add the reducer. And in this reducer, we have to add all the reducers that we will create for this project. Correct? So here we have the authentication feature, and for authentication, we will create a separate auth slice. So in this app folder, let's create another folder called features. And in this features folder, we will create a file. So let's add a new file and write the file name auth slice.js. And after that, here let's add const auth slice equal to create slice and import it from the redux.js/toolkit. It has been imported. And after that, here we have to add the name. So in this name property, let's add auth. After that, we have to add the initial state. So in this initial state, we'll add the object and provide the token. So in this token property, let's add null. And after that, we'll add the user. So user is also null. And after that, we'll add the loading. So the loading property is true. Now we will create the reducer functions. So here let's add reducers, and in this reducers let's add the login, and here we'll add the arrow function, and in this one we will get the state and action. So we have to provide the state and action in this function, and after that let's add the state dot token equal to action dot payload dot token. Then we'll add a state dot user equal to action dot payload dot user. So using this reducer function, we'll update the state. After that, let's add logout, and let's add the arrow function for this logout. Here also we will get the state. That's it. And after that, let's add the state dot token. Then we will add equal to empty string. After that, we'll add a state dot user, and it will be null. And after that, let's add local storage dot remove item, and here let's add the item key name, that is token. After that, we'll add the comma, and here let's add set loading, and it will be arrow function, and in this one we'll get the state and action. So here let's add a state dot loading equal to action dot payload. That's it. So here we have created the reducers for our state, and after that we have to add this auth slice in our store. But before that, we have to export these reducers function. So here let's add export const curly braces and provide the login, then logout, and then set loading equal to auth slice dot actions, and after that we'll add export default, and here we'll provide auth slice dot reducer. Now let's come here in the store.js file, and in this one, in this reducer, we have to add the auth, and it will be auth reducer. We are not getting it here, so let's import it manually. So I'll write import auth reducer from and provide the path, that is ./features/auth slice. If I open this auth slice, you can see we have exported this auth slice dot reducer, and we have imported it here using this auth reducer, and let's provide it here. That's it. So we have created the state that will manage our authentication using Redux state management. Now we have to open our login page. So if I open this sidebar, here you can see we have this pages, and in this pages we have created login.jsx file, right? Here we have created the login forms, and after that we have added the route here. You can see in this app.jsx we have this route to open the login page, right? We can type this login path, it will open the login page. So let me just remove this route. I want to open the login page whenever the user is not logged in and user try to open the app page or dashboard, right? For that we will come here in this layout.jsx file, and in this one first let's add const curly braces user, and then we'll get the loading equal to use selector. So here we have added the use selector, and we have to import this use selector. So let's add import curly braces use selector from React Redux, and after that here we'll add the arrow function, and in the parameter we'll get the state, and this function will return the state.auth. So from this auth we will get the user and loading property. After that let's add the if statement, and here we'll add the loading. So whenever the loading is true, in this case we'll add the return and provide the loading component. So we have the component with the name loader. Let's import it from this components folder. It has been imported, right? And after that here we have a div. In this div we have added the navbar and outlet, right? So this navbar and outlet will be displayed whenever the user is logged in, right? So here let's add curly braces. First we'll add the user and ternary operator, so just add question mark. So when the user is logged in, then we will add this div. So just move this div within this parenthesis, and after that we'll add the colon here, and here we will provide the login component. So let's add login and import it from the pages. So this login component has been imported. So now you can see the structure here. So first we are checking when the user is available, then it will display the navbar and outlet. It means it will display the dashboard to create the resume, and if the user is not logged in, it will directly display this login page. So let's save the changes and open our web page. So you can see this is the home page, right? And if I try to open any of the route from dashboard, so let's click here on this login. You can see we are getting the white screen. Let me inspect it. So here we are getting the message could not find React Redux context value. So to fix it, just come back here in the VS Code and we will open the main.jsx file. So we have to wrap our component using the provider that is available in React Redux. So let's add import curly braces provider from and provide React Redux. And now let's add this provider here in this browser router. So in this browser router, we'll provide this provider tag and close it. So we have the opening and closing tag, and within this we will mount this app. And after that, in this provider we have to add the store also. So let's add a store, and in this one we will add the store that we have created. So let's add import a store from, we will add the path that is /app, that is the app folder, then /store.js. And now let's provide this store here. save the changes and open the web page. Let me refresh it so you can see the loading a screen. So after loading, it should display the login form here. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code and we will open the app.jsx file. So in this one, first we have to add the dispatch function. So before this return statement, let's add const dispatch equal to use dispatch and import it from React Redux. So here we'll create a function, using that we'll get the user data from the database. So let's add the function called get user data using this const equal to asynchronous add function, and in this function we have to add const token equal to local storage dot get item, and here we'll add the key name, that is token. After that, here we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we'll add the if statement. So let's add if token. So if the token is available, in this case we'll make the API call. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we'll add the Axios package. So let's add the Axios in one place so that we can use it everywhere, and in that one we will add the base URL also, right? For that, let's open this sidebar, and here we will create a folder. So in this src folder, we'll create a new folder and write the folder name configs. And in this configs folder, we will create a file, that is api.js, and in this one we will import the Axios from Axios package, and after that let's add const API equal to this Axios dot create, and in this one let's provide the URL. So just add base URL equal to import.meta.env dot, and provide the environment variable name, that is wheat base URL. Let's add it here. So here we have provided the base URL in the API that is created using this Axios, and after that we have to export it. So just add export default API, and after that we will come back in the app.jsx file, and here now we can use that API. So let's type API and import it from the configs folder. It has been imported, and after that here we have to provide the remaining path for the API, right? So let's add dot get method and provide the path here, that is slash API slash users slash data, and after that here we'll add comma curly braces and provide the headers property to authenticate our request. So we have just added the headers property, and here we'll add the authorization colon and provide the token. So we have to provide this token in the header. After that again we'll add the if statement, and here let's add the data dot user. So if we have the user data in the response, so in this case let's add the dispatch, and in this dispatch we'll use the login. Let's import the login from app folder, features and auth slice, right? And then we'll add curly braces here and provide the token, then provide the user data. So just add the user property, and in this one let's add the data.user. So it will set the user in the state, and after that here we will add dispatch, and in this one let's use the set loading and import this set loading, and after that here let's make it false. That's it. Now here we'll add the else statement also. So now we'll add the else here, and here we will add the same thing, that is dispatch set loading false. It means when the token is not available, we will simply call this dispatch and provide this set loading false. After that, come here in the catch block, and in this catch block again we will add the same thing, dispatch set loading false, and after that we'll add the message also in the console. So just add console.log, and here let's add this error dot message property. That's it. Next we have to call this get user data function whenever the component gets loaded. So let's add the use effect. In this use effect we have to add the arrow function and then a dependency array, and in this function just call the get user data. That's it. Save the changes and open our web page. So now you can see here we have the login form. Now if I open the home page and click on this get started, you can see it is opening the sign up form, because in this URL parameter you can see the state is registered. If I come back and click on this login button, it is opening this login form, right? And from here also we can switch the form. Click here, so it will open the sign up, and click here, so it will open login. Next we have to add the functionality in this login or register form. So we will come back to the VS Code, and after that let's open the sidebar and open the login.jsx file. Now in this one, here you can see we have this handle submit function, right? So in this handle submit function, let's add the try catch block. In this try block, we will make the API call for user login or register. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await and provide the API. Let's import it from the configs folder, and after that here we have to use the post method. So just add dot post and provide the path. So the path will be /API/users, and after that we have to add $, curly braces, and provide the state. Let's just copy this state and paste it here, and let's change this code. It will be backticks like this, so that we can use this template literal. And after that here we'll add comma and provide the form data. Here we have the form data, just add it here. And after that let's add dispatch. So first we have to import the dispatch from Redux. So let's add const dispatch equal to use dispatch, and the use dispatch has been imported from the React Redux. Now let's add this dispatch here after this API call, and in this one let's provide the login and import the login from this slice. It has been imported, and after that in this one we have to provide the data. You can see this login has been imported, right? And after that here we have to set the token in the local storage. So just add local storage dot set item, and here we will provide the property name. So the property name is token, and after that we will provide the value. So it will be data.token. After that we have to add the notification also, like you are logged in successfully, correct? To display the notification we are going to use the React hot toast package, so that we will display the toast notification. So let's open the terminal and stop this project using Ctrl+C. In this terminal let's write npm install React hot toast. Press enter. So it will install this package, and after that we have to start the project again. So just add npm run dev. So now the project is running. Let's hide this terminal, and after that we have to open our app.jsx file. In this one we have to import the toaster component. So let's come here and write import and provide curly braces toaster from and provide the package name React hot toast. And after that let's add this component in this fragment, right? So here we will add this toaster component. That's it. After adding this toaster component, let's open our login page, that is login.jsx file. And in this one we have to display the notification, right? So here we have to import the toast component. So let's add toast and click here to import it from the React hot toast. It has been imported. Now in this one let's add type success and provide the data.message. So it will display the message in toast notification. After that come to this catch block. In this catch block we'll add the toast and then we'll add the error question mark, then provide dot response dot data dot message. We have added the question mark also, and after that we'll add or error dot message property. That's it. So after adding it, it will allow us to log in using this form. So let me just open this web page, and here we have the login form. Right now let me add any email ID and password and click on login. So you can see invalid email or password. Now if I switch to sign up form and provide the email ID, and we will provide the name and any password, so we can create an account. So you can see user created successfully. So this login feature is working fine. Next we have to add the logout option using this button. For that we have to open the VS Code, but before that let me come to home page, and here you can see still we are getting this buttons get started and login. So after successful login we have to remove these buttons and we will display the button that is dashboard. So I'll just come back to the VS Code and open this sidebar, and here you will find this components, and in this components we have home, and in this one we have the hero.jsx file. Now in this one you will find these buttons. So we have these buttons get started and login, right? So we have to hide these buttons whenever the user is already logged in. So first we have to get the user data. So here let's add const curly braces user equal to use selector imported from the React Redux. And in this one we will add the arrow function with the state in the parameter, and here let's add the state dot auth. That's it. So here we'll get the user, and after that just come here, and in this first link tag that is for the get started we will add the hidden property. So let's add hidden equal to and provide this user. Let's add the same thing here in this login like this. After that we'll add one more link tag. So here let's add the link tag. We have the link opening and closing tag, and in this one we'll add the text called dashboard, right? Now for this link we'll add the classes, and here we'll add the to property also. So in this to let's add the path that is /app. So when we will click on the dashboard it will open the app section where user can create the resume, and here we'll add the Tailwind classes like this. And after that, here we will add the hidden property. So let's add hidden and equal to curly braces, not of user. So when the user is not logged in, then this link will be hidden. Save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the dashboard button, right? And click on this dashboard. So it is opening this dashboard. And here you can see we have to display the user's name and we have to add the logout functionality. For that, let's come back to the VS Code and let's open this sidebar. And in this components, you will find this navbar.jsx file. So here you can see we have manually added the user data, correct? So let me remove it. And here let's add const curly braces user equal to use selector. Import the use selector, and after that we'll add the state and create the arrow function, and this function will return the state.auth. So from here we'll get the user, and after that here let's add a function. So you can see we already have the logout user function, and in this one we are navigating the users on home page, and after that here we have to call the logout function that we have created in the slice. So for that, let's add const dispatch equal to use dispatch. Import the use dispatch, and let's come here in this function and provide dispatch and provide the logout function and import it from the slice. So you can see logout has been imported from this app features auth slice and call this logout. That's it. Now let's save the changes and open our web page. So here you can see it is displaying the correct name, and here we have the logout button. Let me just click here. So now we are logged out, and here we have the buttons like get started and login. Click on this login button. So it is opening the login form, and we can enter the email ID and password and log in this application. So we are logged in. Now we'll add the functionalities in these buttons, that is create resume and upload existing resume. To add functionality in this dashboard, let me just come back to the VS Code, and here we will open this sidebar, and we have the pages folder. And in this pages, you will find dashboard.jsx file. Let's open this file. And after that, here you can see we have the functions, that is load all resumes. Using that, we can display all resumes just here. Right now we have the dummy data from the asset. So we will replace it with the actual resume data from the database. After that, here we have the create resume, then we have upload resume, then we have the edit title function, and after that we have the delete resume. So let's complete all these functions one by one. So first, here we'll get the user data. So let's add a space here, and here we'll add const curly braces and provide user equal to use selector. Import the use selector, and in this one let's add the arrow function with the state in the parameter, and after that it will return the state dot auth, and from this one we'll get the user, right? So here we are getting the user from this use selector, and this function will return the state.auth, and here we'll get the user. With this user, we'll also get the token that will send in the API request. So here we'll add user comma token. After that, let's come here and let's create this function, that is create resume, correct? So let me just clear it. I'll just remove this line, and here first we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, let's provide event.prevent default, and after that we have to make the API call. So let's write const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will add the API, import it from the configs folder. Then we'll add dot post method, and here we have to add the path. So the path is /API/resumes/create. Then we'll add comma and provide the title. And after that we'll add the comma and provide the headers. And in this headers we have to add the authorization and token to authenticate our API request. After that, here let's add setter function, set all resumes, and in this one just add the array, and here we'll add all resumes, comma, and then provide this data dot resume. After that, here we'll add set title. So in this set title, let's add empty string, so it will clear the input field. And after that, let's add set so create resume, and let's make it false, so it will hide that pop-up. And after that we have to navigate the users, so let's add navigate and provide the path. So just add the backticks / and provide /app/builder/ then $, curly braces, and here we will add this data dot resume dot underscore ID like this, and come here in the catch block. So in this catch block we have to add the toast notification, so just add toast, import it from the React hot toast. After that we'll add dot error, and in this one we will provide the error dot response dot data dot message, or we'll add error dot message. So we have created this function. Using that we can create the new resume, correct? Now just come back here and let me click here, and here we'll add the resume title. I'll write Avinash resume and click on this create resume button. You can see it is opening this resume builder page, and here we have the ID, right? So here we can build this resume. Now if I open the MongoDB database and come to this database, and here we will open this clusters and then click on browse collection, and in this one you will find this users, right? So you can see we have the user data because we have created the account here, and after that here we have the resumes. So in this one you can see we have only one resume that we have just created. This is the resume title. So the public property is false. This is the classic template, and here we have the accent color, and all other fields are empty, right? So after that, let me just come back to the dashboard. So we have added the functionality in this button. Now we will add the functionality in this second button, that is upload existing. So let me just come back here, and you will find this upload resume function. So let's complete this function. So here we have the event.prevent default, and after that we have the setter function set so upload resume, and it is false. So let me remove this, and here we have to add the state. Using that we will display the loading animation, right? So for that we have to create the loading state. So just scroll up, and here let's add one state variable. So just add const is loading, and the setter function name is set is loading equal to user state, and let's initialize it using false. So by default the loading will be false, and after that just come here in this upload resume, and let's use the setter function set is loading and make it true, right? And after that we will add the try catch statement, and in this try block first we'll get the resume text. right? So to get the resume text, we will use the PDF to text package that we have already installed. So just add const resume text equal to await, and here we will use PDF to text. We are not getting this suggestion here, so let's scroll up and write import PDF to text from and provide React PDF to text. Now let's just copy this and paste it here. Await PDF to text, and after that, in this one, let's provide the resume. Correct? After that, we will make the API call. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. Here we have added the data equal to await API dot post, and here we have to update the path. So the path will be /API/AI/upload resume, and then we have the title, and with this title we will also provide the resume text. Correct? And then we have the headers to authenticate our request. After that, we will add the setter function, that is set title, and it will be empty string. And after that, we have to use set resume, and let's add null. And after that, we have to use the setter function set so upload resume. So it will hide the pop-up. So we will make it false, and after that we'll add navigate, and in this navigate we'll add the path. So let's add /app/builder. We have added the backticks, right? Then we'll add $$ curly braces and provide data.resume ID. That's it. And after that, come to this catch block, and here we'll paste this statement. And after this catch block, just use the setter function set is loading and make it false. That's it. So now we can upload the resume in this button. So if I click on this button, upload existing, here we have to add the title, my second resume, and here we can upload the existing resume. So I'll just click here and upload a PDF file. So if I click here, it is opening this window to select a resume. So I'll choose this one and click on open and click upload resume. So it will take some time. That's why we have to add the loading animation in this button. So just wait for it. So you can see after uploading the existing resume, it will open the resume builder page so that we can edit this resume. And right now these fields are empty because we have not completed this page. We have to add the functionality in this page also, that is resume builder. But for now, let me just come back to the dashboard. And if I open the database and let's click on this refresh button. So here it should display two resume. You can see here we have second resume also, right? And in this one we have the data like professional summary, then we have the skills, then we have personal info, right? We have the experience, you can see in this database. So we have added the resume in database using this upload existing. Next, we have to display my resume here in this list. So we will remove this dummy data from the asset and we will display the resume list from the database. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and you will find this function that is load all resume, right? And in this one you can see we have the dummy data from the assets. So let's remove it. So I'll remove this dummy data, and in this one we will add the try catch statement, and after that in this try block we'll make the API call. So just copy this statement, paste it here, and here we will add await API.get method. We are using the get method here. Then the path will be /API/users, then /resumes. And after that, here we have to add the headers. That's it. So it will provide the list of resume. And after that, here we will use the setter function set all resumes and provide the data dot resumes property. Next, we'll come back to the catch block and copy this statement, paste it here. That's it. And we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So just come here, and this function is already added in this use effect. So save the changes and open the web page. So now you can see here we have only 2 resumes, right? And now when I hover it, you can see we have the delete button and this edit icon. So we will add the functionality for this edit and delete. So let me just come back to the VS Code. And till now we have created this create resume and upload resume and this load all resumes. But when we clicked on the button to upload resume, we have to wait for some time and we have to display the loading animation, right? For that, we have already added the loading state, that is loading. So using this state, we will display the animation. So just come here. Let's scroll down and we will find that button. So here we have the create resume, then we have the upload resume, and here we have this upload resume button, and we have the icon, right? That is upload cloud, correct? So in this one, we'll add the loading animation. So this is the text area, right? Where we'll select the resume to upload, and this is the button, and the button text is upload resume, right? So let's add the space here in this button like this. And now in this one, let's add curly braces, and first we'll check the state. So just add is loading and then AND operator. So if the is loading is true, then we'll add the loading animation. So just add the icon here, that is loader circle icon, import it from the Lucid React. And in this one, we'll add the class name property and provide animate a spin. Then we will add size 4 and text white. So we have added this icon when the is loading is true. And after that, here we have to add the text also. So again, we'll add the curly braces and let's add is loading. So when it is true, we will add the text called uploading. And if it is false, then we'll add the colon and provide this text, that is upload resume. Like this, save the changes and let's come here. So if I click here, you can see it is displaying this input field and this area to upload the resume, and here we have the upload button, right? And if I select any resume or any PDF file, then it will upload it and it will take some time to process it. So it will display the loading animation here. For that, first I'll delete the existing resume and then we will upload it again. So let's complete the delete feature. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. And in this one, here we have the delete resume function. In this one, we have this confirmation window. And after that, in this one, we have the if statement. So here, let's add const and then we'll add curly braces data. We have to make the API call. So just add equal to await and let's remove this statement from here and copy the API call from here, paste it here. So we have added await API dot delete method. So the type is delete and then we'll add the path. So it will be backticks. And in this backticks, we'll add /API/resumes/delete. And after that, here we have to provide the resume ID. So let's add /curly braces. We will add $sign and curly braces and provide the resume ID so that we can delete the particular resume. And after that, just remove this data, and we have to provide the headers only, right? And after that, here we will use set all resumes and provide all resumes dot filter, and in this one let's provide the arrow function with the individual resume in the parameter, and it will be resume dot underscore id not equal to resume id. And after that we have to display the toast notification, so just add toast dot success, and let's provide data dot message. Right now here we have to add the try catch statement also, so I'll write try catch block, and in this try block let's move this code like this and come to this catch block, and in this catch block let's copy the statement, paste it here. That's it. So we have added the functionality for delete resume. Now let's add the functionality for edit resume also. So here we have the edit title function, and in this one let's add try catch block and move this statement in this try block. Now here we'll make the API call, so I'll just copy this, paste it here. So here we have await API dot, and let's add put because we have to update the title, and here we have added backtext slash API slash resumes slash update, and after that let's remove this path, and then we have to add the data here, so just add curly braces, and in this one we will provide the resume ID, so it will be edit resume ID, and after that let's add comma and provide resume data, and it will be title. Then we will use the setter function, set all resumes, and in this one let me provide this all resumes dot map, and in this one we have added the individual resume in the parameter and created the arrow function, and then we have added resume dot underscore id equal to edit resume id, and then we have added the ternary operator. If it is true, then we will provide the resume and provide the title, and after that we have added the resume if it is false. Now we'll use the setter function set title, and here let's add empty string, and then we'll use the set edit resume id, it will be empty string. Then we have to add the toast notification, so just add toast dot success, and here we'll add the message, so just add data dot message. We are adding it in the set title only. Let me close this here and paste it here. So here we have set title, set edit resume id, and toast dot success, and let me close this one also. So here we'll add this closing parenthesis. That's it. Now come to this catch block, and in this catch block paste this statement like this. So we have added the functionality for edit title. Now let me come back here and click on this edit icon. So this is the existing title, my second resume. So let me change it. I'll write my another resume and click on update. Here we are getting some error. To fix this issue, we will come back to the VS Code, and let's open the server folder, and in this one we will open the controllers and resume controller, and here you can see we have this function update resume, right? And in this one we have created the resume copy using this json.parse and provided the resume data. So here let's add json.stringify, and in this one we will provide resume data. Just update this line, save the changes, so it will restart the backend also. After that, let me just come back to this dashboard.jsx file, and here we have added this function that will edit the resume title. So let's test it. I'll just come back here, and now I'll write my another resume, and click on update. So you can see it is saved successfully and you can see the resume name, my another resume. It is working fine. Now let's add the delete functionality. So I'll just come back and we have already created this delete. So I'll just come back here and click on this delete icon. So it is asking, are you sure you want to delete? So I'll click OK. So now this resume has been deleted. So this resume delete is working fine. Now let me test this feature again, that is upload existing. I'll just click here and here we'll add the title. So I'll write my new resume and here we'll upload the PDF file. So I'll select this and click on upload resume. So you can see the loading animation and this text loading or uploading. So just wait for it. So now you can see after uploading it is opening the dashboard page where we can edit the resume. And if I come back here we have the my new resume, but we have to update the layout of our button. So let me just delete it and come here. So you can see this button is there and when we click on this button it should disable this button until it is loading. So let me just come back here and we will open this dashboard.jsx file and in this one you can see we have this button. In this button we have added the loader circle icon and the text uploading and upload resume, right? So here in this button we'll add the disabled property. And in this disabled property, let's write is loading. So when the is loading is true, it will be disabled. After that, we'll add some extra classes here. So after this transition colors, let's add the flex layout. So we'll add flex, item center, justify center and gap 2. Now save the changes and come back here. Now if I add the title, my new resume, and click on the icon to upload the resume and click on this button, so this button will get disabled. So this button is disabled for now and here we have the loading animation. We cannot upload another one, it is disabled until it is loading. So this alignment is good for this loading animation and the text, and after that the data has been uploaded. Let me open the database, click on this refresh and here it should display the uploaded resume details. So here we have two resume, you can see my new resume, and here we have the content like professional summary, skills, personal info, right? We have all the data. So if I come back here, so we have created the functionality to display the uploaded resume here, and here we can create a new resume, we can upload the existing resume, we can delete it, and we can also change the resume title. Now let's open this one and here we have the resume builder page. So we'll add the functionality in this resume builder. To connect our backend APIs with the resume builder page, we will come back to the VS Code and open this sidebar, and here we have this pages folder, and in the pages folder we have resume builder.jsx file. Let's open it. Now in this one you can see here we are getting the resume ID from the params. So if I open it, we have the resume ID in this URL. After that here we will get the token. So let's add const curly braces token, and we will get this token from the state. So let's add use selector, import it from the React Redux, and in this one we'll add the arrow function with the state in the parameter, and it will return the state dot auth. So now we have the token so that we can make the API call and we will authenticate our API request using this token. Now here we have the states that get updated when we add any data in these input field, right? So here we have the load existing resume function, and in this one we have to display the resume data if it is saved in the database. right? So right now we have added the dummy data, right? We have dummy resume data. So let me remove it, and here we have to make the API call. So I'll just clear this function, and in this one let's add try catch statement. Now in this try block we'll add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we'll add the API. Import this API from configs folder, then we'll add .get, and here let's add path. It will be /API /resumes/get, and after that we have to add the resume ID. So let's add resume ID, and after that here we'll add the comma and provide curly braces, and in this one we'll add the headers, and in the headers we have to provide the authorization and token like this. And after that we'll add the if statement, and let's check if the data.resume property is true. It means we are getting the resume data. Then we will use the setter function set resume data, and in this one provide this data.resume, and after that let's update the document title or page title. So just add document.title equal to data.resume.title. So the resume title will be displayed in the browser title. And after that we have the catch block. So in this catch block simply add console.log and provide the error dot message. So we have created this function so that it will load the data from the database. So just come back here, and if I come back here and click on this one, so it will display the data from the database. So these input fields will be auto filled when we have the data here in the database. So if I open the second one, we have the another resume, my new resume. Let me open it. So you can see here we have all the data available in this input fields, and we have the resume in the right side, correct? And we can also change the input field data, and we can save this. For that we have to add the API in the front end. So let's come back here and again open the first resume where we don't have any data. So we will add the functionality so that we can enter the details and click on save button. So this will get saved in the database. So just come back to the VS Code, and here you can see we have this function change resume visibility, right? So here we have to change the visibility in the database. We have to update the data in database. So just remove this, and here we'll add try catch statement, and in this try block first we need the form data. So let's add const form data equal to new form data, and after that here let's add the form data dot append method, and in this one we'll append the resume ID. So I'll write resume ID field name, and the value is resume ID. After that here we'll add form data dot append property, and in this one let's add the field name, that is resume data, and here let's add JSON dot stringify, and here we will add curly braces public property, and here we'll add not of resume data dot public. So if it is public it will make it private, and if it is private it will make it public, right? And we have to update this in the database also. For that we'll make the API call. So here let's add this API call, just copy from here and paste it here, and in this one we'll add await API.get, and instead of this get here we will use put method. So just add put, and after that we'll add /API resumes/update and remove this / from the end, and after that remove this resume ID also. So here we have the comma, and then we have to provide this form data. So let's add this form data here and provide comma. That's it. Then we have added the headers. After that, here we will use the set resume data, and in this one we'll add the object, provide the spread operator, resume data, then we'll add the public property, and in this one we'll add not of resume data dot public, right? And after that we have to display the notification, so just add toast dot success, and here let's add data dot message. So we will display the message that we will receive from the API. And now come to this catch block. So in this catch block just add console.error, and here let me provide this message, that is error saving resume and this particular error. So using this function we can make the resume public or private, right? Now we will create another function. Using that we can save the resume data in database. So here let's create a function. I'll write const save resume equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this one let's add try catch statement, and in this try block we will create the copy of resume data. So let's write let updated resume data equal to a structured clone and provide the resume data. So now we have the copy of resume data. After that, here we will remove the image if it is available. So let's add one comment, remove image from updated resume data, so that we can send the resume data separately and the image will be added separately in the form data. So let's add if statement and write type of resume data dot personal info dot image equal to object. It means we have the image available, right? So we have to remove it. So let's add delete and provide this updated resume data dot personal info dot image property. So this image property will be removed. After that, here we'll add the form data that will be sent on API request. So just add const form data equal to new form data. After that, here let's add the form data dot append method, and let's add the key name, that is resume ID, and after that let's add comma and provide the value. So the value is resume ID. Then we'll add the form data again and dot append method. In this one again we have to add the key name. So it is resume data, and here let's add the JSON dot stringify, and here we will provide the updated resume data like this. After that, here let's add remove background. So when the remove background is true, so let's add the AND operator. Here we'll add the form data dot append, and in this one just add the property remove background and add the value yes, and after that let's add the type of, just copy this one, type of resume data personal info image equal to object like this, and if it is true then we'll add the AND operator, and here we will append the image So let's add the form data dot append method, and here let's add the key name. So the key name is image, and then we have to provide the value here. So just add comma resume data dot personal info dot image. So this image will be added separately using this image key name or field name, right? So that the backend will handle this image and upload it on cloud storage. After that, we can make the API call. So let's add the const curly braces data equal to await, and here also we will use API dot put method, and after that we have to add the path. So it will be /API /resumes/update. After that, here we have to provide the data, that is form data. And after this form data, let's add the curly braces where we'll add the headers, and in the headers we have to add authorization and token. So we will make the API call here, and after that we will get the response. So let's use the setter function set resume data, and in this one just provide data.resume, and after that we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast.success, and here let's provide data.message. After that, come here in the catch block. So in this catch block we'll add console.error, and in this one let's add text, that is error saving resume, and provide this error. It will be displayed in the console. Next, we have to link this save resume function with our button. So let me come here where we have added the button tag to save the changes, right? So here you can see we have the button called save changes, right? So in this button we will add the onClick property. In this onClick we'll add the arrow function, and here let's add the toast dot promise, and here let's add the save resume function. After that we'll add the comma and provide the curly braces. Here we'll add text called loading, and in this condition we'll add the text that is saving. So in the notification it will display the text saving when it is loading, right? And here we have added the button text save changes, correct? Now let's just come back here, and here I'll add the details. So let me add the name here like this, and after that we'll add the email test@test.com. Here we'll add the dummy phone number, and then we'll add the location, and let's add the profession. Here you can add the LinkedIn profile, personal website, and now I'll click on the save button. So you can see successfully saved. And after that, if I open the MongoDB database and click on refresh button, so in this data you can see we have two resume. This is the first one, and here we have the details. So first we have the personal info. If I expand it, you can see these details are empty. So when we enter the data and click on the save changes, it gives the success message, but the data is not saved in the database. So to fix this issue, we will come back to the VS Code. And let's open the server folder. So here we have the server, and in this one we have the controllers and resume controller.js file. In this one, we have this function that is update resume. Here you can see we have this resume data copy, right? So let's break this in multiple lines. So I'll first declare this variable using let resume data copy, and after that I'll come here in the next line and write the if statement. And here we will check the type of resume data. So let's add type of resume data equal to a string. So when the type is a string, then we will directly parse it using JSON method. So here let's add if statement, that is resume data copy equal to await JSON dot parse, and simply provide this resume data. Now if the type of resume data is not equal to a string, so here we'll add the else statement, and here let's write the resume data copy equal to a structured clone and provide the resume data directly. That's it. Just update this changes and save this file, so it will restart the backend. After that we'll come back here, and now let me enter the details again. So I'll enter the name, then we'll enter the dummy email ID, then we'll add the dummy phone number, location and profession, and enter the LinkedIn URL and website URL and click on save button. You can see the message saved successfully, and again I'll open the database. So if I click on this refresh button, and after that let's open this user data, that is the resumes data, and here we have the personal info. In this one you can see we have the full name, profession, email, phone, location, right? And this LinkedIn and website fields are empty. After that here we will upload the image also. So I'll just come back here, and you can see we have the option to upload the image, that is upload user image, and it will be displayed in the resume, right? So I'll just click here and upload one image. So here I have one image, user pic. Let me upload it. So you can see this image is added here, and here we have the option to remove the background. But for now let me just upload this image, and you can see the face alignment is not in the center in our uploaded image. If I open the image, you can see this face is not in the center, and we are uploading this image. So I'll just come back here and click on this save changes button. So you can see the notification saving, and after that saved successfully. And after uploading you can see this image is in the center. It means the face is in the center. So it is because we have added the auto face focus using ImageKit. Let me change the template. So I'll click on this drop down and I'll choose this minimal image. You can see this image is displayed in our resume also. So after changing the template, I'll click on this save button. So this image will be saved. And after that, if I open the database, click on this refresh. So here you will find the image URL. So you can see we have the personal info and we have the image property, and here we have the image. So our image is uploaded on ImageKit, right? So you can see this auto face focus is working fine using ImageKit, and the image is uploaded on ImageKit cloud storage. After that, we will remove the background also. Right now you can see the background is gray in this image. If I change the color of our resume, then you can see the background color is not changing because the background is fixed. So we will remove the background from this image, and after that when we change the color from here, it will also update the background color. For that, let's upload the image again. So I'll just remove this image and let's upload this image again and click on this toggle button, that is remove background. So it will first remove the background and it will auto focus the face and upload the image on ImageKit. It will be displayed on our resume. So we have added remove background and click on save button. So now you can see the image has been uploaded and the background has been removed. So we have removed the background image using ImageKit AI feature. So now we can also change the background color using this accent. If I change this, you can see the background is changing. So you can match the background of the image according to your theme. So you can see we can add multiple color here. We have the multiple accent, right? And according to this background color, the theme color is also changing. You can see we have these icons in this color, right? After that, let me change the template from here. If I choose this modern, you can see this is the background color, and if I change it, you can see the color is updating like this. So let me switch to the minimal image template. So we have added the personal details here. I'll choose this color, and after that click on this next button. So here we have to add the professional summary. So here if I add the text, so I'll write this text, right? And this will be added in the resume. If I click on save changes, it is saved, right? And if I open the database, click on this refresh, then you will find this summary here. You can see professional summary, right? But you can also optimize or enhance the summary by using AI feature. So here we have added AI enhance, right? So let's add the functionality in this button. For that, we'll come back to the VS Code. And let's open the sidebar, and here we have the components. In this components, we have the professional summary.jsx file. So here we have to create a function, and we will link that function with this button, that is AI enhance, right? So before this return a statement, let's add a space, and here first we'll get the token. So let's add const curly braces token equal to use selector, import it from React Redux. Then we'll add the state and create the arrow function, and it will return the state dot auth. After that, here we'll add the new state variable. So just add const is generating, and the setter function name is set is generating equal to use state, and initialize it using false. After that, here we have to add a function. So let's write const generate summary equal to async arrow function. And after that, in this one, we will make the API call. So let's add the try catch statement. And in this try block, first we'll use the setter function set is generating, and let's make it true. And after that, let's add const, and here we'll add the prompt, and equal to, let's add backticks, and here we'll add the text enhance my professional summary. And after that, here we'll add double quote, and then we'll add $sign curly braces and provide the data like this. And after that, here let's add the API call. So let's add const response equal to, let me add the semicolon here and remove this. Now it is correct. And here let's add response equal to await and provide API, import the API here from configs, and then we'll add dot post. And after that, here we'll add the API path, that is /API/AI/enhance pro sum, that is enhance professional summary. After that, we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the data, that is user content. And in this user content, let's provide the prompt that we have added here. So we have provided this prompt, and after that we'll add comma, curly braces, and provide the headers. Using that, we will authenticate our request. So here we have added the headers, authorization token. So here we'll get the response. So now we will use the setter function set resume data, and in this one let's provide the arrow function with the previous data in the parameter. So let's add previous and create the arrow function, and here we'll add parentheses and provide object and provide the spread operator previous. Now in this one let's add the professional summary. So we have added the professional summary property, and here we will provide the response data. So just add response dot data dot enhanced content that we will receive from the API response. That's it. And after that, come here in this catch block, and in this catch block we'll add toast notification. So import the toast, then write dot error, and in this one let's add the error message, and here we'll add the OR operator and provide error dot message. Now after this catch we'll add the finally, and in this one we will use the setter function set is generating, and let's make it false. After that, let's come here in this button. So we have this button called AI enhance, right? So in this one we'll add disabled property, and in this disabled let's provide is generating. So if is generating is true, it will be disabled. After that we'll add the onClick property also. In this onClick just provide the function generate summary, and after that here we have to display the loading animation. So here let's add curly braces and provide is generating question mark. If it is true, then we'll add this parenthesis, right? And if it is false, we'll add colon and provide this another parenthesis, right? Now in this first one, let's provide the icon and text, or the text will be here only. We will simply provide the icon. So in this first one, let's add opening arrow, loading or loader 2. We will import the loader 2 from Lucid React. So we have added the loader 2, and after that we have to add the size and animate a spin. So we have added class name size 4 animate a spin. After that, suppose it is false, then we have to display this icon. So let's copy this icon or cut it from here and paste it in this parenthesis. So it will update the icon based on this is generating. After that we have to update the text also. So again add curly braces, use is generating question mark. If it is true, then we'll add the text called enhancing, and if it is false, then we will add this text that is AI enhance, like this. And after adding it, let's save the changes and come back here. And now if I click on this button AI enhance, you can see we have the loading animation and the text is enhancing, and after that it will update our professional summary. You can see the professional summary has been generated using AI, and it is added in this resume also. We'll click on the save changes, so it will also update this data in database. Now let's click on this next button. So here we have to add the professional experience, right? So let me add the data in this section also. So I'll click on this add experience, and here let's add the company name. So I'll write any company like example, and after that we'll add the job title. So I'll add the job title here. Then we have to add the start date and end date. So here we'll write the year and month. So I'll choose this year, and after that you can click on this checkbox currently working here, like this. And here you need to provide the job description. So I'll write the job description here, and you can also enhance or optimize this job description using AI, right? So here we have the button enhance with AI. So we will use this button and we will enhance our job description using AI. So for that, let's come back here in VS Code and let's open the sidebar, and here we have the experience form.jsx file, and here we have to create the function. Using that we can enhance the job description that will be added in the experience, right? So here we have the add experience function, and before that let me get the token. So let's add const curly braces token equal to use selector, and after that we'll add the state here, and it will return the state dot auth. So here we will create the state variable. Using that we'll display the loading animation in the button. So just add const generating index, and the setter function name is set generating index equal to use state, and initialize it using -1. After that, here we have remove experience, then update experience, and after that here we will add a new function that is generate description. It means we are generating the job description using AI. So just add the async arrow function here, and in this function parameter we will get the index number. So let's add the index here, and after that let's use the setter function set generating index and provide the index number here. After that let's add const, and here let's add the experience equal to the data and provide the index. After that let's add const, and here we'll add the prompt equal to, and let's add backticks and provide the text that is enhance this job description. After that we'll add $ curly braces and provide the experience dot description property, and after that we'll add the text again, that is for the position of, and provide $ curly braces experience dot position. Then we'll add text at $ curly braces, then experience dot company. That's it. So here we have added the prompt. That means the prompt is enhance this job description, and here we have the job description for the position of, and this is the job position like web developer at company name. So we have the prompt. Now we can make the API call. So I'll write try catch a statement, and in this try block we'll make the API call. So let's add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we'll add the API. So just import it from the configs, and then we'll add dot post method. After that in this one we'll add /API/AI/enhance job description, right? Then we'll add the comma, and here let's add curly braces user content, and in this user content we have to provide our prompt. So let's add colon prompt. After that here we have to add the headers also. Using that we can authenticate our API request. So we have added the headers property and authorization token. After that let's add update experience, and here let's add the index, and then we'll add comma, then provide the description property, and after that we'll add dot data dot enhance or enhanced content. That's it. So after this try block, here we have the catch block. So in this one we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and here let's provide the error dot message, and after that here we'll add finally block, and in this one let's use the setter function set generating index and make it -1. That's it. Save the changes, and after that let's come here on this button. So here we have this button called Enhance with AI. So here it is. So you can see this button, Enhance with AI, right? Now here we have to add our function. So first we have this div, then we have the label tag. In this label we have this button. So in this button, let's add onClick property. In this onClick, let's add the arrow function and call generate description function. And here we have to provide the index like this. After that, here we have to add disabled property, and in this disabled, let's add curly braces, generating index and equal to index. Then we'll add OR operator, not of experience dot position, OR operator not of experience dot company. And after that, come here, and here we'll add curly braces, and here let's add generating index equal to index and question mark. If it is true, then we'll add the loading animation. So here we'll add loader2 imported from Lucid React, and for this one we'll set the width, height and animate a spin, right? And after that we'll add colon and provide parenthesis here, and in this one we'll add this a sparkles icon, move it here, and then we have this text enhance with AI. Now save the changes and let's open the web page. So after adding this detail, let's click on this button enhance with AI. So you can see the loading animation here, and after that this job description has been enhanced using AI. You can see the updated job description here, correct? And you can add multiple experience. I'll click on this add experience button. So you can see here we have to add the next experience detail. So I'll add one more experience detail here. I'll write the company name. So I'll use the dummy name here. Then we'll add the job title, and then we'll add the start date. So I'll select the year, and after that we will choose the end date. So let's add this end date and start date, and after that we'll add the job description here, and let's click on this button to enhance this job description. So you can see the loading animation in this second button enhance with AI, and just wait for it. It has been improved, right? So here we have the updated job description. So let's click on this save button. So this data will get saved in the database also. So this is how our resume is looking, and if I change the template, it is displayed like this in the classic template. This is the modern template. This is the minimal image template, right? And after that, let's click on this next button. So here we can add the education details, right? So I'll just click on this add education button. So I'll click on this button add education, and here let's add the details. So I'll add the degree name, then we'll add the institute name, then we'll add the field of study, and then we'll add the date. And after that, click on save button. So it will be added in the resume. You can see it is added here. Let's add one more detail. So I'll write the institute name, then we'll add the degree. So I'll add this here, and after that add the degree here, and then we'll add the date, and then we'll add the field of study, and click on save changes. So it is also added here in this resume, right? Now click on this next button. So here you can add the projects also. right? So I'll click on this add project, and here we have to add the project name. So I'll write the project name. Then you need to add the type. So I'll write the project type. Then you need to add the project description. So here we have added the project description. Similarly, we can add multiple projects. So just click on add button again, and here we'll add the project name. Then we'll add the type, and then we'll add the description like this. So you can see this project details has been added in this resume. Click on save. Now again click on this next button. So here you can add the skills. So let's add the skills here. I'll click in this input field and add JavaScript. Click on add button. So it is added here, right? Again we'll add new skills. So you can add the skills like this. You can add multiple skills. You can also remove any of this skill using this cross icon. So after adding it, click on save changes. So now we have completed this resume builder feature also, and here you can see this resume is private. If I click here, it is public, and here we have the shared link. We can also download this resume. If I click on this download button, you can see you can easily print this resume, right? And if I click on this share icon, you will get a public link. So I'll just copy this link and open in new tab. So right now you can see here we have this text resume not found, because we have to add the functionality in this preview page. For that, I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here let's open the pages folder and preview.jsx file. In this one, here we are getting the resume ID from parameter, and after that, here we have the load resume function, right, where we have added the dummy data. So let me just clear this function, and after that we'll add try catch statement. Now in this try block we'll make the API call. So just add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we'll add API dot get. So first we'll import this API. So import it from the configs folder. Then we'll add dot get method. And after that, here we have to add the path. So the path is /API/resumes/public, right? So it will only display the resume data if it is public. After that, we'll add plus, and here we have to add the resume ID. So just add this resume ID. It will be added in the URL, right? And after that, here let's use the setter function. Set resume data, and in this one provide the data dot resume that we are getting from the API, right? Now come to this catch block, and in this catch block let's add console log error dot message, right? After that we'll add finally, and in this one we will add set is loading, and let's make it false. So you can see by default is loading is true, and after loading the data it will be false. So after adding it, save the changes, and let's open the web page. So here you can see this is the public profile or public resume page, right? So anyone can see your resume online using this preview link. Now just come back here, and I'll come back to the dashboard. Now I'll click on the second resume, and you can see right now it is private, right? So if I click on this button, it will be public, and you can see this is the template theme. I'll change the theme to green like this, and after that I'll change the template that is minimal like this one. So whenever you will change the template, then the user will see your resume in this template only. So click on save changes and click on share button and get the link and paste it here. So you can see here we have the preview page of the resume in the same template, right? So now we have completed our resume builder website using MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js. Next we have to deploy this website online. To deploy this resume builder online, we need to get a VPS hosting. To get the VPS hosting, we will use Hostinger. So just open this URL greatstackdev/go/hostinger-vps. You will find this link in the description. So just click on the link given in the description and come to this VPS hosting page for Hostinger. Here I'll click on this choose plan. So you can see here we have very affordable VPS hosting plan by Hostinger. So you can choose KVM1 or KVM2. It will work. And here you can see in the first plan you will get one virtual CPU with 4 GB of RAM, 50 GB of disk space and 4 TB bandwidth. In the second plan you will get two virtual CPUs and 8 GB of RAM, 100 GB disk space and 8 TB bandwidth. So I'm going to choose this one. I'll click here. You can choose the first plan also, it will work. So I'll choose this plan. And after that you need to choose the duration. So if you choose the maximum duration, you will get the maximum discounts. You can either choose 1 month, 12 months or 24 months. So if you choose 1 month plan, you need to renew it every month and the renewal cost will be very high, as you can see here. So at least go for 12 months or you can go for 24 months. So when you buy for 24 months, this is the monthly price, right? And after that, and here you can see you need to choose the server location. So in this drop down you can choose your nearest server location, and after that you can also choose the operating system. So here I'm going to choose this Ubuntu. Confirm. So we have selected this Ubuntu operating system. So here we have the order summary where you can see the total price for 24 months. And after that you can see here we have the total price, but it will be increased after adding the taxes, right? But before that, let me add the coupon also. So I'll click on this button, have a coupon code. In this coupon code we will write GreatStack 15 and click on apply. So here we have received additional discount of 15% using this coupon code GreatStack 15, and this is the final price, and after that it will calculate the tax when you will add the billing details. So you need to log in on this website. I have already logged in, so I can directly go to the next page where it will ask for the billing information. So after adding the billing details, here it is displaying the final price after adding the taxes. This price will be different for different country. After that you need to make the payment using your preferred payment type like card, UPI, PayPal or any other method. So just complete the payment and you will come to this screen. And here you will find your hosting details like the server name, IP address, status, and here you will get a button like setup or finish. So just click on that button and it will ask you to provide the password for your VPS server. I have already added the password, and after adding the password you will come to this screen where you can see your details like VPS hosting details. So here you can see we have the server location, operating system, host name, and then we have SSH username, and this is the IP address, right? So now we have a VPS server where we can upload our files and we can deploy our project. After getting the VPS, let's open this sidebar and here you will find domains. So I'll click on get new domain and here just search for the domain name that you want to get. So I'll search for airesume.com. I'll click on search button. So it is already taken, it is not available. So I'll search for another one. I'll write georesume.com. So it is available. So I'll click on this button buy now. So after clicking the buy now button, it is asking to choose the duration. So I'll choose 1 year and after that I'll complete the purchase. After getting the domain name, you need to provide the personal information to confirm the domain and you will see this screen. Then click on continue. Then click on skip. So after completing the domain, you will see this screen, and here you need to verify your email also for this domain. After that, again we'll come back to the VPS and I'll open manage VPS using this manage button, and here you can see we have the root access. So now we will access the terminal of our VPS server. For that, let's open the terminal in this PC. So I'll open command prompt and I'll paste this root access link, that is SSH root at IP address. So I'll paste it here and press enter. After that, you can see it is asking, are you sure you want to continue? I'll press yes. Now it is asking for the root password. So just provide the password that you have entered while creating this VPS server. So I'll enter my password. So after adding the password, now we are connected with the VPS server, right? You can see the user is root and this is the server name. So now we are in the VPS terminal. After coming to this VPS terminal, on our VPS, we have to install the Nginx server. And in that one, we will also add the Node.js application so that we can run our app. So let's come back on the web browser and open this link github.com/GreatStackDev. Here you will find this repository notes. In this one, you will find this deploy MERN on VPS. So here we have the steps how to deploy your MERN stack project on VPS server, right? So first you need to connect to your VPS terminal. So we have already added this command to connect with the VPS. And after that, you can see the next step. So we have to add this command sudo apt update. So just copy this one and add it here in this terminal. Press enter. It is executing this command and it is finished. After that, you can see the next command. Just copy this and paste it here. Now you can see it is executing this command. After that, you can see this screen. So let me zoom out so that you can see. So here we will choose this option, keep the local version currently installed. You can move up or down using your key and press enter. So now this execution has been completed, right? After that, come back to this documentation. You can see the next step. So we have to install Node.js on our server. So let's just copy this statement and paste it here. Press enter. After that, copy the second statement and paste it here. Press enter. Now copy the next one and paste it here. Install. After that, let's come back here and you can see the next step. So we have to install the Git on our server. For that, just copy this command and paste it here. Press enter. So the Git is also installed. After that, we'll come back here in this document and you can see the next step. So it is setting up MongoDB database. So you can click on this link. So it will open the document to set up the MongoDB database on your server. So instead of installing the MongoDB database in this VPS server, I'm going to use the MongoDB Atlas only. And if you want to set the MongoDB on server, you can follow this guide by clicking this link. And after that, I'll come to the third step, that is deploying Express and Node.js backend. So first we have to deploy the backend, right? For that, let's copy this command mkdir will create the directory. So just copy this and paste it here. After that, I'll just copy this one to navigate to this directory. So now we are in this www directory. And after that, you can see the next step. So we have to clone our project on this repository, right? So first we have to deploy our project on GitHub so that we can clone the project on our server. To deploy the project on GitHub, just come back here in the VS Code and let's close all the files. I'll right click and select close saved. And after that, just come here and I'll collapse all the folder, and here we'll create a new file and write the file name .gitignore. In this one, I'll write node underscore modules and we'll write .env. So if you want to remove the .env file from the GitHub, you can add it here, but I want to add the .env file also so that I can directly send it on server. So I'll not add the .env, I'll simply add node modules. So it will ignore this folder. After that, let's click on this source control icon and click on initialize repository. And I'll click here in this input field and I will add the commit message, project complete, and click on commit button. Then click on publish branch. And after that, it is asking to provide the repository name and choose the repository type. So in this repository, I have added environment variable also. That's why I will keep the repository private. I'll use this GitHub private repository and the name is resume builder. So I'll click here. So it is uploading the code on GitHub profile. Now it is completed. After that, I'll open my GitHub repository. So you can see on my GitHub repository, this project is available. We have the client folder and server folder. And in this one, we have added the .env file also so that we can easily send it on server. After that, you can see right now this repository is private, so we cannot clone it. We need to provide the token for this GitHub repository to clone on server. But instead of providing the token, we will simply make it public for few minutes and then again I'll make it private. So for that, just copy this command from here, from this document. You can see this is the command git clone, and then we have to provide the repository, right? So let's come here in this terminal. All right. So now we are logged out from this terminal because it took so much time. So again, we need to log in. So I'll just come back here and copy this SSH and paste it here. After that, provide the password. And after that, you need to navigate to www folder. So just add cd and let's see the folder structure here. We have /var/www. So let's add it here. So here we have added cd /var/www. Now in this repository, we'll add git clone. And after that, we have to provide the GitHub repository link. So just copy this link. But right now this repository is private. So I'll come to settings. Then I'll click change visibility and make it public. So change to public. So now this repository is public, so we can easily make a clone. So I'll paste this URL here and press enter. So it will clone the repository on this VPS server. So now it is completed. Here we'll type ls, press enter. So now you can see here we have the resume builder folder. It means we have successfully cloned the project. After that, we'll make the project private. So I'll come here in the settings and let's change the visibility. I'll change to private. So now again this repository is private because in this repository we have added the .env also. So now let's come here in this document and you can see first we have to navigate to the backend repository, right? For that, let's add the cd, then repository name and the folder name where we have added the code for the backend server. So we have added the folder called server. So here we'll write cd and then we'll write this folder resume builder dash, don't add the dash, here we'll add slash and server because we have the server folder. So now we are in the server folder. After that, let's see the next step. So here we have to install the dependencies. So just add this command npm install. So just copy, paste it here. So the packages has been installed. After that, we'll see the next step. So here you can see we have to create the .env file. So we will not create it because we have already added it using the GitHub. After that, now you can see the next step, installing PM2 to start the backend. So just copy this command and come back here. Paste this npm install -g PM2. Press enter. After that, let's see the next step. So we have to copy this command where we have to add npm2 start, then server.js file. Then we have to add name and project backend. So let's paste it here. I'll just copy again and paste it here. Press enter. So now you can see this project backend is added. The name is project backend, right? And after that, just come back here. Next, you can see a start backend on a startup. So we have to add this command so that whenever we will restart the VPS server, it will automatically start the backend server. So just copy this, paste it here, press enter. After that, let's copy the next command, PM2 save. Just copy and paste it here. It is also done. After that, you can see the next step, allowing backend port in firewall. So just copy this, add it here, press enter. So you can see a status inactive. So let's enable it. So I'll just copy this one, paste here, press enter. Now press Y. Now you can see firewall is active and enabled on system startup. After that, let's come here and copy this next command and paste it here, press enter. You can see rule added, and then just copy this last one, and in this one we will change the port. So I'll paste it here, and instead of this 4000, I'll make it 3000. Now press enter. So you can see this rule is also added. After that, just come here and you can see the next step, deploying the React frontend. So we have deployed the backend. Next, we have to deploy the frontend. But before installing the frontend, let me verify the backend is running or not. So I'll just copy this IP address. It is also here. Just copy this and open it in the new tab. And here we'll add colon 3000. Press enter. So you can see the message, server is live. It means we have successfully deployed our backend server. Next, we have to deploy the front end. So let's copy this command. We will navigate to the front end folder, right? So just come here. And right now we are in this server, right? So just add cd ... So now we are in the resume builder folder, and after that we have to go to client folder. So just add cd client. So now we are in the client directory, and here we have to install the dependencies. So just add npm install. So it will install the packages. So now the packages has been installed. After that, let's see the next step. So Here also we have to add the environment variable that we have already added. So next we have to create the build using npm run build. So just copy and paste it here. Press enter. So it will create the build for our React project. So now the build has been created. After that, just come here and see the next step. So we have to install the Nginx on our server. For that, let's copy this command and come back to the terminal. So we have to add this command here, but before that you can see the build has been created in this dist folder. We will use this dist folder to run our project. So now here we'll paste this command that will install the Nginx. It is installing. So it is completed. After that, let's see the next step. So here we have to add this in the firewall. So just copy this, paste it here, press enter. So you can see the status active, and here we have the port that is allowed, and this open SSH is allowed, right? So just come back here and we have to add it in the firewall. So just copy this and paste it here, press enter. So now it will be added in the firewall. You can see the rule added. Now just come back here. After that you can see the next step, that is configure Nginx for React Frontend, right? For that we have to add the nano, then we have to add the path, and we have to create a file with the domain name .com.conf, that is config. So I'll just copy this one and come here. I'll paste it here. So we have added this command here, and in this one we'll change the domain. So let's delete the domain name and I will add my own domain. So here I'll write the domain name georesume.com.conf, and here we have added it in the etc/nginx/sitesAvlabel/ and the file name. Now press enter. So it is creating this file. So now you can see a new file has been created with the name georesume.com.conf. Let me zoom out this one and you can see the complete page here. We have these shortcut keys. So just come back here and let's see what we have to add. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. And in this one we have to make the changes. So first we'll update the domain. So in this one we have to make the changes. So let's navigate this pointer and we'll change the domain first. So here we have this domain. Let me change it. I'll write georesume.com, and after that here we'll add www.georesume.com, and after that navigate here, and in this one we have to change the repository name and project. So let's delete it. Here we'll write resume-builder, and after that here we'll add client. So we have added resume builder /client/dist. Now we have to save this. So just add Ctrl X, then we will press Y, and then we will press enter. So we have created this file and added the configuration. After that we can see the next step. So you can see the next step. Here we have to create the configuration. So you can see the text here, create a similar file for the second or multiple React tab. So we don't have the multiple app. We have only one front end. So I'll just skip this one and see the next step. So here we have to add this statement, that is create symbolic link to enable these sites. So I'll just copy this one and add it here. Now in this one we have to change the file name. So the file name is the domain name, right? So I'll just zoom out this and it is not working, so I'll paste the command again. Here I'll paste the command again and I'll change the name. So it will be georesume.com.conf. Then we will press enter. Now let's see the next step. So you can see the next step, that is test nginx configuration for syntax error. So let's add this nginx-t. I'll paste it here, press enter. So you can see test is successful, right? After that come back here and copy this command that will restart the nginx. So just copy and paste it here. After that, let's see the next step, that is configure nginx as a reverse proxy. Here you can see the text update backend nginx configuration. So here we'll add the configuration file for the backend and we'll also add the domain for the backend. So we'll add the domain like api.domain name. So let me just copy it and paste it here. And in this one, just update the domain. It is georesume.com, and before that we have the API. Just press enter. So it is opening this file and here we have to paste the configuration. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. After that we have to update the domain name here also, and we will also update the port number. So let's navigate here and let's add georesume.com. After that, let's update the port. It is 3000. That's it. Now press Ctrl X and Y. Then enter. So it is saved. After that, you can see the next step. So here also we have to create the symbolic link. So just copy this one and paste it here. In this one, let's update the file name. So it is api.georesume.com.config. Press enter. After that, we'll see the next step. So we have to restart the nginx. So let's just copy this command, paste it here. Press enter. So it will restart the nginx server. Now you can see the next step, that is connect domain with website. To connect the domain name with our website, we have to point the domain and subdomain to the VPS IP address in the DNS records. So just come here and copy this IP address and we will open the domains list. So I'll come here in the domains and click on domain portfolio. In this domain portfolio, you will find your domain name. Just click on manage. So on this page, you will find this DNS or name server. Just click here, and after that here we have to update the DNS record. So you can see here we have the A record, right? So just click on edit, and in this one let's add the IP address. So I'll paste this IP address, that is the VPS IP address, and click on update. Let me increase it. I'll write. So this A record has been updated, and now we'll add the A record for the subdomain also. Here we'll choose the type A and here we'll write API. And then we'll add the same IP address and click on add record. So we have added the API, that is subdomain, and IP address. Click on add record and click on confirm. After that, let's come here in our documentation So you can see we have completed this step, that is pointing the domain name to the VPS IP address, and after that we have to install the SSL certificate. For that we will use certbot. So we have to install the certbot. Just copy this and come here in the terminal, paste this command, press enter. After that just come back here and copy the next command, that is obtaining SSL certificate. So just copy this one and we will paste it here. And here we have to update the domain name. So let's add the domain name here. So I'll write certbot --nginx-d and provide the domain name georesume.com. After that we'll provide www.georesume.com, and after that we will provide our subdomain. So let me delete this, and here we will provide api.georesume.com. Then press enter. Now it is asking for the email address, so I'll write the email address here. Then press enter and then press Y for yes. So here we'll press N for no. Now you can see the message requesting a certificate for georesume.com and 2 more domains. So just wait for it. And now it is generating the certificate. Now it is completed, and let's see the next step. So the next step is to verify the auto renewal of SSL. So just copy this and paste it here. Press enter. So you can see simulating renewal of existing certificate. So now you can see this message success. It means it will successfully renew your SSL certificate. After that we'll see the next step. So you can see we have completed this setup. After that let's open our domain. So here we'll type georesume.com. So you can see our project is live at this URL, that is georesume.com. Correct? Next we have to connect the backend also. It means we have the backend URL called api.georesume.com. So we have to add that URL in our environment variable. So I'll just come back here, and after that let's navigate to our client project. So we are already in the client directory. Here we will open our .env file and we will modify it. So simply type nano space .env. So it will open this file. Here you can see the URL. It is localhost port 3000. So let's update it. We will delete this one and let's write https://api.georesume.com. So we have added this https api.georesume.com and press Ctrl X, Y, enter. So it is saved. After updating the environment variable, next we have to create the build again. So we are in the client folder. Here we'll write npm run build. Now press enter. So it will create another build and replace the previous one. So now it is completed, and after that let's come back here in the web page. Let's refresh this. It is working fine. Now I'll click on this login button, and now I'll try to log in with the existing account. Click on login. So you can see it is working fine, and here we are getting the resumes also. Here we have the first resume. I'll come back to the dashboard. Now we have the second resume. Here we can create a new resume, so we have to add the title. new resume 1. So here we can add the resume data, and we can also upload the user image, and we can remove the background of the user image. And after that, here we can upload the existing resume, and then it will enhance the resume using AI. Here we have the home page also, right? And when we are logged in, we are getting this dashboard button, and we can come to the dashboard. It is displaying the username, and if I click on logout, we are back to the home page. So finally we have completed our resume builder website, and we have successfully deployed it online using Hostinger. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.